atmosphere. Again, with this disturbance nearby, with this tropical system we're waiting to see if it develop, it produced enough spin potentially in the air to give us some of that. Now, the other threat is not only that, but we do have more heavy rain coming into Gentilly right now and parts of the east back all the way to Michoud. Here's Interstate 510 heading back down to Chalmette, Araby area, heading right to the metro area, back to parts of Upper Jefferson Parish. Very heavy rains will continue to fall here as well, too. Lightning strikes, remember, they were over 400 in the last 15 minutes. Now down to 164. So at least there's not as much lightning out there. But heavy flooding rains are the other issue this morning. Let's take a look at some of those viewer pictures right now. You can see here, this was looks like traffic coming on in to parts of the area there, just kind of working its way through the region. This is mid-city, some of that street flooding there. You can see it already up to the bottom of the trucks at this point, just to give you how deep that water is, flooding on into some of those nearby homes and garages. This is near Jeff Davis. Also, look at this. You can see here, this was some flooding downtown. They're in the parking garages. That's right. So again, this is, look at the water coming out of the drain there. So we do have some of the flooding concerns. That's pretty incredible video right there coming on in this morning as well too. So this is going to be something we'll be keeping an eye on here moving forward. And then another shot is some of the street flooding issues this morning. You can see here again some of the water, very, very heavy rain. Water is not too deep, but definitely flooding some of the streets out there. So there's someone walking, it's ankle deep water, at least there. Just to give you a perspective of how deep some of the water is. Likely there's going to be some more power outages, and there is the lightning threat out there as well too, along with that tornado threat. So again, lightning counts way down. It was over 400. Now it's down to 150. So when you see the lightning strikes decreasing, that tells me the storm is weakening a little bit. Indeed, we are looking at that across the area, but still doesn't mean anything. It's still heavy rain. Still has some rotation potentially across part of the area from really about City Park 610 area back into part of the parish line, heading into parts of Jefferson Parish out there. Was likely, or was, a water spout that prompted this tornado warning just before 8 o'clock this morning. We'll continue to watch that. More heavy rain. Don't want to forget about you guys. Homer, Chauvin, LaRose, Galliano, back to Grand Island, spreading all the way back down toward the Port Sulphur area. You can see these are not radar, but clouds. Look at them blowing up. These are these big thunderstorms developing here. And this is all part of the large circulation here, the upper level circulation with Invest 92, where this disturbance, as it continues to work its way into the Gulf of Mexico here, it is expected to get better organized today. Most of the storms displaced off to the southwest and west of the storm, but gradually, as it gets better organized, we'll see more of the storms kind of wrapping around it, more of a circulation wrapped, close circulation, and that's what the hurricane hunters will fly into later today as they try to investigate this and give us a better idea of what the system may be doing here. So that is still kind of being in the works. That's not developing out there quite yet. We'll be continuing to watch that one as we go forward here. But what we're really focusing on first, though, is some of the severe weather threat we have across the area right now. And also dealing with, again, the threat for maybe, let me jump back here a little bit, a tornado or two across the area as well. Let me go back a few more steps here and show you what we have going on. We do have that tornado warning till 9 o'clock across part of Orleans Parish, the far western edge of Orleans Parish, including the city of New Orleans, as well as kind of a little part here of Jefferson Parish, including Metairie. Does not include Kenner, does not include the River Ridge area, but also toward closer to Harahan, kind of the edge of that one. And a flash flood warning with all the heavy rain we've had and will continue to have going till 10:45 this morning here. So already a lot of this continues to go on. So we have the tornado threat. We have the heavy rain threat out there, and the tornado or the tropical system isn't even here yet. And this is a sign of things to come. I hate to say, take a live look out here right now. And this is more of that flooding over on Basin Street. This is, of course, downtown here, not too far from the quarter. You can see, look at the stuff just floating around there. As, of course, there's you can see actually a little bit of some bubbling. Looks like there probably is a drain. They're trying to start getting its drain going. But this obviously causing some issues as we go into, this is, again, the Basin Street area. I think the interstate's probably right behind the camera guy there. So that's kind of give you a perspective looking toward, looks like Mahalia Jackson off in the distance there. But this is, looks like it's getting pretty close. That's the neutral ground where that car is, folks. And look at the water. It's already up to the bottom of the car there. So again, looks like maybe a stalled vehicle. Maybe there's businesses. I wouldn't be surprised. Look at that. The water is in those businesses at this point too. And there's a nice little flow, if you will, to the water coming on in. Let's hold this shot here and see how this truck pans out here. See if it tries to even try to go down this road. This is not smart, because if the water is not in the businesses, this is going to produce a pretty big wake, and that will go into those businesses as well too. And so for our photographer, I don't know if you can hear me out there, but look at that. Here comes this wake. So this guy is not really smart. I do not recommend doing this, nor the guy about to be behind him. Look at that wake as it continues to produce that into those buildings. So not very smart out there. This is nothing you're supposed to do. You don't want to be driving down these flooded roadways. One, because you don't know if you can find it in a hole or ditch or possibly more with that one, but also the threat of course, that water getting into those businesses. That truck made it through there, but again, that's a sign of things. I think that's safe to say something we should not do versus what he did.
And Dave, we are seeing this street flooding coming in, of course, from Twitter, on social media. We're getting lots of pictures from lots of different areas. It seems pretty widespread throughout the city right now.
Yeah, it does. We're just reading the latest here from the Weather Service, and they're saying this does have a history of producing water spouts, as we already saw the pictures of that too, and maybe a little bit more of a strengthening potentially with another update, a new tornado warning about to come out. There's a new, let's see here, just issued a flash flood warning in effect for Jefferson Parish now too. This one does include the Metairie area and basically all of Jefferson Parish, the northern part of Jefferson Parish, until 11:45 this morning.
Wow.
So we are seeing that continue. But let me go back here and kind of look at this rotation here. Weather Service is indicating that, yeah, it looks like it may begin a little bit stronger rotation as we get into parts of the Metairie area. And again, this has had a history of producing some water spouts. What I'm looking at right now, just to give you a perspective here, as the storm's kind of working its way into Metairie, is right in about this location, right through the heart of Metairie here. So Causeway Boulevard, Interstate 10 area, that's where we are seeing then, at least this point, a little more of that rotation starting to show up. Let me kind of zoom in a little bit tighter here and see what we have going on there. So we're talking right about, let's see here, Bonneville Place, right along Bonneville Boulevard there, and there's Causeway to the north. Bonneville Boulevard, you can see just toward Metairie Road, and seeing a little bit more of that rotation starting to show up a little bit there at this point as well too. And with that in mind, still going to be dealing with the threat for tornadoes out there, continuing on into a little later this morning. There's the new tornado warning just coming out from the Weather Service right now. This one is going to go until 9 o'clock this morning as well. Let's see, tornado warning effect till 9 a.m. for West Central Orleans and North Central Jefferson parishes. They'll continue on that point. So still looking at this one, but nonetheless, though, again, capable of producing a tornado over Jefferson, the Metairie area as well, there in Jefferson Parish. So kind of right in the heart of Metairie, if you will. That's kind of where we're looking at with this potential rotation starting to show up just a little bit there. Basically, what I just circled, this is the area we're watching right in through here. So we're the Causeway Boulevard, Airline Highway, Interstate 10, Bonneville Boulevard, Old Metairie area, including Metairie Road, heading over toward Severn Avenue, going back toward West Metairie, heading over toward Napoleon, and Earhart Expressway back toward Jefferson. That, of course, includes where Ochsner Hospital is located. That area looks like maybe just north of Airline, where some of the maybe tighter rotation, if you will. And when I say tighter rotation, I mean that's the storm's kind of getting a little bit stronger at that point. What we're looking at here with this storm is it continues to kind of make that circulation right in through that spot there, continuing on into that part of Metairie. So that's kind of where we're looking at right now with respect to where the latest possible tornado could be. If not that, we are talking about maybe some very heavy rain coming from that too, and the potential there for, of course, street flooding, as we did have that water spout earlier. That storm has kind of weakened a little bit. Now it's kind of worked its way back into parts of Metairie, Old Jefferson area. And that area is what I just highlighted there, what we're watching for possibility of maybe a tornado developing across that region. Now, with that in mind, don't go outside. You won't be able to see it. It will be rain wrapped if there is a tornado. If not, gusty winds kind of tied in here too. Again, still kind of a broad area rotation here from Jefferson, Metairie back to Bonneville, Bucktown area. You can see here, this is Causeway Boulevard. Here's Bonneville. Here's Metairie Road area, Old Metairie neighborhood here, heading back to Jefferson, Earhart Expressway as well, and continuing on its way. There's West Metairie, Severn Avenue, continuing all the way to Cleary Avenue, which is right here. So Cleary kind of on the edge of that right now. But if you're watching us in those areas, I do want to take shelter immediately at lowest level of your home, away from windows, interior bathroom, or closet. That new tornado warning go into effect, and continuing the tornado warning until 9 o'clock, so another 11 minutes on that one here. The environment is favorable for tornadoes, but it'll be actually better chance for tornadoes as we head into Friday, Saturday timeframe, because we'll be watching what will eventually likely be Tropical Storm Barry working its way just south of our coastline and then eventually working its way into Louisiana as a potential tropical storm, maybe even a hurricane as we head into the Saturday timeframe. So you'll see here kind of looping this. We did have the storm producing a waterspout. It has weakened a little bit over part of Orleans Parish, but kind of maybe trying to re-intensify a little bit here near the Metairie area toward Jefferson area at this time as well. Kind of bigger perspective there. That's the area we're watching here. The rest of the area is just dealing with some incredibly heavy rains across the region, and that has obviously led to all the street flooding we're talking about out there right now. So okay, UNO 15 minutes ago reported a tornado spotted on campus here. This is from the University of New Orleans. This was that waterspout, so it's likely that this waterspout worked its way on into the South Shore and right about the UNO areas where a lot of those pictures were taken from, not on campus, but actually worked their way on into from Interstate 10, 610 area as well too. So that was the earlier spot. That's not right now. That was a little bit earlier. What we're watching now is this area here. You don't see that hook echo. You don't see the traditional tornadoes that we were watching earlier. This is not the same setup. This is a very high precipitation event, very tropical air mass here in place. That means we're going to be dealing with a very heavy rain coming on in. We are going to be dealing with a maybe tornado threat, not only now, but the next couple of days as well, and also some flash flooding. Number of streets are underwater right now. This is building its way into Jefferson Parish. So for the Metairie area back toward River Ridge and Harahan, those areas starting to take on probably some water in the streets there. Definitely across the metro area. And if you look back here, more heavy rain coming in toward Gentilly, back over toward part of the Seabrook area as well. And I'll kind of jump back even a little bit more and show you that threat for rain continuing to Chalmette now and Violent heading back into the city where this has not moved much really in the last 2 hours. So that's been kind of what's giving us all the street flooding issues. 3, 4, 5 inches of rain easily in a few spots. Obviously, with that much heavy rain in a short period of time, the pumps have a hard time handling all of this, and that's indeed what we're looking at right now. But the tornado warning still in effect here for Orleans and Jefferson Parish till 9 o'clock. Flash flood warning until 10:45 for Orleans Parish, Upper Jefferson Parish till 11:45 this morning. So we'll likely see that flooding ongoing here for quite some time. There's the bigger perspective of everything. Not near as much lightning. That's some good news. That tells me that the storms are at least collapsing or they're weakening a little bit and not as intense as they once were. So I like to see that. That's a good thing. Let me tell you, there's lightning bolts earlier. Whew. During the 7 o'clock hour, they were intense here down in the French Quarter, just about striking all kinds of things. So we're likely going to be dealing with still flooding issues here for the next couple of hours, probably power outages across much of the area as well, too, and the threat for still some tornadoes. Again, if you're watching us there in the Metairie area, basically the heart of Metairie, that is where we have the potential for maybe some rotation. It's kind of a broad rotation, nothing too tight at this point, but nonetheless, though, that's definitely something we'll be watching. Sheba, you got something for us?
Yeah, Dave, I know that we are watching a tornado warning now, but we're getting several pictures in, tons of them from viewers of this waterspout. Is it the same waterspout as far as you know from different angles, or are we watching 2 possible tornadoes?
It probably is the same one. It's hard to tell with this because obviously you can see how high it is and you can't see where it's the bottom of it is.
I believe this is on Spain Street in Gentilly. I've been watching the pictures we've been getting via
and
email.
You're familiar with obviously Gentilly area too.
Yes.
So obviously UNO's campus right in the lakefront there.
Right.
And so if they have tweeted out the tornado on campus, there was like the waterspout came right on shore.
Exactly, which you know it's right next to the lake right behind the campus.
Exactly. So whether or not it did damage, we don't know yet. Maybe we can reach out to UNO, see if they have any reports of damage. But you can see here kind of the tornado here actually kind of looks like there's kind of 2 little spouts spurring around the one.
We've actually seen pictures from the West Bank too. You could see this all over. It was so big.
Yeah, very large. Our own Johnny Moore took some shots coming from the causeway. It actually looked like in one of his pictures there were 2 tornadoes. Look at this one here. Actually kind of, it's in the bottom right corner of your screen. You follow it up, kind of makes a little bit of a rope. They call this kind of roping stage if it was a normal tornado or even a waterspout at that point. I think this may actually have been a tornado that just happened to touch down over the water. So a tornadic waterspout versus the traditional waterspout that kind of just forms over water with a rain shower. So a little different setup with this one. I think the thunderstorm was rotating and produced a tornado, and that prompted the initial tornado warning. The waterspout may have moved onshore at that point and then may have likely dissipated.
Yeah. So guys, if there is any damage out there, to all of our viewers, send it in. You could tweet us, anything social media, use the hashtag @BeyondFor.
Yeah, we actually just heard
wanna
from
hear
one of our
from you.
coworkers who lives in Gentilly saying that the winds were hard enough to snap one of the flagpoles on the front of the homes.
Oh, wow.
And we've been getting reports on Twitter. I've been following people saying the winds are really, really hard in Lakeview and Gentilly, at least about 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, looking at that thunderstorm picture there, it's pretty intense. This is the original water spout that we were watching. That was likely the fairly large water spout, as you can see there. This one here, again, some of the mist on the ground, so you can see they're definitely dealing with, again, over the water in that picture there.
Dave, what do you do if you're driving over the causeway and you see that?
The best thing to do is let it pass in front of you. I mean,
Okay.
if this one is far enough away, so that you're probably going to go past it. It's
Sure.
straight off to the east of the Causeway Bridge. But the last thing you want to do is drive through this thing.
Yeah.
You know, the winds could be easily, 70, 80, 100 miles per hour potentially with that one. So if you're on the causeway and there is a tornado, I'm sure the Causeway Police would probably stop traffic at that point.
Sure.
But at least let it cross over the causeway if it was doing that, and then proceed after that. That's the safer and better thing to do, at least at this point. Now, we still have a tornado warning. We're still watching, guys, here for parts of the Metairie area. Not seeing near as much rotation with this. That's the area we're looking at, Metairie to the Old Jefferson area as well. Again, still seeing some rotation there with this storm, but have not had any reports of any kind of damage from this as well. I don't see any updates here from the Weather Service either at this time. So they still have that tornado warning for another 4 minutes here as it continues across the area. Obviously, the bigger issue, aside from tornadoes, the biggest issue is going to be some street flooding problems out there as well,
Dave,
too.
we're going to show some pictures
Yeah,
from
go
viewers
ahead.
now. Especially, it's getting so high. The neutral ground, we've seen pictures of them filling up with cars. Do not go on a street like this. Turn around, don't drown. Definitely remember that. And this is crazy flooding.
That's the thing. In several
New
different
Orleans.
neighborhoods, we're getting this. Just outside of our station on Rampart Street, we're seeing flooding as well. This is actually someone showing Toulouse and Rampart Street. So this is in the French Quarter. We've got reports of flooding. Gentilly, some in the CBD. We're seeing high water in several areas, as well as the Lower Garden District. You showed us a bad picture earlier. So keep sending these in so we can get a perspective on what's going on out there. This is our reporter Paul Murphy right now. He's trying to get his way into work and says that every road he turns down, this is what it looks like.
And when you do send this in, please tell us your locations. First canoe going by, definitely making better time than the cars. That is incredible. And if you do get stuck on these streets, do not drive fast. That just makes everything go as slow as you can if you have to be on that street.
Sure, and you see someone walking through the water now, you also have to be careful about that. You don't know how deep it is, you don't know what's under there.
Exactly.
And some of the water, even outside of our station, is pretty deep for you to be able to see what's down there.
And some of those manholes have popped up. And
Yes.
if you're
Right. Oh
walking
my
and you happen to
gosh.
encounter one of those,
Right.
you're going to go down. So just take that easy. By the way, tornado warning has been expired or canceled, so that's some good news. The tornado warning has
good.
expired. However, a flash flood warning in effect still until 10:45 for Orleans Parish, leading to all the street flooding you're seeing out there right now, and a flash flood warning in effect for Jefferson Parish till 11:45, with street flooding continuing as well. We picked up, ladies, about 3 to 6 inches of rain. Look at this.
Yeah,
This is on Basin Street.
Basin
and then
Street.
this is a live look right now. Look at how high that water is. And several of the images we've seen are of water already going into cars in some neighborhoods. We should let you know, if you can move to an area where you can park on the neutral ground, you should definitely be doing that at this point.
And these are some businesses that have already had drastic flooding in the past.
Let's hold with this for a second there. I know that looks like it may be a DOTD truck. Can't tell what that is. Obviously, flashing
Yeah,
lights.
or-
He's going up on the neutral ground, it looks like. But the water's in those businesses.
I was about to say,
It's
you
in
can
the
tell that
businesses.
it's in
So,
those businesses,
Even
right.
though this guy, I don't know if it's a city truck or not, kind
And
of
he's
working
going
its
too
way.
fast.
I mean, he's still producing a little wake.
And this
at
is just
Exactly.
past the Mahalia Jackson Theater, if you're not familiar with the area.
I-10 would be right behind us, right? That's a
Right.
sewage and water board truck right there.
Yeah.
He's going slow, trying not to produce a wake. He's doing best as he can, but you can see, though, just how deep the water is with the tires going by. Water's in those businesses right now. We are dealing with flooding issues. And ladies, the crazy thing is, this has nothing to do with what will be Tropical Storm Barry in the next 24 to 48 hours.
That's a good reminder for people. We have much more rain to come, which is unfortunate that we're seeing this much water that will already be on the ground. Dave.
And there is the potential, depending on where Barry goes, to give us 6 to 12 inches of rain. And now this is the metro area with the heavy rain. Some of you are like, Dave, it hasn't rained a drop in my house in weeks. Good, because we have a lot of rain coming, and it will rain a lot in your house coming up here in the next couple of days, all thanks to what will be Tropical Storm Barry, maybe even Hurricane Barry, as it works its way forward here. Now, right now, again, the tornado warning has expired, which is some good news in the Metairie area. Not seeing the rotation anymore, maybe some weak upper level rotation, that's it. But it was a water spout that may have come on into UNO's campus. According to UNO, it did go through part of the campus this morning. So we'll have to reach out to them, see if there was any damage reported by on campus there. That's being reported from UNO. They tweeted that out this morning. UNO's official Twitter site did say the tornado was there on their campus this morning as well. Heavy rain, not near as much lightning, thank goodness. At one point we had 450 or so strikes in 15 minutes. Now we're down to 82. That means the storm has weakened. However, it's still producing very heavy rain. What happens a lot of times, the top will collapse, and then we'll get the heavy rain working its way through the area here. So we're still watching all of this for you with the flash flooding ongoing. More heavy rain working its way down to the coast. And as mentioned, this has nothing to do yet with this system, this disturbance. We're calling it, or investigating the system here. Below the thunderstorm is part of the upper level part of the system, but not the surface part of it. That has actually yet to come here. And again, quick look at this here. And I think we have the governor coming up in a little bit, don't we, ladies? Just to give us a just give me a heads up when we do. But you can see here kind of the system working its way on into the Gulf waters here. Winds are at 30 miles per hour, moving west-southwest at 8, and pressure 1,011 millibars. And again, that is where it's located. But notice while the storms are well over here. Now, all of this rain is actually going to take this and it's going to pull it down into the Gulf of Mexico a little bit more. And that is what's going to help to make it a little bit more to the south, get it better organized. And you can see a large circulation around this, but not a tight closed one yet. That's what the hurricane hunters will look for a little later on in the day today as they fly not too far away from, of course, Biloxi, the base there coming on in. So they're going to be dealing with that as we go forward. Now, real quick, just to give you an update, we haven't talked about this in a couple of hours. Models here agree more or less on this track off to the southwest here, westerly track, but they kind of still break up a little bit as to where it may go. One outlier does have it pretty much over the River Bayou parishes, the rest of them Lafayette, Abbeville, Jennings area, and a few kind of Beaumont to Houston. They're still not out of the gun with that one. However, this does show a more of a westward track. That's good. It's not going over top of us. It's bad because that would potentially put the heavy rain threat right over our area, and that's exactly what I'm expecting to see here going forward. So looking at your 7-day forecast, 90 degrees for some of you today. Others won't get out of the 80s. 60% chance of storms later today, tomorrow. Say 80% chance. It all depends on the track. It's likely closer to 100% as we get to the weekend, especially there Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. That's when we really need to stay weather aware out there. I think the worst of it will actually occur more on Saturday and Sunday than Friday itself, so you still have roughly 3 full days to get any preps done, except for the coastal areas, maybe a little less than that, maybe a day and a half, 2 days for you. But just keep that in mind as we go forward here. We are going to continue watching all of this and more as we go on into really the rest of today and then heading forward here. So again, with that system, we're still watching that. Again, right now, this is a live look outside with the heavy rain continuing. Another batch coming on into town here. And again, there's that heavy rain still working its way through much of the area as well, too. Kind of displacing it from the city back to Wagaman, heading to the Luling area. This is just going to make the street flooding worse, ladies.
All right, Dave.
And there's some flooding in Treme that we want to show you. There's flooding all over the city, but we do have some video.
Yeah, and thank you guys for sending in your videos and pictures. It's giving us a better idea of what the city is looking like right now.
Wow,
again, this is Treme.
Completely covering the sidewalk.
Sure, you see that car, of course, trying to move out of the way so that it's not flooded. We've seen several cars already that have taken on water, as well as several businesses as well.
Like this, oh my gosh, look how deep that is. Turn around, don't drown.
That is a Jeep. Look at that. Look how high the water is on it.
Oh my goodness. And if you do for some reason have to go through, don't do that. Don't go so fast, because you're just pushing water into businesses, into other cars. Be respectful of others.
On Claiborne, getting right onto the I-10. We've
Headed towards Slidell. Wow.
Taking a look at the I-10 right now. This is I-10 at Bonneville, and traffic's not really moving. Of course, we wouldn't normally see delays still at 9 o'clock in the morning, but that's because there's so many impacts to roadways because of this. NOLA Ready, which you can follow on Twitter, is the city's emergency preparedness team. They've been tweeting out several road closures this morning and actually have a list of about 15 intersections that they're sending the NOPD out to put barricades up at.
And we're looking at some of your tweets. We really appreciate it. This is happening now on Camp Street in the Lower Garden District. Stay safe. Don't drive through here. And if you must, as we've been saying, drive slow, no wake.
Sure, this is on Dauphine in the Marigny. I mean, just high water all over the city this morning. And in that last image, we saw all the cars trying to get on the neutral ground. At this point, in some areas, that's not even an option anymore.
No, and most of the neutral grounds are full of cars already.
Yeah, and if you have just woken up and you're watching the TV, no matter what neighborhood you're in, you definitely want to go outside and check on your car this morning.
And here's a picture just to look out the window in the French Quarter.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean,
And as we mentioned, I mean, we haven't even seen I don't think it's a tropical storm, but the storm system Invest 92 that we're watching that could turn into Tropical Storm Barry or Hurricane Barry potentially. And this really isn't even from that.
Yeah, Dave was pointing that out to us, that as much rain as we're seeing this morning, we know we've been talking about a possible tropical development, so some people are probably confusing that with what's happening this morning.
Yes.
They're not related, guys. We are going to see a lot more water over the next few days, and especially once we figure out where that storm is headed. We're supposed to wait till this afternoon to even get more updates on that.
Do you want to read off some of those intersections?
Yeah, let's get to some of these closures. So North Carrollton Avenue at I-10, City Park Avenue at I-10, Marconi Drive and 610, St. Bernard Avenue at Florida Avenue, Paris Avenue and 610, and Gentilly Boulevard at 610 as well.
Broad Street, Florida Avenue, Franklin Avenue at I-10, Gentilly Boulevard, Chef Mentor Highway, Press Drive, Leon C. Simon Drive, Diamond Road at the Lakeshore Drive, General de Gaulle Drive, Woodland Drive, and General de Gaulle Drive at West Bank Expressway.
Yeah, so that covers Lakeview, Gentilly. We've got closures in the West Bank and Algiers as well. So make sure that you guys are aware this morning that no matter where you're trying to drive in the city, if you don't have to go, you really should turn back and go home this morning.
And I can't see the key. Let's see if our producers can tell us in our ear one more time what the blue dots are the reported flooding. Do we know what the red dots are? Street accidents. Everybody stay safe. If you don't need to be on the roads, do not go out.
Sure, and you can always head over to our website at wwltv.com for more information on all of this. There's so many street closures right now. This is one of those times it's not even beneficial to have a list. You should just try to avoid the roads if you can. We showed you what I-10 looks like this morning.
Because people don't want to get off. You probably can't get off anywhere.
Sure, and at this point, unfortunately, this was during the morning commute. People were probably already heading to work or dropping their kids off somewhere for the day. So we know that you guys were already on the roads, and we're wishing everyone the best who is out there because it is very dangerous right now.
And Dave, is it going to be steady rain all day long? Are we going to get a break in this system at all?
We will get a break a little later on. Just kind of looking at the latest precision cast model, trying to show what we're going to be dealing with here. And I think at least this morning we're dealing with the heavy rain threat coming on in, and then we are going to be dealing with a little break, excuse me, a little later on this morning. Right now, though, kind of want to show you what we have. This is from, let me back it up a little bit to closer time here. Let's go to, what is it, 9 o'clock now. You can see here again the heavy rain kind of tapering off maybe a little bit by lunchtime, and then we could still see some more scattered stuff as the day goes on. So we are dealing with at least the heavy stuff from early this morning and continuing through the afternoon hours. Let me go show you a little bit different model here, kind of a more high resolution model. This sometimes that helps to give us a little better perspective here, kind of updates more frequently. And we'll show you that on here. You can see where the rain is from early this morning. It does show it here at the 9 o'clock hour, kind of tapering off, and then we firing back up as we head maybe west of I-55, which would be good because they haven't had any rain yet. The rest of us have had rain a little later on, maybe some showers 2:30 in the afternoon, and then more scattered showers and storms kind of tapering off. Then tomorrow, look at that. This is the afternoon scattered storms. Continue looking at some rain heading on into Friday. Now, this is actually rain from what will be Barry coming on in. These bands of heavy rain coming off from the Gulf, and there's your heavy rain late Friday on into Friday night into Saturday. So we will be dealing with, again, quite a bit of rain coming forward here. So we do need to be prepared for that as we move forward on into a little later today. And then going on into, of course, the latest here with the upcoming weekend. So there is a flash flood watch in effect till 7 o'clock now, just issued by the Weather Service. We still have that flood warning for the Mississippi River here. That is because we're expecting a little bit of a surge to come on in. So still watching that as we get into Friday, Saturday time frame with that one there. So really a lot going on here with all these storms going on in. Still going to be watching this one here pretty closely. You're looking at the radar right now. Let me zoom back into you and just show you again some of the heavy rain coming on in. Obviously making the street flooding issues pretty rough out there for much of the region. Looks like maybe a back edge of the rain trying to come into Chalmette and New Orleans, and still pretty good rains from Metairie, Kenner, Wagaman, Harahan area, back toward River Ridge, Jefferson area as well too. Still watching again. Do have some of those flash flood warnings in effect again again, in Jefferson Parish till 11:45, and in Orleans Parish, at least the western edge of it, until 10:45 this morning. Ladies?
We do want to pass on some power outages. You're looking right here, 8,000 people in Jefferson without power, 9,600 in Orleans.
Wow, so we'll follow those outages from Entergy. And remember, at about 7 o'clock this morning, before this even got as bad as it is now, we were already following some power outages in the area. Those were supposed to be fixed at 8 o'clock.
There's also some in Harahan and in Algiers. So hopefully, and as we can see out there, it's hard to even get crews out to address this, because the streets just really aren't even safe to pass right now.
Sure, so we will be staying on top of this. We'll let you know as soon as Entergy gives us an update to let us know.
Let's take a live look to Basin again. Oh my gosh, look at that. Okay.
This is that live shot we were looking at just a few moments ago, telling you we could tell that water was in some of these businesses. Take a look now. Our photographer out there has found someone who can open the door and show us that water is going into these businesses on Basin Street.
I'm wondering if we can drop the banner there to where, oh wow. So it's definitely in the businesses.
Sure, and again, this is right down the street from the Mahalia Jackson Theater to give you guys more perspective on where this is. Look at how high that water is.
And that was a utility truck, but anybody else does not need to be out there because the wakes are just pushing more and more water into these businesses. And these are the same businesses that were hit hard a couple years ago in the historic floodings.
That's right. And we've seen this several times, unfortunately, since then. So we don't know how many times these businesses have taken on water in the past 2 years since the city has been dealing with these drainage issues. The crazy thing is we were already talking about drainage this morning with the Sewage and Water Board as we prepared for Invest 92 to move our way in a couple of days. Again, this is not related yet. So this is separate flooding. And as you can see, I like seeing the cars go through because you can get an idea of how high this water is. The Sewage and Water Board was saying that most of the city's drainage pumps are working. I believe there's only 2 that are out of service.
They said 118 working at the
out of
120.
And it's none of the main ones. So this is with our pump systems, according to Sewage and Water Board, working. And you can see how high this water is. So again, this is a live look right now at Basin Street.
And let's hear more from you. Remember, if you have anything that you want to share, any flooding, any damage from any of those water spouts or tornadoes that we heard were on the UNO campus, please just tweet us or send us a message on Facebook. Use that hashtag #BeyondFor so we can continue to get information out to you guys.
Sure, and if you are just joining us this morning, that is the big story. Dave was watching several tornado warnings earlier today. We do have confirmation of a water spout near UNO's campus. UNO did tweet out earlier this morning that that tornado was on campus. At that time, they were telling everyone to shelter in place. Since then, they've told everyone that they think it's fine, but we're getting tons of pictures in from the Gentilly area of people who saw that water spout. It was huge and really frightening.
And the sad thing is you always talk about the calm before the storm. There's no calm right now. The governor's speaking right now about the tropical system in the Gulf that we're watching, and this really is prior to that. That hasn't even
This is Dave.
come together.
That's right. This was supposed to be the day to prepare for what we'll find out Invest 92 will be, because no matter what happens, no matter which way it ends up heading, guys, we are going to get more rain from that. And this rain today is not related. It's only going to make things more saturated. We talked this morning also about Mississippi River levels. They were extremely high already. I know a lot of people were heading to work when this flooding started. Take a look at I-10 at Bonneville right now. We've been watching this live shot for several minutes, and I mean, it just looks terrible. I think that even people who would have stayed off the roads were already headed somewhere this morning when this happened.
Now they're just kind of stuck, and you don't want to get off on those side streets because we've seen how flooded and how dangerous it is.
Sure, and we've got word of about a dozen intersections where the NOPD and NOFD are putting up barricades this morning because of flooding. It's causing a lot of street closures.
And I'm sure there's several wrecks out there. Just be careful.
All right.
Drive slow. And here's more pictures sent in this one by Darren Darby of that water spout.
This person was outside of UNO sending in this video.
It looks like maybe they're in a classroom.
Yeah, and you know UNO is right there on the lake, so this is why we can see that water spout there. And Dave was saying...
I'm telling you, if I was driving on the causeway and saw that, I would have a heart attack.
Absolutely frightening.
Wow. Thank you so much, Darren, for sending that in. And I'm wondering, we talked about this earlier, we've seen a water spout from so many different angles that we're confused as to, was there just this one massive?
Right.
Or were there 10 or 12 of them?
Sure, yeah, we are getting a lot of images. Thank you guys for sending those all from different directions.
When you do send them in, please tell us exactly your location and which direction you're facing so we can kind of try to piece it together.
Sure. This is at Poydras and LaSalle. I mean, we're really watching video from several neighborhoods of flooding, of really high water around the area this morning.
I know a lot of times you think I'm parked in a parking garage, I'm fine. Well, look at this one.
Sure. And if you were on RTA this morning, they had to stop all the streetcars and buses because of street flooding. They said they were just at a standstill, just like those cars that we saw on the interstate and many that were watching on the streets.
And you just saw how fast that car was driving. If you have to be on the road, drive slow at a crawl, because you're just pushing more water into people's homes, into people's cars, into people's businesses. So please be cognizant of that.
Sure, and be aware that we could get more rain over the next few days, so this is really just the beginning of it. The city did suspend parking restrictions so that you could park on the neutral ground. I mean, the video we've been seeing, a lot of the neutral grounds are covered with water.
This is even Metairie Road, and you can see kind of the weight coming off that car, just how much water's there.
And thankfully, this is one of the better neighborhoods we've seen.
Yeah.
Paul Murphy is now on I-10 approaching downtown New Orleans. He's saying it's bumper to bumper because, as we were telling you, many of the exit ramps are closed due to street flooding. So where you're trying to go, you may not be able to reach even if you want to because of the water.
And I'm not sure where this is, but it looks like it's inside of Planet Fitness, maybe. Or is that inside a bus?
It looks like a bus.
It's a bus, I'm sorry. I saw the purple and gold and thought Planet Fitness.
That's okay. We were
Wow.
just saying RTA tweeted that the buses and streetcars were at a standstill, so we're not exactly sure where this one is.
Yeah,
but you
Caitlin,
see the
thank you.
person actually putting her feet up so that they don't get wet. Wow. And you know how many steps you have to go up to get in a bus? We'll try to find out where that exactly is
St.
happening for
Claude
you guys.
Avenue or area, you could see the fire hydrant, how far up the water was on that.
And again, you can tell that the water's gone into the homes and businesses in that area.
And as we mentioned before, don't walk in the street. That is not safe. I know you want to get out there in your rain boots and tell us exactly how deep it is, but just be careful because you don't know what's under that water.
No, you don't know what's under it or what's in there.
Oh, wow.
This is the Marigny flooding this morning. Guys, keep these coming in because it's giving us a better idea of where this flooding is.
Yeah.
And right now it's so widespread from the Marigny to Lakeview to Old Metairie.
And these cars parked on the street, we do want to remind you that if you can find a spot on the neutral ground now, that is okay right now. Those parking
wow.
restrictions have been lifted.
That was someone saying water's already in the house. This is Broadmoor. We haven't seen pictures from Broadmoor on air yet this morning that's saying that the street there is inaccessible. They say it never floods here. One of their neighbors says this is the worst she's seen since Katrina.
Oh my goodness.
Look
Yeah,
at
if
how
it's
high.
flooding in areas that don't normally flood, we're in for a heck of a weekend.
Yeah, and we've kind of seen that over the past 2 years, right? Every time, especially when we had that historic flooding in some of the areas that we're showing this morning, we heard people saying we didn't even flood for Katrina, right? But we've been flooding since the Sewage and Water Board issues came up. But again, the Sewage and Water Board confirmed to us just in the past day or two that 118 out of 120 pumps were working. So as far as we know, this is with our drainage system working that we're seeing this flooding.
As far as we know, we'll have to go back and make sure that all those pumps really were working. But
Sure.
yes.
This is that image in the Lower Garden District with all of the cars parked on the neutral ground, but you
And
can
there's
see the
still-
water getting up there anyway.
Wow. All right, and it doesn't look like we're getting any break in the rain anytime soon either.
No. Dave, are you over there?
I am. Let me kind of reset here real quick, but yeah, I can help you out here. And unfortunately, we are looking at, again, more of that rain. Take a live look right now, and you'll see here. It's still mainly on the South Shore. North Shore is probably going, what are you guys talking about? It's not raining up here, other than a couple light showers. Well, you'll get your chance of rain sooner than you really want to as we get into, not necessarily later today, but maybe Thursday for sure, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday with what will be our tropical system. That's the crazy thing about this. This has nothing to do with what we're going to get with the impending likely tropical storm Barry as we head into the end of the week and into the weekend. This is just part of a bigger part of what that system is. And you'll see here, heavy rain and storms continuing to move over the same area called training when this happens. This happens, of course, more often than we like to see here in town. One thing I've noticed here in a little last while, lightning is starting to intensify a little bit, which means we're seeing more lightning strikes, which means these storms are not dissipating in the near future. So with that in mind, we do have the back edge of it coming into the city here, but slowly working its way through Upper Jefferson Parish, heading to St. Charles Parish as well, too. So street flooding issues will likely continue across the metro area. Flash flood warnings are in effect for Orleans Parish till 10:45 and all Jefferson Parish until 11:45 this morning. So we are going to continue seeing that flooding lasting a little while longer. Right now you can see the heart of Metairie, some lighter rain here, but heavier rain River Ridge, Harahan, Elmwood area, Bridge City, Wagaman, Carrollton, Old Jefferson area, back over toward the Parish line, Lakeview area, Mid-City area, Uptown area. CBD is starting to get a little bit lighter rain. I don't hear it as loud here on the rooftop here in the French Quarter. Back over toward the West Bank, Marrero, Westwego area, heading over toward Bridge City. More heavy rain continues for your area as well, too. So if you come and encounter some flooded streets, please do not drive through them. We saw already earlier on Basin Street, Orleans Avenue area, that we do have some of that water actually coming into the businesses there, and you drive a truck down that, it's going to push water into those systems, buildings. Now, unfortunately, don't have a lot of rotation anymore. We did have a large water spout earlier, had some rotation in Metairie. Fortunately, that has kind of dissipated. That water spout, according to UNO's tweet, did say it did work its way onto campus there, likely before dissipating. So a pretty impressive tornadic water spout earlier this morning. We had some strong rotation showing up on the radar, which prompted the tornado warning just before 8 o'clock this morning. We've been on air ever since. Now, we continue looking at actually, that was before 8 o'clock this morning, so for the last 2 hours. Still looking at, again, a lot of heavy rain still, and there's areas that are prone to street flooding. They're likely going to flood if you can park on the neutral ground. Best thing for you to do right now. Lightning strike counter is coming up. It was over 400 strikes in 15 minutes. It dropped down to less than 100. Now it's back up to 168, so we are starting to see a little more lightning showing up here on a lightning tracker. And that is worth watching because we will continue to see here some of these storms producing more heavy rain. Heavy rain continues to the south and not as bad. Thibodeau, Race, and Houma area back into Chauvin. Still some more rain going on into parts of the Jean Lafitte area, La Rose, Galliano. Grand Isle have had heavy rain all day. More of it continues out there too. And still some pretty good rain near Port Sulphur area, and more of it continues to come on in. This is actually part of a huge circulation. Notice a big circulation. There's an upper level low here, and then we have a surface low trying to form behind it. So eventually the upper level low is here, the surface low comes underneath it, they match up, and that's when we have our tropical system. We're waiting for that to happen. That should happen later today because that surface low is going to work its way here south of Panama City toward the upper level low, and then right now it's just a large circulation, but it'll kind of tighten up a little bit and become a little bit more organized. However, that upper level system is bringing us that rain we're dealing with out there this morning. There is a risk of severe weather. We talked about it earlier this morning, level 1 marginal risk for tornadoes, and we did have that one tornadic water spout earlier in the day today as well too. So there's the latest with Invest 92. We'll continue tracking this one here, and looks like we will be dealing with more of that rain coming back into play this afternoon, although this might be more to the west of us, but we'll definitely watch that. Ladies?
All right, Dave, it's all about the street flooding right now.
Wow.
We want to take you to I-10 at Basin Street, so right by Basin and Claiborne. We showed you this from another angle earlier. Look at how high the water is here. Several cars stranded in this area. It looks terrible. This is right under the I-10.
And even look at the fire truck. That just shows you how deep it is. I'm not sure if they're there helping or if they're stuck as well. I guess they're there helping, but look at all these people just stuck.
Yeah, they're out there to help those stranded cars.
Man, it's probably smart to kind of pull up there underneath the bridge to higher ground and not try to keep going because, once again, turn around, don't drown. And the mayor did tweet out that City Hall is closed. All non-essential employees, please stay home. But as Sheba, you mentioned, a lot of people were already headed to work and kind of got caught in this.
Sure, this is why the NOFD is out here right now helping stranded drivers who were probably trying to make their way onto I-10 during the morning commute and got caught in this flood water or took a turn not realizing how deep the water is.
Wow.
So again, this is at Basin and Claiborne right underneath the I-10, several stranded cars there. You're watching all of this and wondering, I'm sure, if the pumps are working this morning. So we did have our team check with the Sewerage and Water Board.
Once again.
Yeah, they're saying that 118 out of 120 pumps are working. They said that based on the preliminary data from this morning, there was a lot of rain. They say the city got 6 inches of rain, but they're saying there were no issues. They were fully staffed and that everything is operational. And they're also saying that the agency will go on as planned for the upcoming storms this week.
Dave, can you confirm, is 6 inches, does that sound about accurate?
Yeah, I'd say just based off of Doppler radar estimates, that's very much likely. I can see if I can find some WeatherLink 4 sites, but yeah, that makes total sense. A lot of that happened in about a 2-hour period.
And I was going to ask, how does that compare to the historic flooding that we saw in Tremay throughout the last year? 6 inches in 2 hours. Was it more than that?
It's pretty close. I mean, we got at that point, let's see here.
And we just saw that fire truck even having problems maneuvering in this deep water.
And this is a live look from another angle on Basin Street.
Wow, that
If,
Jeep is.
let me see if I can pull this up real
Wow.
quick for you guys.
Over the
I've got
wheel wells.
over at the World War II Museum, so we know where that's located
Sure.
here in town, 5.38 inches of rain.
Wow, okay.
So that's pretty impressive with that one there. Let me see if I can find some more rainfall totals. But yeah, definitely quite impressive. And again, I just want to reiterate that this is nothing yet to what's it's coming.
I know, that's so unfortunate.
And we can be a lot more than this as we go forward here.
And guys, if you're watching this at home, the NOFD already has their hands full trying to assist people who got stuck in the morning commute. So don't go out there and give them more people to have to rescue.
Sure. They also have several intersections where they were told to go put up barricades to stop people from getting on and off the interstate in certain places. And again, this is on Basin Street. The difficult part about this is, right, everything's flooded on Basin. If you would have turned on Claiborne, if you were trying to get to the I-10, so that's probably why a lot of these people are stranded. It's not like you could have turned off of Basin and found a way that wasn't flooded there. And again, this is right down the street from the Mahalia Jackson Theater, if you're not familiar with that area.
And that RV, the water's up over the wheel wells.
And you still have cars coming through that intersection.
Yeah, I don't understand that. Pull over.
Yeah, the hard thing is once you turn on Basin right there, you don't see any area that's not flooded within our view, right? You couldn't turn right and go to I-10. If you keep going down Basin Street, we still see flooding in that intersection where those cars are stranded.
A lot of people might say, I live on the North Shore, I'm just going to leave, but as you can see, you can't even get to the interstate here.
Yeah, so we'll continue to watch this. And again, this is not, we're showing this area. This is one of our photographers. This is some of the worst and highest water we've seen this morning. But we are getting flooding pictures in from Lakeview to Gentilly to the Lower Garden District. And again, many people saying, as we've seen over the past few years, this is flooding in areas I've never seen flooding before. I didn't see flooding in Katrina, and I see flooding now, is what we're hearing from a lot of people this morning.
And the power outages continue to grow. 10,000 customers in Orleans Parish now without power. And as you can see, it's hard. We've seen a lot of power trucks come through, but it's hard for them to actually go out and address these issues because it's so dangerous out there right now.
Yeah, and again, obviously, you shouldn't be trying to drive this morning. We were talking with April about accidents. She says she's actually not seeing a ton of accidents. What she's seeing is those exit ramps closed and streets closed because they know there's so much flooding. They're trying to stop cars from going that way. It's obvious that you wouldn't want to go get on an RTA bus right now, but we should let you know they are at a standstill, streetcars and buses, so that's not an option. We actually had video earlier of water coming into one of the buses, right? A woman had to lift her legs off the ground so she didn't get wet. We're not sure where that bus is. We're still working to confirm that. And this is a live look at I-10.
Yeah, you could see, is that coming towards the city? Oh, this is at Orleans.
I-10 at Orleans, and we showed I-10 at Bonneville earlier. This is what the interstate looks like. It's just a standstill.
It's pretty much the safest place to be, but yeah, I mean, where are you going?
Yeah, you're probably trying to get off, and the sad thing is several of those exit ramps are closed. I know at Esplanade, we were saying earlier, that one is closed as well.
And we did want to mention Mayor LaToya Cantrell has been tweeting, and once again, City Hall is closed. All non-essential employees stay home.
All right, so keep sending us your videos and pictures to WWLTV using the hashtag #BeOn4. We have reporters across the city as well working on this. Our Jacqueline Quinn is in Mid-City this morning, and she sent us this video. Take a look.
I'm here in Mid-City, and I'll show you what it looks like. You know, even I had a problem getting out this morning. So this is in Mid-City. Where I am is, this is Ulloa and Carrollton, but specifically right here, this is Hennessy. You know, it's close to those streets there. Everything's flooded, so people are having a hard time moving around. You can see that, you know, there's not a lot of traffic. Right now, it would be busy. People would be turning down the street right now. It's very close to I-10 out here, and I can't really make it out here very far because, you know, there's a lot of that flooding that I'm talking about, and it's raining pretty hard. But I do want to show you a little bit of what it looks like here in my neighborhood. So I can't even get into work right now, as maybe some of you are having that issue right now. There is a lot of water here. If I'm walking, it's probably like maybe a foot in some places at this point, so really hard to get around. You're gonna see the trash cans start lifting and you know, falling over, and then some of these cars They may be taking on water in just a little bit here, but obviously this has been happening now for an hour or so, or even more. Very strong rains moving through this area right now. This is an area that floods often. You know, it just has issues here, so it isn't a surprise, but you know, you're just seeing here how much water has collected, and then it takes some time to also go down at this point. But you know, this street doesn't look so bad, but definitely the issue is beyond the street. Here you can look at this truck and you can see how high it's coming up right now. So you definitely want something lifted. It looks like, you know, a truck, not exactly a sedan if you're coming into this neighborhood. And folks right now are just finding it very hard to get around this area. But, you know, while we had those warnings and everything, we saw some, I would say, strong winds, but really the issue for us out here is all of this water, all of this rain. So you definitely want one of those trucks or an SUV like that to get through. I found it really hard to get out. And I couldn't make it very far. In fact, the farther you get, you know, you see the other problem areas. If you turn out of this neighborhood, then you end up going perhaps onto 2-lane to get down to the downtown areas, and there is a lot of water. So you really can't get around. I mean, you may be able to get out of this neighborhood, but then where are you going? And then another problem spot, and I can't get to it again because of all the water, is the underpass by I-10 in Carrollton. It's taking on some water. I would imagine that that's blocked off now, so you want to be aware of that. Again, I'm really sorry that this has been sideways. My phone's wet, and I keep on trying to get it like from the start when we were broadcasting. It just doesn't do that turn like it's supposed to as far as Facebook Live, so I do apologize for that. But this is what it looks like right now in the Mid-City area where I'm at. This is Hennessy near Carrollton and Ulloa. It's a problem spot. It does this a lot when there's a lot of rain. So we're seeing a pretty good amount of flooding out here. A lot of the sedans, you know, it's hard for them. Luckily, no stalled cars yet. You know, it's very quiet right now, and I can tell because, well, you don't see a lot of cars out here, but I think a lot of people are aware. You're seeing this all over Facebook, news media, that you can't get around. So even if you can leave for some short distance, you know, it's really hard to get around right now with all the areas that have a lot of flooding going on. All right, well, this is just a quick update. I'm also trying to see how far I can get. Like I said earlier, I was trying to make it to work, but some of the issues I ran into was just turning down on other streets to get to work. I know a lot of my other colleagues are stuck in traffic just getting to work. So I hope wherever you guys are, just be very careful and be aware that there's a lot of water, there's a lot of flooding in areas. And then we have a couple warnings. I believe there was a tornado warning, but you can definitely check our station, Channel 4, WWLTV.com online, whatever service you're getting, to see what's happening around where you guys are.
Jacqueline Quinn, thank you very, very much. And we saw some of the cars just speeding by. Once again, don't go on the streets if you don't need to. And if for some reason you happen to have to go through, drive slow. It's against the law, and it's just so rude. You're pushing those into parked cars. You're pushing water into homes and businesses. So make sure you're very careful out there.
Sure, and Jacqueline was showing us flooding in Mid-City, but we've seen flooding in Gentilly, the Lower Garden District, several other areas this morning. We even had a water spout earlier that we were watching near UNO's campus. Let's get over to Dave for a recap of what's happened this morning and how much water we've seen, Dave.
Quite a bit out there. Take a look at some of our WeatherLink 4 totals. World War II Museum, not too far away from here, of course. You can see 5.41 inches of rain. A lot of that fell in about a 2-hour window. Academy of Sacred Heart, look at that, 4.12 inches. And Metairie, that has really ticked up. That's up to 3 inches, just about, I want to say, 15 minutes ago, it was just over 2 inches. So very heavy rain falling there. St. Christopher School, that's not too far away from Cleary, as well as Airline Highway this hour. So definitely heavy rain continues to fall across the region. You'll see here that first initial batch, the heaviest rain now moving to the east. So now St. Charles Parish, you guys are in the gun. Same for over toward the St. John Parish area as well, too. And it does spread its way all the way down to the coastline. North Shore, you guys haven't had anything yet, but that's a good thing because we have a lot of heavy rain coming in the next couple of days. Right now, you can see the kind of the back edge of the heaviest rain work its way on in toward the parish line, heading over to Metairie, Wagamin, over towards, say, River Ridge, Harahan area. Did see a storm report of water getting into businesses in Harahan right by Jeff Highway there. So keep that in mind. Some of those areas are really prone to flooding anytime we get heavy rain there. More of this continuing on in toward the Kenner area and then spreading on into St. Charles Parish as well. As you can see here, we are looking at it into Norco, heading onto Airline Highway 310, Interstate 10 toward the Spillway, eventually toward the LaPlace area as well. So we're going to continue looking at that. Still strong, heavy downpours coming on in. Could lead to some street flooding issues. Hopefully the pumps are up and running. They should be already because we've got to that amount of rain we've seen. So we are looking at more of that rain. So we do have, it says flash flood warning, but these are now flash flood emergencies. Now, you don't hear the term emergency very often. You only hear that when we are dealing with existing flooding issues. And clearly, we just showed you from Jacqueline's live look there to other photos around town. When you have the street flooding is ongoing. That transitions it from a warning to what's happening to, hey, we really have it. It's now an emergency. So flash flood emergencies are currently going on right now for Orleans Parish, the western edge of that, and also Jefferson Parish, the upper part of that one. This goes until from 10:45 to 11:45 this morning. So we are going to continue seeing this continuing across much of that area. Right now, we are looking at the heavy rain there from basically Causeway back toward Kenner and through much of the upper part of Jefferson Parish, heading on into St. Charles Parish as well.
And Dave,
now
the
we do have
flash flood warning in Jefferson Parish
emergency now.
It's until when?
Until 11:45 this morning.
Okay.
And I know we have Mike Yenny we're going to talk to, correct?
We have Jefferson Parish President Mike Yenny joining us by phone. Mr. Yenny, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, we hear you guys are seeing tons of street flooding as well. Kind of give us a picture of what you're seeing this morning.
Yeah, I mean, basically, areas in Harahan, Old Metairie got probably 5, maybe 5.5 inches of rain in the past 2 hours right now. Jefferson Highway to LeBar Road is an issue. LeBar Road to Jefferson Highway, I should say, is certainly an issue. On the West Bank, Lafayette Avenue and West Bank Expressway, UEP Long, and all the way to the Mississippi River levees is certainly an issue. I'll tell you that of our 80,400 catch basins across the parish, since January 1, we've cleaned out over 5,800 of them. In the last few days, we've cleaned over 1,000, so we're at about 6,800. We have 187 pumps that are pumping right now. Actually, we have 186. We have one pump that is down for routine repair, which should be up in the next few days. It's a small pump at our Elmwood pump station. And, of course, all of our 69 pump stations are either manned or fully automated. And, of course, in Old Metairie, as I mentioned, we got about 5 to 5.5 inches of rain. In Old Jefferson, 4 inches of rain, and 3 inches in River Ridge. And these are about 20 to 30 minutes old. So that means, based on what y'all have seen over the past few minutes, we could have had more. But our drainage department is going to have their 9 Vector trucks out, continuing to clean out catch basins. We're going to do everything we can on our end to get the water from the street to the canals and pump it out as quickly as we can.
Sounds like you guys have a plan. Thank you so very much. We're not getting a lot of viewer pictures and videos from Jefferson Parish, so if you're watching at home and you're from Jefferson, be sure to tweet them with the hashtag #BeyondForce so we can show them. And Mr. Yenny, of course, City Hall is closed in downtown New Orleans. Is that the same case in Jefferson Parish? What are the city offices?
At this point, no. We're open. At a certain point, we may reduce to only our essential personnel, but at this point, we're open. What I don't want to do right now, because I'm looking out of my window at the Yenny building in Clearview, is taking some water and there's traffic. I don't want to flood the streets right now with our employees. The winds are real high, so at a certain point, we're certainly going to look at that. And like you said, we do have a plan. I say Jefferson Parish probably has the best standard operating plan, but I've never in my 21 years of government ever seen a standard operating storm. So we just do everything we can to adjust and adapt to what comes our way and to restore everything and recover as quickly as possible.
What about power outages in your area?
You know, I haven't pulled up my outage map yet because I've been getting the street flooding reports yet. So I'm sure there probably are some with all the lightning strikes and everything else that's been going on.
Actually, our producer just told us 7,000.
Okay, I knew earlier this morning it was only about 1,200, but I knew that went up. And you know, we're getting some high winds. So we know with those high winds and the trees we have throughout all of Jefferson Parish, that's certainly going to knock out some areas. I'm seeing that y'all have it on TV right now, and obviously Entergy will restore that as quickly as possible. We just ask people to be patient because as they can't get through traffic or traffic is caused because of flooding, it takes Entergy a longer time to be able to disperse their crews out to try to handle those issues.
And have you heard of any flooding inside homes and businesses? We're already seeing some of that in Orleans parishes. I know you guys have street flooding. Have you gotten reports of it being inside of any buildings?
We have not had any reports of that as of yet that have come through my office. I know our drainage department is monitoring it. I talked to my drainage director about Mitch Terrio about 30 minutes ago, and I had not heard any. But obviously, with the amount of rain we got in Old Metairie, I know that, and we're almost close to a fix. But like Metairie Cafe and Alger Haley's Barbershop and those areas on that section of Metairie Road by the railroad tracks, that's always an area prone to flooding. Over the past few events, they haven't had an issue, but that last one we had where we got almost 6 inches of rain in that area, they did have some structure flooding in that area in those shops and businesses. You know, we have fixes on the way. We've got some great investments in District 5 to put new pump stations in along the 17th Street Canal, mini pump stations that will help drain those areas. They're all in the design phase right now, and they're funded to go through. Councilman Ben Rankin has been working very hard with my office to do that because that is certainly it needs to be a big fix. Pontiff Playground is fully operational and running. I know we've had some calls because the water is high in the streets where people have said Pontiff Playground must not be on because we have pumps to flood the playground to alleviate the stress there. Every pump at Pontiff is working at this point, so we're draining that. Once the playground fills up, it'll take time to get that water out. We've never had the playground completely submerged, but on a day like today, with the amount of rain we're going to get, who knows what can happen. All
right, Jefferson Parish President Mike Kinney, thank you so much for joining us with those updates, and please call us back if anything else develops. We need to get over to Dave Nussbaum now. We're following some breaking news regarding Invest 92.
Yes, the National Hurricane Center has now indicated this potential tropical cyclone number 2. This officially goes into effect at 10 o'clock, but I can show it to you right now. Basically what they're waiting on here is for the system to develop itself. It's starting to get a little better circulation to this, but now they've issued a potential forecast likely becoming a tropical depression later today all the way through tomorrow morning. They becoming a tropical storm as we head into Thursday night around 7 o'clock, maintaining a tropical storm status and becoming a Category 1 hurricane, fairly strong one with 85-mile-per-hour winds. Saturday morning at 7 a.m. just off our coastline with a possible landfall here. They're taking this over toward the west over parts of, say, Cameron Parish there near the Lake Charles area. This would be right around, say, Saturday night into Sunday midnight time frame with that landfall going in there. So Saturday night into Sunday morning, that's when the landfall would be as a Category 1 hurricane and continuing on its track here toward the Shreveport area and eventually on into part of Texas, weakening there. But this is the latest now, a potential tropical cyclone. This is a new product issued a couple of years ago by the National Hurricane Center. What this does is it allows emergency management officials to get things going sooner than the storm has actually developed. Because if you wait till it develops, you may be running out of too little time to get the proper necessities done. The people out if they need to get out, the a National Guard activated, and any kind of emergency money is needed to help get things going. This is what we're waiting for with this. So when they issue this, that immediately allows them to start acting. So here across South Louisiana, we now have this potential tropical cyclone. Notice New Orleans is not in the cone, but notice the cone gets very wide as we get on into just beyond Friday. It does stretch from New Orleans all the way back into Houston, Texas and beyond. So we are looking at there again a fairly large, what could be a change in error with this. That's because the forecast models are spread out that much. The middle of the line with this which again you can't follow, but I just drew it on here to show you that it does take it over Cameron Parish, heading into Lake Charles area up towards Shreveport as a likely Category 1 hurricane, 85 miles per hour. That's a high-end Category 1. As we get into around 90 or so, that's Category 2 hurricane. So it's likely going to become a hurricane, making landfall to the west. Now, if it does take more of that westward track, that is fantastic news for us here in New Orleans. Basically, what that means is the heaviest rains will be kind of more to the west. We will still get some heavy rain. It gets 6 to 12 inches of it, but we will see more of it kind of working its way here, maybe farther to the western part of the state. Not good news for them, but it may be a little better news for us. However, you notice that cone. You can't just look at the middle line. We say this every year, and I know some of you are going, yeah, I know. But please, you have to look at the entire thing because the system has yet to develop. This will likely change over the course of the next couple of days here, so be sure to keep it tuned here, our Facebook page, our Twitter sites, my pages, meteorologist Dave Nussbaum. If you don't follow me there, please do so now. I post all kinds of great information and updates there, and I'll continue to do so, of course, as well. But this is definitely what we're looking at. A potential tropical cyclone is what they're calling this, and basically a potential tropical system. And then cyclone is just another term to talk about low pressure. That's what cyclone means. So we are going to continue seeing this becoming a depression later today. By tonight, it looks like maintaining a depression status through tomorrow morning. So when I talk to you in the morning show, we still have a tropical depression. By the afternoon, evening, become a tropical storm Barry, continuing as a tropical storm through Friday morning, and then by Saturday morning, somewhere between Friday night and Saturday morning, becoming a Category 1 hurricane and working its way on into, at least at this point, areas west of New Orleans for a direct landfall. However, you cannot, remember, just look at the direct where it's going to be. This is going to be a widespread rain event for much of Louisiana, into parts of South Mississippi as well, too. Still looking at the threat for potentially 6 to 12 inches of rain. A storm surge here, likely as well. We'll start seeing maybe advisories issued, tropical storm warnings should be issued. I haven't seen yet, but they'll probably be coming out here at 10 o'clock when the advisory goes into effect here. We could likely have tropical storm warnings in effect for South Louisiana, so do be prepared for that here going forward, and hurricane warnings and watches up for our coastline, especially from Morgan City all the way back to about Sabine River, heading to potentially all the way into the Houston, Texas area as well, too. So again, this could easily change direction the way it looks, but notice that they really I-55 westward all the way to about Houston, Columbus, Texas. That is where we are looking at that cone right now of uncertainty, if you will. But we need to be prepared that even though it may not directly go over top of us, which is good news, the effects of it being on that wet side, or they call it the dirty side of the storm, we are there. So all this rain will be heading up our way, and we're talking about some very heavy rain potentially coming from this. This is yet to come. And what we have out there right now, a different story with the heavy downpours continue to work their way through the area this morning. As you can see, some of the rain totals, World War II Museum, 5.4 inches, 4.12 at the Academy of Sacred Heart, of course, and St. Christopher School in Metairie there, 3.24 inches, not too far away from the parish president Yenny was talking about where they had the flooding Metairie Road area there. So again, that's why we do have some of the flooding issues there. Still some heavy rain, still working its way, out of the metro New Orleans area. Some light rain here. Metairie, and Causeway Boulevard, some lighter rain, which is good because that's where a lot of that flooding was talking about. Still working its way through Wagaman, heading toward Kenner, River Ridge, Harahan, spreading into St. Charles Parish now. So St. Charles Parish, you are dealing with some heavy rain out there as well. Norco area back toward Luling, Parody area as well, heading over toward eventually Laplace and St. John Parish. Heavy rain going on into parts of the spillway at this point. So that area is dealing with, again, some of the heaviest rain coming on in. Still, by all means, Kenner area back down to the southern part of Kenner, crossing the river on into Wagaman, Bridge City area. Heavy downpours continue for you at this point. Flash flood emergencies are currently in effect, 11:45 for Jefferson Parish, the upper part of the parish, and also flash flood emergency till 10:45 for Orleans Parish here, as we are dealing with, again, widespread street flooding in both parishes as it continues out here this morning. Again, the back edge of the heavy rain here is Causeway Boulevard, kind of from Causeway westward to where it is. River Ridge, Harahan area, Bridge City back to Kenner. That is where we're looking at it, but fortunately the rain is moving moving a little faster clip than it has all morning. That's great news. Taking the lightning with it as well. You can kind of see there, at least it'll be coming to an end fairly quickly in the next, say, 15, 20 minutes for you. And then improving weather for the rest of us here as to try to get those pumps to catch up with all the heavy rain that we currently have out there too. I do want to add that lightning strikes count is down 139. It was over 400 at one point this morning. More heavy rain continues to spread its way from Jean Lafitte, Raceland, Holmdel, La Rose, Galliano, Chauvin area back down to Grand Isle. More heavy rain for you as well. And this is all actually indirectly tied in with that system. So Invest 92, where that disturbance kind of spinning around here, upper level low out ahead of it, that's what's helping to give us that heavy rain this morning. So this does not have anything to do with what we're going to be getting as we move forward here on into a little later on this week. So we are still looking at the potential there for the system to continue across the area. Let me zip back here real quick and show you again. We now have a potential tropical cyclone number 2, which is going to become eventually Hurricane Barry. I talked about that earlier. My thought was it could become a hurricane, and indeed that is what we're expecting out there. Winds currently of 30. It's not yet a depression yet. It sits about 170 miles east-southeast of the mouth of the Mississippi River. Kind of give you an idea where that is. And again, staying a depression later this afternoon into tomorrow morning. Then during the day tomorrow, becoming Tropical Storm Barry, continuing as a tropical storm, but continuing to strengthen. Now, this track, again, as far north as Louisiana coastline, but if it stays over the warm waters, which are around 89 degrees, it will be quickly strengthening into a Category 1 hurricane by some point between Friday morning and Saturday morning, and then working its way inland over southwest Louisiana, heading its way northward towards Shreveport and beyond, possibly coming close to being a Category 2 hurricane. This point, landfall west of us, but that doesn't mean we're in the clear. We're still have to deal with some very, very heavy rain with this system.
Dave, thank you very much. Back to the storm system that we've seen today. UNO police have confirmed that a tornado did not touch down on campus. There is no damage there. I think what happened was they saw the water spout, and depending on where you are on campus, you probably think it's on land, but I think it was probably still in water.
Sure, and if you were in UNO's dorms or right at the back of the campus, of course, this is right next to the lake, so the pictures we were getting in those images are right on the lake, right near the campus, but again, that tornado did not touch down on campus.
Fortunately, no damage.
All right, well, we've been watching flooding all across the area this morning. Right now, we want to check in with our Megan Key. She's at Esplanade and Rampart, and a ton of water there as well, Megan.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, it's definitely been a wet morning today. And here in the French Quarter, we've been seeing a lot of flooding ever since the rain really started coming down heavy at around 6:30. So it's been raining for hours. Right now, as you can tell, it's drizzling a little bit, but the water is starting to recede a bit here in the French Quarter. We know that all around our area, Metairie, other parts of Jefferson Parish, Uptown, pretty much everywhere has been impacted by this flooding from these heavy storms that we've seen. And we know that this isn't even Invest 92, excuse me. This is just a storm that came and we're just seeing all of this rain. We know that earlier today, the Mississippi River here in New Orleans was at around 16 feet. It's now at 16.09 feet. So you can just tell just that hour of some strong storms caused the river to come up a bit, some inches since this morning. Now, I do want to speak with Wayne Wilkinson. He's been owning this business here in the French Quarter. You said 16 years now?
I've been here at French Quarter Realty for 19 years. I work here. I'm not an owner, but I work here.
Okay, and you told me you've never seen it this bad in the French Quarter with flooding.
No, in the 35 years I've lived in the French Quarter, I've never seen it like this. It was earlier this morning. It was about 3 or 4 feet high, and it subsided quite a bit, which hopefully means the pumps are working. And but I've never seen anything like this, especially on this side of the French Quarter. It's usually worse on that side, but I've never seen it like this before.
And you parked your car on the neutral ground, but the water was up really high.
Yeah, it was up to about 3 feet out here in the street, so I pulled it up over on the neutral ground, and it's been okay right there, you know. And so I'm just hoping it doesn't start raining again.
And a little earlier, I saw you helping someone out. Were you trying to help them with their car?
Yes, it was another lady at Wordsworth. Her car had been pretty much flooded, you know, but she got into it, was able to drive it over to a safe area. And but it's really pretty bad. You know, I'm just hoping it's not real bad all over the city, but I suspect it is. You know.
And have you seen any flooding in your building?
No flooding inside the building, which is good. I'm grateful for that.
Okay. Well, thank you for talking with us, Wayne. I appreciate it. We're going to show you a little bit more of the flooding that we're seeing here on this street. And I think a little bit earlier, as you see that dip,
brought me a little deep into the water. But as you can tell, there's cars parked on the neutral ground. Those parking restrictions are off limits now. People are able to park on the sidewalks on the neutral ground because we do have a flash flood advisory in effect until 10:45 this morning. But I do want to tell you just to be safe out there. And if you see a flooded area, don't drive through it. A lot of people have been speeding through, and that also pushes water into other buildings. So keep that in mind. Reporting live in the French Quarter, Megan Key, Eyewitness News.
Megan, thank you very much. And we just saw her, she was walking through the street trying to show us and kind of stepped down. You don't know how deep it is and what's out there. So please be careful. No driving out there, and please don't walk around either if you don't have to.
Yeah, and you guys have been doing a great job all morning sending us in your pictures and videos from all across the area so we can get a better idea of this flooding. We're going to get some more pictures in just a second, but first we want to check in with April. She's watching the roads. It is an absolute mess, and mainly because they've closed off so many exit ramps from the interstate and streets because of flooding, right, April?
Yeah, ladies, it is an absolute nightmare outside. The great news is that the interstate is not experiencing any major accidents or salts, so that actually is wonderful considering that so many cars are on the road and congestion is extremely heavy across the metro area. Region-wide, you're good to go, but if you're traveling anywhere in the city of New Orleans in the metro area, please, if you don't have to go outside at this point, stay where you are if it's at work or even at home. This is a live shot I-10 at Orleans at the downtown area. You can see here on that surface street, it is flooded, but along the interstate, it's just very slick. Slick roads this morning, and congestion is very heavy. In this particular area, not seeing any on or off ramps that are closed. There was an earlier accident that involved the right lane being blocked, and that's part of the reason why we're seeing this heavy congestion in this area. Again, no major accidents on the roads right now. It's honestly a lot of surface street flooding. Let's go ahead and pull up the map so we can see what's happening. Starting with the Causeway Bridge, if you're traveling or planning on traveling there, there is a weather restriction. No motorcycles, trucks carrying glass, as well as RVs are allowed south and northbound. So both sides of the Causeway Bridge in both lanes, please plan accordingly. If you usually are taking any of these means of transportation, please take another, but not seeing any major issues there. Of course, congestion we're definitely going to see due to the weather, but as far as accidents or breakdowns, you're good to go. Region-wide, things look amazing this morning. You can see no delays at all green on the map, indicating a great flow of traffic. I mentioned what's happening on the Causeway Bridge with that weather restriction. No motorcycles, trucks carrying glass, or RVs are allowed. The metro area, guys, looks like a coloring book this morning. I mean, look at these heavy delays. Red is indicating heavy congestion, and it's basically in the complete downtown area, of course, and even traveling from New Orleans East. So I'll start there. Coming in from the Slidell and New Orleans East area, delays actually look pretty good approaching the upslope of the high rise. You'll see some congestion starting roughly right at the Reed exit. That is consistent until you get downtown, and if you're choosing to hop on 610, it doesn't matter. You're going to still experience that heavy delay. So again, give yourself some extra time if you absolutely have to get on the roads, but if you can stay where you are, that obviously is preferred. Leaving from LaPlace, Kenner, and Metairie, you shouldn't have an issue at all on the interstate until you reach right after Causeway. So that's where you're going to experience that congestion, and it is solid until you get downtown. I would say roughly about a mile after Causeway, approaching into the Bonneville area, crossing from Jefferson into Orleans, headed towards downtown. That is where you're going to experience the majority of that congestion, and of course that lasts consistently until you reach downtown towards the 1090 split. We saw that live shot at Orleans, and it's just a mess on the interstate for sure. Airline in both directions from the 310 merge south and northbound until you get to the downtown area is one solid line of congestion, with the majority of those delays starting roughly around Clearview, and that's consistent until you reach Orleans Parish. So keep that in mind if you are traveling on the West Bank this morning to or from. Great as far as accidents or stalls, not seeing any of that, which is wonderful news, even though lots of cars are traveling on the road. But approaching the Crescent City Connection Bridge is going to be a headache for you this morning. There's no way to get around that. I would highly suggest not traveling on surface streets on the West Bank, particularly in Algiers, since that area is a little bit lower. We typically see lots of flooding closer to the CCC, and this morning I guarantee that it's exactly the same. We're roughly seeing delays build up right around Terry Parkway. That's consistent until, honestly, you reach the downtown area. If you're traveling along US Business 90, or you continue and hop on I-10 and travel towards either New Orleans East, Metairie, or Kenner, you're going to experience those heavy delays. Huey P. Long looks good. We actually don't have much congestion there, and especially if you're traveling into Orleans, Jefferson Parish. But but the elevated and lower levels of the expressway do look great. Definitely wet, so give yourself some extra time there because we do have some slick roads. A lot of discrepancy of what was happening with the ferries this morning. Were they checked in? Were they not checked in? Were they suspended? So officially, the Belle Chase and Point LaHache ferry, are checked in for service, but the Canal Algiers as well as Chalmette ferries are out of service, and that will be suspended for the remainder of the day, and that is due to high water levels. So keep that in mind. But again, if you are traveling on the ferries and you're usually taking the Belle Chase or Point LaHache ferry, you're good to go. No issues there. Of course, if that changes and they do shut down service, I definitely will let you guys know. As far as traffic, though, again, it's just delays across the metro area and a lot of flooding. Make sure that you're staying up to date with our app as well as tuning in live because we definitely will have those street closure and updates for you. But again, if you don't have to be outside today, this morning, guys, or right now, while we're seeing a lot of flooding and heavy congestion, please just stay at home or at work.
Thank you so much, April. We know there's a ton of street closures and exit ramps that are closed out there, so thanks for keeping us updated on that.
And we did want to mention if you were in the morning commute and you got trapped out there and you're able to kind of get around, we always want to say turn around, don't drown. But if you are, Mayor LaToya Cantrell tweeted out earlier today that she wants everybody to know that if you go over 5 miles per hour anywhere in the city where there's water on the streets, you will be ticketed. So please be cognizant of other people, be respectful, drive slow because that wake, it just pushes more water into parked cars, into businesses, into people's homes.
And we've already seen water in several businesses, especially where one of our photographers is at Basin Street this morning. So make sure if you're going through those areas, you go slow. That is why they're issuing tickets. They want to make sure no more damage gets done that needs to be done.
And NOLA Ready does have alerts. You can just text your zip code to the number 888-777, and that's very helpful. I know a lot of us have iPhones, so we do get the flash flood warnings.
Sure.
But the NOLA Ready alerts would be fantastic too. So once again, text your zip code to 888-777.
That is a good one to
And
follow.
if you're at home, stay at home.
Yeah, and if you are in an area where you can safely send us pictures and videos, you guys have been doing a great job with that. Let's show some more from around the area. It gives us a better idea of how things are looking. This is actually Eric, who is off today. He took a picture uptown at St. Charles and Fern Street, just sending this to show how much water there is in uptown. And this is what's unbelievable. We've seen flooding today, as we've seen in the past 2 years, in spots that people say, oh, this area doesn't flood.
And then this is Canal Boulevard at the railroad tracks.
Now, this is an area that does flood often. We see this almost every time, and as usual, there looks to be a car stranded underneath, if you can see under that underpass. So hopefully whoever was in that vehicle got out safely, because that car does seem to be trapped under the water under the underpass.
And this is down Octavia Street in Broadmoor. Wow. Cars abandoned in the street,
Wow.
water up to my thighs. This is Nick who sent it in some places. Oh my goodness. And we're told that's an area that, as you mentioned, doesn't really flood that often.
Yeah, typically Octavia Street doesn't get a lot of water. This is someone saying that their backyard looks like the parking lot looks like a tidal surge this morning. Wow.
Here's another. Marigny Street remains at flood stage, but starting to improve. The surrounding blocks were deeper as I moved my car, with what appeared to be a small car stalled over on Mandeville Street, ankle to shin deep on the sidewalks. And look at the current too. So
yeah,
dangerous.
this is one of our producers, Ian, sent this in earlier this morning. And this is Mike Haas, our former colleague. He says the drainage canal besides Xavier University at Drexel, he says he's given up getting to work for the time the city is at a standstill. There are so many areas, guys, even including on the I-10, that people really just can't move anymore. So even if you think you're going to quickly try to get somewhere, you may not be able to get there, as April was telling us.
Because some of the other cars don't have anywhere to go. And this is Erica Ferrando. Streets are starting to flood near Toro Hospital. That's right off St. Charles Avenue. Wow.
Lakeview, someone showing a video of Lakeview.
No, this
flooding.
is actually Chef Kev.
This is Chef Kev. This is actually one of the better videos we've seen Chef Kev, thankfully, this morning. And we appreciate you guys having a passenger in the car taking videos and sending us things like this so we can get an idea of where this flooding is happening exactly.
I thought that was inside a business at first, but Banks and Carrollton.
Yeah.
Oh, and look at that, the blue car with water over the wheel wells up to the lights.
And this is in Mid-City. We had our Jacqueline Quinn out there earlier showing us how bad the flooding was there.
My goodness. This is just crazy. I mean, we've talked about the calm before the storm, but this is chaos before the storm because we're still waiting to see what Invest 92 does.
Yeah.
And this is another former colleague, Laura Bucktail. Super glad I parked under the covered parking so I wouldn't get wet. Moved my car just in time.
You were talking about this earlier. You often think if you park in these parking garages, you are safe. We've seen water in several parking garages this morning. So be careful if you think that your car is safe because you put it in one of the garages.
And this is our colleague, sports reporter and anchor Ricardo. Some serious street flooding right now in Central City. And of course, he warns too, if you don't have to be on the roads, stay off of them. Wow.
And we're seeing in several images there, garbage cans everywhere.
Yes. And there's Desire Street. This is Ton. Street flooding, Desire Street in the Bywater.
Yeah.
He's going to have a hard time getting to work.
I was just about to say, these are a lot of our colleagues who would be waking up and coming into work as some of you guys would at this time, and they're having trouble getting to our station in the French Quarter.
Yeah, because we didn't really see this coming.
Yeah, this is actually the French Quarter right here. Look at the amount of flooding. This is off of Royal Street earlier this morning.
Wow. And the French Quarter, that's the highest part in town.
Right. And we're seeing flooding there as well, again, in areas that people typically don't say flood. This is Laura at Uptown on Napoleon. This is that parking garage that she was showing us. Look at this. Look how high the water is. Now, those trucks seem to be fine, but if you have a lower car, you may have taken on some water even in the parking garage.
And this car's trying to get out of it. You'll have to go up a couple levels. Wow. Unbelievable. Remember, if you have something you want to send in, use the hashtag #BeOn4 so we can show it on air and keep people informed. Neighbors left about 20 minutes ago. Looks like they had the same idea I did. A good example of why you need to drive slow. Look at the wake from that SUV, and they're barely moving.
This is a reminder again, Mayor Cantrell tweeted not too long ago that if you drive more than 5 miles per hour on these flooded streets, you will get a ticket.
And I'm sorry to say, Carolyn's tweeting that there is flooding in her house now.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we have seen flooding in several businesses, especially if you're at Basin and Claiborne right along the I-10. We also showed some stranded cars there. There was that stranded car under the underpass.
And we heard about even some businesses on Poydras are flooded.
Yeah, we did speak with Jefferson Parish President Mike Yenny earlier. He was saying that they got about 5 inches of rain in that area as well. They do not have any reports yet in Jefferson Parish of water inside homes and businesses like we've seen in Orleans Parish. So if that is the case for you, please send us an email or tweet us at WWLTV using the hashtag.
And fingers crossed that they don't have that.
Yeah, we hope that stays quiet. He said that all of their drains were up and working in Jefferson Parish. That was one that was down, and it was for routine work. There's nothing wrong with
routine maintenance, and he made it seem like that would be up before, of course, Invest 92 that we're waiting to come through. So it's just so crazy that today we're having this before that system even comes to us.
Today was the day that local area officials were preparing for what we might see this weekend. We actually weren't able to air a press conference that Governor John Bel Edwards had. We were going to take that live on air, but at the time we were watching a tornado warning, right? We saw a water spout earlier this morning in the Gentilly area. It was near UNO's campus. We have since gotten word from UNO police that tornado did not touch down on campus, but it was very close. It was in the lake. So if you were in Gentilly around Elysian Fields and Leon C. Simon,
like it was on land.
Yeah, you saw it and you didn't know where it was going to go.
Yeah, so they said no damage. That was the UNO police, so thank goodness for that as well.
Sure. We also actually saw streetcars and buses that have been at a standstill all morning long.
Yeah, the RTA has suspended, as you could imagine, they've suspended all service until further notice.
Sure. So we want you guys to please keep sending in your pictures and your videos so we can get a sense of what's going on here. And as I'm tweeting out these pictures and videos, everyone's asking, well, what's going on with the pumps? We spoke with the Sewage and Water Board yesterday in preparation for the weekend storm. All the pumps are working, except 2.
Yeah, they even sent out another email saying, yes, 118 of the 120 pumps are working. And this is video from Harahan this morning of street flooding.
All right, again, Jefferson Parish looking much better than Orleans Parish this morning, but please keep sending in those pictures and videos and let us know if you do experience any flooding out there in Jefferson Parish.
And we're only expecting more rain over the next couple days.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate part. This is kind of the beginning of it for us.
And see, these trucks are going a little fast. Once again, try to go under 5 miles if you have to be out there on the streets.
Yeah, you don't want to push any more water into areas that we don't want it to be, whether that's into someone's car, home, or business. All right, well, let's check back in with Dave and see how things are doing. Dave, I know in some areas, we checked in with Megan at Esplanade and Rampart this morning. It was still kind of drizzling, but it seemed that the rain had slacked up a bit. Is that the case for most of the city?
It has, which is good news, love to hear that. First, want to start off, though, with a little bit of breaking news. Now that it's 10 o'clock, this is officially in effect here. Still trying to get some more information from this, but we do have a potential tropical cyclone 2 now developed here. This is what they're calling this. We have a large circulation. This is expected to develop into a tropical depression storm, and yes, even a hurricane. Likely a tropical depression later today, and then eventually overnight, still a tropical depression getting better organized into a tropical storm. And you'll see here, these are tropical storm warnings now in effect for our coastal areas here. More on that coming up in a bit. But right now, though, Tropical Storm Barry, as of, say, Saturday, 7 p.m. on Thursday, getting stronger throughout Thursday into Friday. Likely a Category 1 hurricane with winds of 85 miles per hour heading into Saturday morning. Then a landfall Saturday night at some point here. This is 12:30 in the morning where I stopped it near the Lake Charles area as a borderline Category 1, Category 2 hurricane heading up towards Shreveport and then beyond there. But notice you can't just follow the center track with this. It does stretch all the way to New Orleans on one side and all the way beyond Houston on the other. So there's still some uncertainty with the models. Again, we don't even have a true tropical system developed yet. And so this is what's coming, folks. And we are going to be east of the center of landfall. So that's good. It's not moving over top of us, but that puts us on the wet side or dirty side of the storm. And that means we are going to be dealing with some very heavy rain on top of everything we got today. This has nothing to do with what we're going to be getting, especially Friday, Saturday, and into Sunday time frame. As you'll see, the storm there off to our west. Now, if it does take more of that westward track, that means our rain totals are lower. If it takes more of an easterly track here on the eastern edge of the cone, that would mean we have higher rain totals across the area. So definitely going to be continuing to watch this here for you as we go forward here. Let me step out just a little bit and show you that, again, this is what we have expecting to come on in. It is hurricane season. Some of you have been asking, when's the last time we had a system come off of land, go into the Gulf, become a hurricane, and then go back inland? Well, this does happen more often than you think it does. A lot of times we get cold fronts that move on in, and as these fronts kind of work their way into the Gulf, the tail end of them tends to possibly develop into a tropical system. And so when that happens, we are actually able to see this system try to develop, maybe not necessarily in a hurricane right away, but it could develop into something. So this does happen. I've seen it a couple times. I've been forecasting tropical systems down here since 2003. A number of times we've seen, a handful of times I should say, we've seen this kind of working the way into land. A low comes down, a front comes in this time of year. Also, again, late season too. We can see this in across September, October time frame as the tail end of the front coming in, and that could help to spawn off a potential system. So we do have a couple things I want to go over, and I'll get these graphics working for you in a little bit. First off, we do have right now a storm surge watch in effect for the mouth of the Pearl River all the way to Morgan City, Louisiana. A tropical storm watch has been issued from the mouth of the Mississippi River all the way to Morgan City, Louisiana. So those are what we're looking at right now. That storm surge watch from the mouth of the Pearl River to Morgan City, and a tropical storm watch in effect from the mouth of the Mississippi River to Morgan City. Basically, when a storm surge watch is issued, that means there's a possibility of life-threatening inundation of water moving inland from the coastline. And of course, the tropical storm watch means tropical storm conditions are favorable within 48 hours. So we do need to be aware of all of this. It is expected to become a tropical depression again tomorrow, tropical storm Thursday night, and a hurricane by Friday. So as we go forward here, that's kind of what we're looking at. I'll kind of work on more specific, closer in graphics for you as we go on into a little bit later on throughout the rest of the morning hours here. But nonetheless, though, we're still looking at this is what is coming and heading our way here, moving forward on into the next couple of days. So again, potential landfall there Saturday night over southwestern part of Louisiana. Now, today's rain has nothing to do with it. 5.42 there at the World War II Museum. Sacred Heart School, 4.12. St. Christopher and Metairie, 3.24 inches. All this has led to widespread street flooding. Fortunately, things are improving for us, but still kind of rough there across areas just to our west. You can see here right now, metro area, the rain is ending New Orleans, Marrero, Metairie, Kenner, Waggaman area, spreading across part of Norco and heading from St. Charles Parish on into LaPlace, Luling area, Parity, heavy rain falling Norco as well. Good thing for you guys, the storms have decided to start moving versus sitting over top of us like they did for 2 hours and gave us a lot of flash flooding issues out there. So that is at least some good news for you all. We do have a flash flood warning in effect for Jefferson Parish. It's actually a flash flood emergency because we have ongoing flooding until 11:45. A flash flood warning / emergency there for Orleans Parish till 10:45, so another roughly about 30 minutes on that one. Metairie, things are looking better for you. The rain's coming to an end. The water should start draining with those pumps, which is good news as well, too. And also in the metro area, a little more rain coming towards Chalmette and Araby, but nothing too significant. Notice the lightning strike count down to 10. That's a lot better than the 450 we had earlier. That rain continues to kind of work its way down toward Raceland, Thibodaux. You'll see some of that heavy rain coming in. Homer, Chauvin, Galliano, steady rain, heavy rain in La Rose, Grand Isle, Port Sulphur area down to the coast. You are dealing with some pretty good downpours coming in your way as well, too. And expanding out the view a little bit. This is part of our system. The low trying to develop here kind of south of Panama City. Actually kind of more south of Destin, Florida now. That's kind of where we're watching for our potential tropical cyclone or depression to form. Upper level low kind of tied in with it. That's what's giving us all the rain we have right now, and that's what we'll continue to do that. So there is a risk of severe weather today. It's not popping up. There it is. Level 1 marginal risk, so we still could see some more storms trying to produce tornadoes as the day goes on. So do be aware that that could be a possibility. So there is no longer Invest 92. It's potential tropical cyclone number 2, and this is what we're still investigating, this disturbance, and that's where we do have, again, what we're watching out there moving forward. So again, we'll have more updates on that. I'll get more information on the storm surge watch that's in effect currently for us and the tropical storm watch as well. Ladies.
Dave, thank you. No end in sight. And we wanted to mention Crescent Care Health Facility is closed. And the reason we're mentioning that is if you do have a doctor's appointment, make sure to call the doctor's office before you get out in this, because chances are your doctor's office could be closed.
Right, and there's so many street closures and flooding right now. It's just difficult to get around in general. Speaking of, City Council member at large Jason Williams is actually trying to make it to the studio for the interview. Jason, we understand that was too difficult for you. Thank you so much for joining us by phone this morning. What did you experience trying to get here?
Sheba, the streets are awful. And I just want to say to anyone who is not out yet, stay home. If you are not in a very high SUV, your car will get stalled. If you are in a very high SUV, you will push water into someone else's car and possibly cause damage to it. There's no reason to be out here if you have commitments that you think you need to make or something's not reported as closed. Deal with the consequences after this bad weather event. It is nearly impossible to get around, and all you're going to do is cause a hazard for yourself and for someone else.
The City Hall is even closed today.
It is. It is. I mean, frankly, at the end of the day, there's no reason to keep something open if people can't get there, and it is a public danger to encourage people to get out in streets that are flooded.
And Jason, I think what's crazy for everyone is that today was the day local officials were preparing for what we could possibly see from this tropical development in the Gulf this weekend. People were not expecting to wake up this morning and have water in their homes and businesses and cars.
Yeah, I wasn't either. I mean, at the end of the day, we're talking, this is not a hurricane. This is about, this is a couple hours of heavy rain. It's not even raining where I am now, but it is still flooded and the water is not going down. There's no current. There is nothing suggesting that it's receding. So this is deeply concerning because we have a lot of other water headed our way. And if this water is not going down, we're going to have some serious problems.
Yeah, how do you and other officials kind of regroup from this and get ready for the weekend?
Well, first and foremost, I think we need people to stay put. We don't need people out in it because all that's going to do is add big hunks of metal that can't be moved in the roadways, which is going to stop our first responders and our industry trucks from getting to places they need to get to try to make repairs and to try to help people who might be in an emergency. It's got to be scary for a lot of people because this is just the beginning of the bad weather event.
Yeah, and you know, we're getting a lot of social media responses from people to this, kind of just surprised that this is happening. But of course, they're wondering about the pumps this morning. We have been in communication with Sewage and Water Board. They're telling us that only 2 out of 120 pumps are not working. Have you guys been communicating with Sewage and Water Board this morning?
Been trying to get solid answers from Sewage and Water Board. I got the same information you got. To me, that is an unofficial report. I've been told before that pumps were working, and they weren't. I don't know the answer to that. I'm not willing to stand behind that right now. I can tell you that parts of Uptown are flooding that I haven't seen flood in my 46 years. So I'm talking about the areas between Superior Grill and Iberia Bank on St. Charles. The sidewalk is covered. It looks like a river. There's fire hydrants that you can only see the tops of. Now, these are areas that have never flooded before. I know the low-lying areas are flooding, and we expect that to happen. We're supposed to be trying to correct that, but now we've got areas that have never flooded before that are flooding. So I'm going to have a lot of questions. I'm going to want to know for a fact every single pump that was working, not working, when it was turned on. I will trust, but I will also verify.
No, that makes sense. Are you going to have time to get those questions answered before the tropical storm system that we're expected to hit us this weekend, or is that something where we're just going to have to kind of go through that?
Only God knows that. I don't know.
Sure.
I don't know.
You made a great point, though. A lot of people have been telling us this morning the areas that they're seeing flood or where they live, they've never seen flood, not even in Katrina. And this is something we've heard over the past 2 years in several flooding incidents. And this is one of those things. How do people feel reassured living in New Orleans?
You know, at the end of the day, we know the problem that we have, and we have to work to rectify that problem. It should not get worse before it gets better. Areas that have not flooded in decades should not begin to flood now. And we're going to have some serious questions for the Sewage and Water Board and DPW, just so we can understand why this is happening. There may be a rational, reasonable answer, but as it stands right now, I can't think of it.
We understand. Jason Williams, council member at large, thank you so much for joining us this morning and touching base. Please stay safe out there and call us back if you have any more developments.
And please just keep telling people who are listening, if you are home, if you're safe at home and your car is on dry ground, do not get out in this.
Yeah. That's a great point. Thank you so much.
It's just not safe, and it's not safe for everybody else as well.
Yeah, we actually need to check in with traffic now. Yeah, we've seen a lot of ramp closures this morning, street closures as well. So let's get the latest update on that. April, what do we have now?
Yep, I'm going to stay off cam, guys, because this is a lot. So I'm going to go ahead and read everything, at least for the first couple of seconds for you. We got a lot of off ramps and on ramps that are closed, so bear with me as I go through these. While you're listening, though, this is a live shot. I-10 at Causeway. Jefferson Parish looks good as far as congestion. However, obviously, you can see that it is still raining pretty heavily, and delays are consistent once you reach the Bonneville exit, and then that's consistent until you get downtown. But again, slick roads for sure, so make sure that you're traveling safely. Those off ramps that you'll experience either on or off ramps closure: I-10 eastbound at Poydras, I-610 both east and westbound at Franklin, I-610 both east and westbound at Elysian Fields. You will experience some closures at the off-ramp east and westbound at Chapatoulas if you're traveling along US Business 90, as well as the Superdome at Claiborne, South Claiborne, east and westbound, along US Business 90 eastbound at Camp, US Business 90 eastbound at Earhart Boulevard, and along the Crest City Connection Bridge at the Superdome South Claiborne Avenue exit. We are just getting word as well that westbound along Magazine Street entrance ramp to westbound US Business 90 is closed, total ramp closure, and that is due to flooding. Some of this is due to flooding, and some of it is merely just precaution, basically. Let's pull up the map right now while I pull up another camera shot so we can see what's happening. It is just a bit of a mess. You can see here, guys, if you are traveling anywhere really in the metro area, heavy delays, particularly if you're traveling in Orleans Parish. That's where you're going to start to see that congestion. And I'm working on getting another camera shot up for y'all so you can just see the comparison of what's happening in Jefferson Parish versus Orleans. Let's go ahead and pull up that camera again so we can see what's happening here. This is I-10 at Claiborne. So obviously a bit of a difference in Jefferson Parish versus Orleans. Heavy delays, and just so you are aware, for focal purposes, this is traveling westbound towards the city. So again, if you're heading the opposite direction, eastbound, no major issues there. But pretty much, guys, traffic is at a complete standstill. The wonderful news that I'm so grateful for that I can share is that we are accident breakdown free, not seeing any major accidents or stalls on the road. So that is wonderful news. People are traveling safely, but again, making sure that you're aware that congestion is very heavy in certain areas. The rain has slacked up a lot. That is great, and that's causing traffic to definitely improve. But again, If you don't have to be on the roads, try to stay home or at your destinations today, but definitely give yourself some extra time in making sure that you're not traveling too fast if you are traveling in flooded areas or areas of high water, because that water is just going to push into businesses and homes.
Thank you very much. And it does look like the rain has tapered off out there.
It does, but look how bad it looks on I-10.
Yeah.
Man, that's rough if you're stuck out there this morning.
It's even worse. We're going to go back out to Megan, who's at Esplanade and Rampart, I believe. Is that where you are? Wow, deep there. Hey,
yeah, we're here in Esplanade Avenue, right off of North Rampart. That's where we're at this morning. And as you can see, the water has gone down quite a bit, but it's still a big mess out here. If you take a look, this is the side of Esplanade Avenue where the water seems to be disproportionately falling. You can see the other side is dry now since those pumps, I believe, started working. Something else to keep in mind, I almost just tripped over this curb. You know, when you look around, it's really murky. This is murky water filled with debris, a lot of dirt and things like that. So you can't really see, and just kind of be aware when you're walking, if you are out in this with your rain boots on, just to watch where you step, because it is very easy to come off a curb and end up in deeper water. Now, I'm joined by Renee Franson, and he's lived at his home here on Esplanade Avenue since 1985. He says he's seen it flood badly before, but, you know, you weren't expecting this morning.
No, not at all. We have had repeated floods, though, since August 5th, 2017, because of them raising the grade when they raised the streetcar tracks and also when they repaved Esplanade Avenue. And we've had problems since then.
And some of your neighbors are even seeing some water getting into their homes.
Yes, it is, and some of it's being pushed by trucks, and some of it is because their finished floor is low.
And that's something else you'll want to keep in mind. If you're seeing some of these flooded areas, of course, you don't want to drive through it. But we've also seen a lot of people like racing through this water, pushing the water like waves into people's homes. Now, Renee, also kind of talked to me a little bit about, you know, just with all of this rainwater and everything kind of building up in this area, you've lost 2 cars to floods before just because your cars got flooded out.
Right. I lost one on August 5th, and I lost another one in May of 2018 when it flooded here again. So I can't really leave my cars in front of my house and not worry about them being lost.
And today you would have lost another car had you not got it out on the neutral ground.
Correct. I was home this time. The other 2 times I wasn't home, so I couldn't move them. So today I was home and I was able to save my car.
And what would you want the city to do? I can see, you know, the water's receding, the pumps seem to be working, but you are hoping for a solution so that you're not having to deal with this again.
I think the Department of Streets needs to study this because this never happened before. Grading has changed on this block, and I think that needs to be studied, and all my neighbors would also like to be involved in that study.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Renee. We do appreciate you.
Thank you, Meg.
But as you can see, the water is starting to recede. That side has gotten much drier, but this incline here is just pushing all of this water into the homes here on this side of Esplanade Avenue. And of course, we know it's still flooded in different parts of the city, so just be safe. And if you don't have to be out in this, don't go out in it. Just stay home, call in sick today at work, or just, you know, just tell them that you're not able to come in because of the flooding, that sort of thing. Reporting live in the French Quarter, Megan Key, Eyewitness News.
Megan, thank you very much for that update.
Yeah, we can see that the rain has slacked up, but it is still pretty bad flooding in that area. All right, well, right now we've been talking about the Sewage and Water Board all morning long. We actually have the executive director on the phone with us now, Ghassan Korban with the Sewage and Water Board. Thank you for joining us this morning. Mr. Korban, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, thank you for joining us this morning. We've been talking about the drainage system as of all this morning. I know you guys are aware of the flooding in the area. What can you tell us?
Well, what I can tell you that this was a surprise event, and our gauges are telling us that we have had about, in places, especially near the CBD, in excess of 8 inches of rain within three hours. That tells us that it's nearing about 100-year storm. This is a major event that would outpace or outperform any drainage system anywhere in the nation, and that's exactly what you're experiencing this morning. We had just the intensity of the rain outpaced the ability for us to pump all the water instantly. So that's why you have some flooding throughout the city.
Okay, so we did confirm with your office earlier that 118 of the 120 pumps are working. Is that still the case? Did any break during this rain event?
Well, we started with 118 this morning before the storm. We've had a couple minor issues that we are addressing as we speak. Nothing that I can concretely report on,
Okay.
but we've had, again, there would be minor issues in terms of the overall availability of pumping and power that we have.
And we are hearing from many people around the area this morning that their homes are flooding or businesses are flooding in areas that did not even flood in Katrina. I know you're saying this is equivalent to a 100-year storm. Well, how do you explain that flooding?
Well, again, every storm is different and unique depending on the intensity and where the intensity and where that rainfall happened. Obviously, this was very slow going storm that just lingered over the city, specifically in areas that near the CBD and the surrounding area. And again, it's just the amount of rain that fell all at once that really outpaced any pumping availability that we have.
And I know getting ready for Invest 92, you guys had some press conferences and let everybody know that those pumping stations would all be manned. Were they manned today?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
And I know looking forward to the weekend, we expect even more rain. And your office had said that all your pumping stations would be manned for that. You mentioned that this was kind of a surprise rainfall. Were all the pumping stations manned today as well?
Oh, absolutely. We are fully staffed.
Okay.
Our EOC is running at or operating at level 1. That means all key personnel are present and will continue to be present until the storm is all clear. So we're looking at about 3 to 4 days worth of storms. Obviously, we're going to do everything we can, and we are confident that we are going to have available power that's sufficient to pump all the power all the needed pumps throughout the city.
You mentioned,
and we're going to continue to be here until again the coast is clear.
I apologize, I didn't mean to interrupt. You mentioned those minor issues. Will they be resolved before heading into the weekend?
Yes, absolutely. We're addressing all these issues as we face them, and obviously our goal is to correct them and put every pump back in service as soon as possible.
And we're also having difficulty with viewers this morning. They're tweeting us and telling us, you know, they have difficulty trusting the Sewage and Water Board because of the past with you guys. How do you reassure viewers that when you say 118 pumps are working and people have water up to their knees, that they're actually working?
Well, again, we have been very transparent with information that we've shared with the public, with the media. We document every available pump, and we furnish this information to anybody who asks. There's really no reason for us to hide anything. We are transparent, and we want to share with the public what we know and what we have available. And I can tell you that we started with 118 pumps that were available to use. That does not mean we are using all 118 pumps, and that's because every pump station has its own design, its own variables that we have to consider in terms of the level of the water in the canal and other variables. So we're prepared to share anything and everything once the storm is behind us, and we can share all the steps that took place, or what went down, how we reacted, what we did, and again, we want to be transparent, and we want to gain the trust of the community we serve every day.
Unfortunately, that hasn't always been the case. That's an organization that you inherited. We know you've done a great job since you've been here. How hard has that been, trying to get that trust back that's been gone for so long, and you're coming in from out of town and just inheriting this situation?
Well, I'm trying not to dwell on the past and, keep moving forward, gaining the respect and the trust of our customers, one customer at a time. And again, actions speak louder than words, and give us a chance, and then we will continue to be transparent, and we're going to try to perform at the best level we can.
All right, well, let's look forward to the weekend. You mentioned some minor issues. Maybe you could be more specific about some things you're doing to make the public feel better, to know that we're preparing for the rain that we'll get over the next few days.
Well, again, this is such a dynamic situation. We do have, this is a vast operation involving a lot of turbines, a lot of EMDs, a lot of frequency changers, a lot of pumping stations. So as we speak, something could be happening somewhere that if I don't know anything about it, I can't share with you. So I'm prepared to fully disclose any event that took place starting this morning with the beginning of the event until its conclusion, and we are by law required to submit something to the council, to the state, in terms of all the sequence of events that took place and the actions we took. So at one point, everything else would be transparent and will be released to the public.
You mentioned 118 pumps are working, but that doesn't necessarily mean you're using all of them. I know it's probably hard to count at this time, but if you had to guess about what percentage of that 118 pumps have been working this morning, or have you been actually utilizing? 70%, 80%, 90%?
Again, that is such a difficult number, and I'm not trying to avoid answering. Honestly, I just don't want to give you a number that may not be accurate.
Okay.
We are utilizing as many pumps as we need to per station. And again, a station may have multiple pumps available that are present, but by design, they're not always used, and they're not all used at the same time. So if you have 6 pumps, and by design, we can only use 5 just because the way it's designed, and the 6th one is a redundant pump, allowing us to substitute for one that may go down or trip offline.
Okay.
So again, if I say that we're fully operational in one pump station, that means we are using the 5 out of the 6 as it was designed.
Okay.
And that's
Thanks
every station changes. I'm sorry?
Thank you very much for explaining that. How do you regroup after, what you just called, we're nearing a 100-year storm, and get ready for all that other rain we are expecting over the next couple days into the weekend?
Again, we are operating at level 1 in the EOC, so every key personnel is present, and we're grouping and regrouping and regrouping again. We're in constant communication, and we're in obviously high alert, all hands on deck. Everybody who needs to be here is here, making decisions in timely fashion to optimize operation and outcome.
All right, Ghassan Korban, the Executive Director of the Sewage and Water Board, thank you so much for joining us this morning. We are going to let you go, but viewers have been asking what the Sewage and Water Board is saying this morning. I want to give you one last opportunity to address the viewers if you want to before we let you go.
Just generally speaking, we're asking people to be patient. If you don't have to leave your house, please don't. Please watch for the underpasses. These are the most dangerous areas, the more critical. They typically pose a lot of exposure, a lot of danger, so be smart about it. Obviously, park your car in the neutral ground the best you can. Avoid going out. If there's a way you can access the catch basin, if it's dry out and if you can see it, maybe clear the catch basin. And again, be smart about your travels and avoid being out there if you don't have to.
All right. Mr. Korban, thank you so much for your time. We know, obviously, you're very busy, so thank you very much for speaking with us and our viewers.
And please keep us updated over the next few days.
You're welcome, of course.
All right, let's get back over to Dave now for a check. Dave, we haven't talked about weather here in a moment, so what's going on now?
We should talk about what Ghassan Korban just said. He said this is equivalent to a 100-year storm in excess of 8 inches of rain in 3 hours.
Yes, very heavy rain, barely what we saw back in August a couple years ago. But kind of want to switch gears right now. The other concern for us, not only heavy rain and flooding, but the potential for the Mississippi River to have a storm surge up the river from this will be Hurricane Barry. And right now the river is sitting at 16 feet. Now yesterday we talked to you about that the river is projected to get to 19 feet. The new data now has the river projected to get to 20 feet. That is the top of the levees. The levees protect the city to 20 feet. Anything above that, obviously we would have some issues, potential overtopping of the Mississippi River levees. And so that is a new concern, something I don't think we've ever been confronted with in the history of the levees, let alone New Orleans. But this is something we have to seriously watch. Now, this river flood warning is going to affect, you'll see here, 10 a.m. Saturday. The river, the surge expected to come up and then go back down here in a short period of time. So it's not going to sit up at the levee for a long period of time. It's going to go up with the surge and then gradually to go back down or go back out once the wind changes direction there. But you do notice that is, of course, major flood stage. Now, the flood stage itself is 17 feet. We're a foot below that. We're expecting a 4-foot surge on the Mississippi River itself. And that is what we're going to have an issue with. Normally, during hurricane season, our river is really low. So if we get a 4-foot surge on the river, no big deal. We've got plenty of room and water to work with. But this case, again, with the levees protecting us at 20 feet, we are expecting, again, this river to rise up to 20 feet here, and that would take it right to the top of the levees at that point. Historically, we've only had a few times we've gotten the river over 20 feet, a lot of that back in the 20s and 30s before we had all the levee systems built. So, again, it's just been something we definitely need to keep a close eye on. And, of course, our Army Corps of Engineers, the National Hurricane Center, also the River Forecast Center up in Slidell, all watching this very closely, and based off of their projections of what our potential tropical cyclone number 2, soon to be Hurricane Barry, will produce with storm surge, will get the river levels up to about 20 feet here at the Carrollton Gauge in New Orleans. So again, we are expected to see that water come up significantly, and this is definitely something that's somewhat of a concern because that is the top of the levees here in New Orleans. So we could have issues flooding from the river surge, believe it or not, something I never thought I'd have to say. But nonetheless, though, definitely something we'll have to very watch closely. It's going to be a short-term thing as it does come up with that surge there. We're talking Saturday morning. This is when landfall is expected, not here, but rather over in the western part of the state, but will be on that eastern side of it. So all that water is going to be piling up there and coming to us. The only good thing about the storm surge is that the system is so close to the shoreline in the northern part of the Gulf of Mexico, it's not pushing all this water up from the very bottom of the Gulf like it does if it moves all the way up there. So this is something we are watching. Of course, a river flood warning is in effect until further notice with this one as we go on into Saturday time frame here. So it's not going to do it for a while, but again, on Saturday there, that's 10 o'clock in the morning, expected to get to 20 feet, and shortly thereafter will drop back down, but that is that storm surge we will be watching. Now, more on potential tropical cyclone number 2 is the technical term for it. By the way, cyclone, it just means another fancy word for area low pressure. Watching this one. It was Invest 92. Now we gave it this potential tropical cyclone. Why do they do this? Well, because this now gives the opportunity, even though it hasn't developed yet, but since it's so close to land and so close to potentially making a landfall within a few days, this gives the opportunity for the Hurricane Center to issue this new product that started a couple years ago, and it allows emergency managers to start their processes of getting with the supplies they need and all the procedures they need. It allows the state to do more stuff. We can start allowing get the National Guard and others that need to be helping out with any kind of the tropical system to start being activated, and more things get activated once this happens. Used to, we have to wait till it was a tropical depression, storm, or hurricane, and the warnings came out. Now with this one, it gives us a little jump start on it. So we're getting a little ahead of ourselves, which is a good thing for once. Normally you don't want to get ahead of yourself, right? This time you actually do. So here's the system. Not much really to it. It's poorly organized now. Hurricane hunters will fly into it later today to get more information. The rain we had from it has nothing to do. The rain we had all morning, it's just part of an upper level system tied into this one. Big circulation here with this, but what we'll be seeing is this as it continues to work its way on into southeast Louisiana. We do again expect this to work its way off to the southwest, becoming tropical depression later today. Then on tomorrow, becoming tropical storm Barry. It'll quickly strengthen is there from 45 to 60 miles per hour as we go into Friday morning, then becoming a Category 1 hurricane on Saturday morning here just south of the southwest Louisiana coastline, and likely could become a high-end Category 1, low-end Category 2 at landfall. This would likely be Saturday night into early Sunday morning here. This is 1 o'clock where I stopped it in Sunday morning, and that is where we could be dealing with, again, maybe a Category 2 here to the west of us, continuing up towards Shreveport as we head into Monday and then beyond at that point. So, yes, it's not coming to our area. That's fantastic news. However, notice the cone. It does stretch all the way from New Orleans all the way to beyond Houston, about Columbus, Texas there. So in that case, we are looking at still a large area of error where this could go. If it could turn sooner or it could turn later. Now, the reason why it looks like it's going to be later is we have an area of high pressure over part of Texas. That is going to cause some wind shear in the upper levels of the atmosphere. A stronger storm would have higher cloud tops. These cloud tops would be impacted by that upper level wind shear, and what that wind shear is going to try to do is keep the storm down in the Gulf longer. The longer it stays in the Gulf, the farther west it will track before it turns to the north. That's good news for us, which is great. We want to hear that. If for some reason the storm stayed weaker, then it would never be impacted by the strong wind shear aloft, just the low level flow, which is out of the south, and that would help to push this inward quicker. So right now, the way things are looking is it continues to strengthen. All the strength models are showing this. We could have at least a high-end Category 1, Category 2 landfall near the Lake Charles area heading into Saturday afternoon and evening, but we will be on the wet side or dirty side, if you will, of it, and that means we are going to be dealing with some heavy rain out there. So tropical storm watches are in effect for parts of the southeast Louisiana coastline, Lower Plaquemines Parish, all the way there through Terrebonne Parish, and also storm surge watches are in effect here from really the mouth of the Pearl River all the way through across the metro area, heading back over toward Morgan City. So the storm surge watch, again, just keeping an eye. We could see surge levels maybe 2, 3, 4, 5 feet out there. And of course, 4 feet expected, though, to come up the river here and through the metro area as well. And that's why we have that flood warning and levees, or the river level, expected to get to 20 feet. Are basically the top of the levee here in New Orleans. So definitely be watching this one closely. Today's rain had, again, nothing to do with it. 5.4 inches of rain here at the World War II Museum, 4.12 at Sacred Heart. St. Christopher there in Metairie coming in at 3.24 inches. Fortunately, the heaviest rains have cleared our area, but they still continue down along the coastline as you all are dealing with some very, very heavy rain here. Light rain showers in the metro area. Fortunately, the roads are being slowly drying out. The pumps are kicking in, getting some of that water out as well, too, which is good news. Heavier rain kind of ending across part of St. Charles Parish into St. John Parish as well. But we still have a flash flood warning for parts of Jefferson Parish until 11:45. Actually, a flash flood emergency there. Flash flood emergency also Orleans Parish. This one now until 1:45. So that flooding is going to continue here a little longer now. Originally was ending at 10:45. They've extended to 1:45 this afternoon. Light rain there from Metairie, River Ridge, Carrollton, Bridge City area drying out in the city, up across Lakeview area, back toward Gentilly area, Bucktown, Kenner, a little bit drier weather for you at this time as well, too. And you'll see here Bridge City, Waggaman area, still some lighter rain continue to fall through your area. Again, not looking at any lightning out there, which is good news. As to our south, though, Thibodaux, Raceland area, here comes the thunderstorm with heavy rain coming into Houma, back towards Chauvin, some heavy rain down toward the coastline. More of that heavy rain continues across those areas as well, heading toward the Port Sulphur area. And then again, our system here, large circulation with it being kind of see right in through here, looking at the visible satellite, a little bit of more of a spin. And so we're trying to see that low level circulation getting better organized, and that will be our tropical depression out there. And you can kind of see that developing right in through there. Again, the location of where we're seeing there is where that is going to be. And of course, we still have a marginal risk for any storms to produce tornadoes today, and the tornado threat will continue over the next couple of days. But there again is where our no longer invest now potential tropical cyclone 2, well south the Panama City, Destin area, but trying to get a little better organized, and that trend will happen as we go forward here.
All right, Dave, thank you very much. And we want to go back out and show you guys what's happening out on the streets right now. Megan is now at St. Bernard. Megan?
Hey, good morning, excuse me. Yeah, there's still a lot of flooding in this area, as you can see. It's definitely subsided since from what we saw a little bit earlier today. But as you can see, the sides are still flooded, and if we take a farther look back down St. Bernard Avenue, you'll actually see back there it's a lot worse. Now that's over by the Circle Food store, and as you can tell, there's some cars that look like they're stalled in that water. One lady just drove up and she said that her car now has water in it. What should I do? Trying to figure out what to do. But you know, when you see water like that, you really shouldn't be driving through it at all. We have seen some bigger trucks, some of these bigger trucks, these semis that have been kind of rolling through there, pushing water into into neighboring houses and other businesses. So that's something you also don't want to do. Now I'm joined by Marcus right here. He has been telling people to turn around, go the other way, don't drive through it, warning cars and other vehicles not to drive through this because they can get stalled and that water can get into their cars. And Marcus, talk to me a little bit about why you wanted to do that, why you wanted to help.
Well, I stay down the street. I've been renovating a house for the last 10 months, and this is the first time I've seen flooding like this in this area. So I walked down to the Circle Food Store because I know it to be an area that's known for flooding. It was up past my knees, so I just wanted to stop cars from going, especially the cars. The trucks may be able to make it, but the cars will not be able to make it through in front of the Circle Food Store.
And just kind of like what we saw just a few minutes ago with, you know, that woman's car being overtaken by water.
Yeah, I tried to stop her. You know, she didn't listen. I think she was a little bit older, so she may not have known what was going on. But yeah, her car's got water in it now, and you know, this is something that the city's known for. I heard they turn the pumps off. You know, they got to turn the pumps on, and we need Sydney Torres here at the Circle Food Store getting the flooding under control. You know, the community's really kind of suffering from this flooding. It's no good.
Okay, and we do believe the pumps have been turned on, kind of receding, which is some of the recession that we're seeing.
Yeah, it's definitely going down.
But where you live, how bad was it over there? 2 blocks over?
Not too bad. I mean, we had about 6 inches of water in front of my house on the stoop, and then everyone moved their cars to kind of higher ground. But you know, I think maybe at its highest over by where it typically drains down at, about a foot of water.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Marcus, and I'm sure drivers do appreciate you warning them to turn back around. But as I said, you can tell that there is still some flooding. It looks like it's a lot worse farther back, and it's just a good idea. If you see water like this, just don't drive through it. Just turn around, try to find a different way to get around. And if you don't have to be out in this today, don't go out in this. Reporting live on St. Bernard Avenue, Megan Key, Eyewitness News.
All right, Megan, thank you so much.
And it doesn't look like the water's gone down very much at all.
There's still a lot of water in several areas. We're getting reports of flooding on LNA Road. If you're in that area, as with many others, it's another area that you want to avoid. We've gotten several reports of flooding this morning. I do think we have some
video of it. And we're having a couple technical issues. But remember, if you do have any video that you want to share, tweet it with the hashtag #BeyondFor.
All right, and this is a video we were referring to near LNA Road, another area where we're seeing high water. The good thing is we see the vehicles going really slowly there. Back in Orleans Parish, if you're driving through an area that's flooded, we want to remind you that Mayor Cantrell says that if you go more than 5 miles per hour, then you will be ticketed.
And the underpasses are extremely dangerous, more so than any other place on the road. So do not think you can get through those. That's where those tragic accidents happen, where people can't get out of their car and drown. So turn around, don't drown.
Already seen one car stalled under an underpass this morning. And it's one of those areas you don't realize how deep it is if you're not familiar with the area. So just completely avoid those if you can.
And some of our colleagues, of course, we say if you don't have to be out in this, don't, but the news must go on. So some of our colleagues have actually had to abandon their cars miles from here and walk the rest of the way to work. So please, if you do not need to be out in this, don't. And if you have a doctor's appointment, anything like that, those can always be rescheduled. It's not worth your safety or anybody else's for that fact.
Sure. And the flooding that we've seen this morning, everyone, of course, has been asking about the Sewage and Water Board. We spoke with Executive Director Ghassan Korban just a few minutes ago. He was just saying that this is an overwhelming storm. There were 8 inches of rain that fell in some spots of the city in less than 3 hours. It's almost the equivalent, he says, of a 100-year storm, and that's why we're seeing so much flooding this morning, which I still think is difficult for people to digest because we saw historic flooding in some of these areas back in August of 2017, and we've seen it several times since then.
And he did say that they're at a level 1, so we asked, you know, how do you regroup and get ready for all the rain that we're expecting throughout the weekend? And he basically said there is no regrouping, it's just kind of rolling through, that they have, it's level 1, all the people, the essential personnel are there, and they're going to be on call the rest of the weekend as well.
And he did confirm that 118 out of 120 pumps are up and working, even though he explained that it's a complex system. And so even though 118 of those pumps are
available,
working, right, they're not all being used at the exact same time. So he was trying to explain that system, but saying that
some
for
of
the
those
most
pumps
part,
are backup pumps at like a specific plant. He said maybe 5 out of 6 work at this plant, 5 out of 6. And if one of those 5s goes down, then the backup It's all very confusing.
It is, and there isn't exactly a number even that he could give us to say this is how many pumps are operating at this moment that this went down this morning.
Yeah, but that was his reasoning for some of the flooding, even in these places that we don't historically see flooding, that it was just such a historic rain event. And let's get back over to April. She's got some more ramp closures that she wants to pass along.
Yes, thanks so much, guys. The ramp closures are pretty much the same as they were during my last report, but it looks like the rain is looking a lot better and visibility is higher on the roads. You can see here this is a live shot at the high rise in New Orleans East I-10 at Louisa. Great flow in both directions, and you can see the road is still slick, but a lot drier, and visibility looks better than it did even 15-20 minutes ago. So I'll go over those ramp closures again. I-10 eastbound at Poydras, I-610 both east and westbound at Franklin, I-610 both east and westbound at Elysian Fields, Magazine Street if you're traveling there westbound along the entrance ramp to US Business 90. That area is also remains closed, and that's particularly due to flooding. You'll see along US Business 90 at the Chapatoulas South Peters exit. That remains closed both east and westbound, as well as the Superdome South Claiborne exit, I-10 eastbound along Camp Street, as well as Earhart Boulevard eastbound, and the westbound on-ramp to the Superdome and South Claiborne do remain closed. Looking at the map, you can still see that it is still pretty heavily congested, and I'm going to change our camera shot so you're able to see what's happening on the roads. Let's pull it back to the cam so we can see what's happening there. This is a live shot I-10 at Claiborne, pretty much the same. Traffic is very heavily congested, almost at a complete standstill. Those cars are moving very, very slowly. So if you have to be on the roads, again, as I mentioned before, rain looks a lot better, so visibility remains a little bit higher, but congestion is just at a complete standstill in this particular area. If you're traveling in New Orleans East, really after you cross over the high rise, once you reach the 610 split, that's where you're going to see the majority of that congestion. Hopping on 610 will look exactly the same as I-10 along Claiborne, you can see here, but delays are looking better in Jefferson Parish. Let's actually go ahead and pull up the map so we can see what's happening there. Overall in the metro area, leaving from Kenner and Metairie and even Laplace shouldn't be a problem for you at all. The congestion looks wonderful until you reach the Causeway exit. Shortly after, about a half a mile after, that's where you're going to see that congestion, and it is just solid once you reach that area until you cross into Orleans Parish, downtown near the 1090 split. So again, if you're traveling on the roads, please give yourself some extra time there, as well as New Orleans East. As I mentioned before, we saw that live shot of the high rise. It looks fabulous shortly after crossing over the 610 merge. If you stay along I-10, that congestion is starting right after the 610 merge, and it's solid until you reach downtown near the Claiborne flyover ramp, or if you choose to hop on 610, you'll see that congestion pretty much the entire length as you approach the Bonneville exit into Jefferson Parish. That's where you're going to see that traffic start to clear out, and traveling westbound shouldn't be a problem for you headed in Metairie and Kenner. And of course, if you're traveling towards the Laplace and Baton Rouge area, you're good to go there. Airline, usually we're seeing delays still during this time, but they're a little bit heavier, obviously, due to the weather. Between Kenner and Metairie, that's where you're going to see the majority of that traffic. Into Orleans Parish, you're actually going to continue to see that congestion, but at least it's improved. Even about 20 minutes ago, it was backed up to the 310 merge, and so traffic does look a lot better in that area. West Bank quiet with accidents and stalls, but heavy delays, especially approaching the Crest City Connection Bridge. You'll see that delay start right at General de Gaulle, and it is solid until you reach the downtown area. Hopping on I-10, usually it's clear during this time, but you will still see that delay, or if you choose to continue along US Business 90 and get on or off one of those off ramps in the downtown area that I shared that isn't closed. As far as the Huey P. Long, very, very quiet. The elevated and lower levels of the expressway along US Business 90 look wonderful until you reach right near Marrero. That's where you're going to start to see between Marrero and Westwego. You can see those lines, red lines, excuse me, indicating heavy delays, and that's if you're traveling near Avondale, Westwego, Marrero, all of those areas deeper into the West Bank. Please give yourself some extra time if you're traveling along US Business 90. The ferries, a lot of people have been asking about the ferries this morning. Belchase Ferry and Point LaHache Ferry do remain in service. The rest of them are out of service, unfortunately, due to high river levels. That's your Canal Algiers, as well as Chalmette ferries. Those are out of service, but again, the Belchase, as well as Point LaHash ferries do remain in service. So pretty quiet with accidents and stalls. Actually, I'm very surprised. That means that people are taking heed to this warning and driving safely. But again, congestion is very heavy in the metro area. If you don't have to be on the streets, definitely make sure that you stay home. In surface streets, flooding is still pretty drastic. So give yourself some extra time there and travel slowly if possible, or avoid that area altogether.
All right, so many areas to avoid right now. Thank you for that update, April. We just gotten word that Tulane University is closing all of its campuses this morning, so be aware that they are not operating today.
And then East Jefferson General Hospital wanted to let you know that they are up and functional. They are still running if you do have an emergency. If you have a doctor's appointment that can be rescheduled, once again, try to stay off the roads and turn around, don't drown. We just saw Megan talking to that Good Samaritan who was trying to tell people the street looks good from this end, but once you get down to the circle food grocery, that you will not be able to make it. So just keep that in mind. You turn down a street and you think, just get off the road because you're going to get stuck.
Let's take a look at some viewer pictures we're getting in right now. Someone tweeted out right now in New Orleans, they're trying to ride a bike down the street, which is just really tough right now. That water's really high.
And then happy hour starting early today. Somebody making light of the situation, but once again, it looks like that business was getting water.
Somebody saying New Orleans flood update. We've got kayaks in the street and babies in the kayaks.
Oh, wow.
We hope everybody stays safe out there.
Then currently the lobby of my hotel in New Orleans, oh my goodness, no more rain for the moment. People from New Orleans, what are the next steps?
Yeah, so we're not sure what hotel that is, but we'll try to figure that out for you guys, but it has taken on water.
Please pray for all the people of New Orleans. A tropical storm hit us last night and there's bad flooding, and the tropical storm hasn't even hit us. Right now, there's 2+ feet of water on the roads. Pray especially for the homeless that they are somewhere safe today.
Yeah, we should clarify that. So the tropical storm hit us. It's not, this is not what it is. It's a related storm, right? It's the same system as Dave has been explaining, but that's what he was trying to clarify. This is not the tropical storm.
Yeah, so it's only going to get worse throughout the weekend if you can imagine that.
This is Gravier Street downtown, saying New Orleans is underwater. Look how terrible that is. That must have been from a little bit earlier because you can see the rain was still coming down pretty hard at that point.
And look at the wakes just on the sidewalk.
At most areas right now, at least it's not still raining that hard. This is a lady on Facebook who said her daughter is stuck on the RTA. She was trying to get to work. And look at the amount of water on the bus.
You can see it's like up to their knees.
Wow.
That is unbelievable. Once again, yeah, RTA has been suspended until further notice.
Yeah, they have not been able to move, and because people are sitting on the bus in water, that is insane.
Yeah, that's definitely not safe or healthy either.
All right, let's get back over to Dave. We have seen a lot of rain this morning, and Dave, maybe we should address that tweet. That person was saying tropical storm hit New Orleans last night. That's not the case. This is a storm system that's related, but that's what you were trying to make clear. You don't want tropical storm hitting us now.
Right, this system has yet to even form, so a tropical storm has not hit us yet. This is actually part of the upper level part of what will become eventually Barry. However, Barry hasn't even developed yet, so that's kind of what we're waiting for here. Now, what we are talking about here with Barry is that threat. We are going to be dealing with some very heavy rain. Again, what we had today has nothing to do with the system necessarily. We are going to be dealing with the direct impacts of that later on this week. But one of those impacts I want to emphasize here is the Mississippi River in New Orleans. Flood warning in effect. We talked about this yesterday. It's at 16 feet, expected to get to 19 feet. With a new update, has it going to 20 feet. Now, folks, that is the top of the levees. We are protected 20 feet here in New Orleans with that levee. So this is going to be very interesting to see how this plays out here. It's not going to last very long when it gets that high. The surge will come in, get to 20 feet, and then gradually drop down. So we are protected to that 20-foot level here. But for some reason, if this would get higher, that obviously would cause some bigger problems for us here in New Orleans. Never would thought you would ever heard of overtopping the levee on the Mississippi River. Not to say that's going to happen, but we are going to become dangerously close to that. And this would be one of the first times in history that we've actually had to deal with that, because the river traditionally is not this high in July. It's much lower, but due to the record flooding we've had all spring and early summer, the river is still sitting there at 16 feet. So we'll be watching that closely moving forward here. Now, the latest here with potential tropical cyclone 2. Fancy term for basically saying potentially becoming a tropical system. That cyclone means low is the technical term for it. Now, we do have this area low pressure spinning here, excuse me, south of Panama City. That is actually not much rain with it, but it's trying to get a little better organized with this. So we've been watching here on satellite, and we'll show you a little better perspective in a minute with this. But you can see a large circulation with it. There's the big upper level low, which is the big circulation. Then we're looking for a tighter, smaller scale low. That'll be the actual surface low pressure here. So the upper level system helping to bring us that heavier rain we have out there right now. Winds are currently 30 miles per hour, moving west-southwest today. Expected to become a tropical depression later today. So that's the first step of this. Tomorrow expected to intensify into a tropical storm becoming Barry, which we expected it to do. Now, I told you this morning, my gut was telling me we could possibly see this becoming a hurricane, and that's what the Hurricane Center is agreeing with right now. 85-mile-per-hour storm, hurricane by 7 a.m. Saturday, and then make a landfall Saturday night into early Sunday morning. Still is a Category 1, borderline Category 2 hurricane. Now, according to this, the latest forecast track, you can see here, you can't just follow the center line, but in the center of it obviously is over western part of Louisiana, southwest Louisiana coastline. However, the cone does stretch there from just past Houston near Columbus, Texas, all the way to New Orleans. Now, some of the earlier model data we've been looking at from the American model does have it making a little bit turn sooner, but that's in the cone. So you can't just look at that center line saying, oh, we're good. I still think the landfall itself will be west of us, but we want it to be farther west to take the heaviest rain with it. Now, as we go on into, say, Sunday night into Monday, that's when the storm gets up near Shreveport and beyond at that point. So definitely something we'll be watching here closely over the next couple of days. Tropical storm watches are in effect. Does not include New Orleans, but the coastal area here from the Plaquemines Parish area, mouth of Mississippi River, all the way to Morgan City. And storm surge watch is in effect here. This is from the mouth of the Pearl River all the way to Morgan City, Louisiana as well, too. Does include the metro area with this as well. So this is the South Shore. We do have that to contend with as we go forward here. Hence the reason why the river is expected to climb as high as it could. Flash flood watch in effect till Thursday. Tomorrow, 7 p.m., 2 to 4 inches of rain possible. Many of you already picked that up just this morning. So again, heavy rain with that. So impacts, what I'm saying, rainfall rise 6 to 12 inches possible. Storm coastal flooding 2 to 4 feet possible. Storm surge is that will cause that issue. Winds 20 to 60 miles per hour or greater in some places, and mainly on the coast. That will be the higher wind totals. Inland won't be as bad. And a few tornadoes. We saw some today. We'll see a lot more heading on into the next couple days. Rain totals again, over 5 inches. The World War II Museum over 4 inches at Sacred Heart, and over 3 inches there at St. Christopher's School in Metairie. You'll see here again the heaviest rain is clearing out. Now still confined along the coastal areas, but lighter rain across the metro area here. Not near as heavy. There are a few more storms near Violet to Chalmette coming on in. They'll continue to work their way into the metro region, but we still have flash flood warnings and emergencies in effect. 11:45 for Jefferson Parish, 1:45 for the part of Orleans Parish here, including the city of New Orleans, because we still have some of that widespread street flooding going on. LaRose, Galliano, Chauvin, heavy rain back into Houma area and down to Grand Isle, and we still have the threat for tornadoes today. There's a level 1 marginal risk for tornadoes, so we do need to be prepared for that as the day goes on. Now you'll see the bigger picture here. I wanted to show you a different vantage point of the clouds. You can see kind of somewhat of a center is trying to develop here, and then a bigger upper level low kind of spinning out ahead of it. When the two of them line up, so you have your upper level low and your low level low, they have to be right on top of each other. That's when the storm can start getting its act together and becoming a little better organized. That is going to happen later today and into tonight. So there you see another vantage point of the bigger thunderstorms here, but what they're kind of doing is pulling that low back down to the southwest a little more. Precision cast show this morning. The storm's kind of working the way, but new ones may redevelop here from I-55 westward by 3 o'clock this afternoon. And we could see some more storms. Look at this, by 7 o'clock in the evening, Slidell back to the city, moving on in during the evening hours before they dissipate. And then tomorrow morning, starting off with a couple showers and storms, and then we'll start seeing some of the bands of rain coming from what will be Tropical Storm Barry, working the way up from the Gulf of Mexico. Heading on into Thursday, going on into Friday morning, and then on Friday we'll start seeing some bands of maybe heavier rain after the noon hour, the way things look now as they continue to work their way up and give us some pretty good downpours. But the bulk of the heavy rain actually comes later, as we are going to see here in a second. So this is the GFS American model here. By tomorrow morning, expected to have the center of circulation pretty close to land. I don't know if that's going to verify, because that's pretty close to our shoreline here. Then expected to continue here as we go on into 7 a.m. on Friday, kind of just south of maybe Marsh Island there, and then it starts to kind of meander and turn to the north a little sooner by 7 p.m., spreading the heaviest rain across our area by Sunday morning, continuing on into the Sunday night, Monday morning time frame. Now, the European model, which we'll get a new update here in a little while, a couple hours, still takes this one a little farther away from our coastline, and it continues to intensify here through Friday morning into Saturday morning. There's the hurricane we're talking about, and then actually kind of work its way through part of Cameron Parish farther to the west, and it would keep the rain, the heaviest rain, farther farther to the west in sparing us of the worst of that. So for us, our best case scenario would be something happening like that. Not that we want our friends and family in the western part of the state to feel the brunt of it, but we would be spared of the worst of it at this point. The reason why this could happen is because if our system becomes a stronger system, what it's going to do is it's going to have bigger thunderstorms that develop higher in the atmosphere, and they're going to interact with this area high pressure out ahead of it. That is producing wind shear in the upper levels of the atmosphere. The high pressure is trying to push this tropical system farther down into the Gulf of Mexico. Well, eventually this tropical system will win, but it'll stay south longer before it turns north. That would be more of a westward track before it turns to the north. Now, if the system is weaker and the thunderstorms are not as high, then it's not going to feel the impacts of wind shear from that area high pressure. Instead, the low-level flow coming out of the south will help to make it turn sooner. That's kind of what the GFS is buying into. So I'll be watching to see how this evolves in the next couple of days. Well, what you need to do is be prepared now, have your supplies ready just in case. You should have your hurricane kit ready anyway. It is hurricane season. Know where to go if there's some flooding. It becomes an issue for our area. Have a plan, have a game plan, get a game plan. That's what the state tells you to do all the time. And stay aware, of course, here on Channel 4, our app, and on social media to get plenty of those weather updates. Right now, at least, it's starting to calm down. Some clouds and maybe some sunshine on the North Shore. You're at 83. It feels like 91 degrees there north of the lake. I am expecting more scattered storms to pop up later this afternoon and evening as temperatures may get briefly to 90, I think, on the North Shore versus the South Shore. And you'll see here tomorrow 89, 87 on Friday. And, of course, a weekend forecast to have 80% chance for heavy rain and wind, likely to be 100%, but because it all depends on where that system tracks and when it decides to turn itself to the north.
All right, thank you so much, Dave. We are bracing ourselves for several days of rain. You guys have been sending in videos and pictures. Thank you so much all morning long of flooding, and we've got more for you now. This is near Lee Circle. We're seeing some flooding there as well.
Oh, that's pretty deep. And then this is floating down the street. Not exactly sure where this is at, but as you can see, somebody's making light of it, and I can't tell if they're on a kayak.
I think they're trying to say Hello Fresh delivering food, but I can't. It's a box. It's a Hello Fresh box. So
it's so small. It actually looks
make
like a person.
It's gonna make it somewhere. This is Banks and Palmyra, so in Mid-City this morning, and you can see that water's almost up to the porch
door,
there.
Right.
Yeah.
Wow. And then here's another one. That's inside
Orleans Metalworks on Broad Street, and you know what? I actually have done live shots from in front of them flooding in the past year or so.
Wow.
Yeah, so I know they've gotten water before there.
And that was from Jacqueline Quinn, who's out there keeping us updated. St. Mary between Camp and Britannia. I'm 5'5". The water is just above my knees at street level.
That's so high.
Wow.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of high water. This is back to the Lower Garden District. We've seen several videos out of the Lower Garden District this morning, and pretty high water there as well.
And I mean, look, it's got a current.
Right.
Wow. Trying to get to my doctor's appointment at Oshner on Jefferson Highway, fail.
Yeah, we've been telling you guys, check with the doctor's offices, because even if they're open, we're not sure that you're going to be able to make it there just because it's so tough to drive around. This is Mid-City again. We've gotten several videos out of Mid-City this morning.
And she jokes that this is the calm before the storm that we're really expecting in the next couple days, and it was anything but calm.
Sure. St. Mary Street and Camp Street.
You can see it. It looks like there's a box floating down the river, floating down the street there as well.
Yeah, but it definitely looks like a river. And then we've got Chef Endowment out in New Orleans East this morning. Water there as well in the area. So guys, please keep those pictures and videos coming. We appreciate them, and it gives you guys a better sense of where you can get to and cannot, because we know some people were already trying to get to work, or maybe you're trying to pick up your kid where you dropped him off this morning. So just know there's a lot of areas where you can't get around.
A lot of people are probably trying to get home from work too.
Sure. All right, well, we want to check back in with our Megan Key. She's been moving around the city, checking out some spots that are flooded. She is at St. Bernard near the I-10 this morning. Hi, Megan.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, we're at St. Bernard Avenue in North Robertson Street, where you're seeing a lot of this massive flooding. Doesn't look like this has really gone down at all, although those pumps are working. That's what Sewage and Water Board's saying. But I mean, this water is almost up to my knees. It's very, very deep. Now we know, wow, there's a person in a kayak right there. Take a look at that. 2 people. Wow, okay. Kayaking down St. Bernard Avenue. That's what we're seeing this morning, you know, with all of this crazy flooding. I can't even imagine. So as you can see, there's a firefighter truck right here, a fire truck here. Firefighters were on scene. They've been here for about an hour. And if you take a little look farther down St. Bernard Avenue, you'll notice a white sedan that looks like they're stalled out in this. Now, we did meet a man earlier today who had been warning motorists to get out of the way and not go this way. Ma'am, can we speak with you real quick? How far have you been kayaking?
We went up to almost Elysian Fields down North Robertson to our friend's house, and then we turned around and came back. We're just trying to go to the corner store.
Wow, you guys just trying to pick up some groceries?
Yeah.
And I mean, do you guys just have this because you know how badly it floods? You just have a kayak on hand?
Yeah, they're actually hers, and that is exactly why she bought them.
Wow. So today was a great day to come out and kayak through the streets of New Orleans, huh?
Yeah, it's beautiful out right now. You should have seen us earlier. We were pulling floaties around.
And I bet you were beating some cars just, you know, kayaking through the streets.
No, this is the first time we've encountered vehicles is on St. Bernard. There weren't any vehicles on North Robertson.
And where exactly have you guys kayaked through the city?
Just up and down North Robertson, from like Annette almost to Elysian Fields.
Okay, and I mean, clearly it's not a good idea to be driving in this if it's deep enough for a kayak.
No, absolutely not. I don't know what people are thinking.
I know. Well, thank you so much for talking with us.
Yeah, absolutely.
And guys, this water is deeper than my rain boots. I just felt it get all in my shoes. Oh my gosh, it's just gross out here. There's a bunch of debris and trash and everything, and it's all just floating and just trash cans knocked over. People are still riding their bikes through the water, and it's just a good idea. When you see this deep water, just don't drive through it, guys. Come on, don't drive through it. You don't want to get stalled out in it. It's not safe. So just stay out of it. If you don't have to be out in this, don't be. Stay at home. And just try to work from home or figure something out, but don't come through these flooded roads. I do want to mention that you see the firefighter truck behind me. Hey, how you doing? And it looks like they've been coming through this area, trying to work this area. And I mean, if you take a look down this street, you can just tell, you can see people stranded. There's a man right there who's stranded at his home because, I mean, the water is overtaking this street that you see here. Just a lot of flooding here on St. Bernard Avenue. Sir, can we talk with you?
Oh, yeah, I had to move my car earlier.
You had to move your car?
Yeah, 5:30 this morning this stuff came up.
Oh, wow. Was it higher? Was
Mother's Day, I had to move my car.
It was bad on Mother's Day.
My car out Mother's Day. I just got my car out the day before, last Tuesday. Mother's Day, the water was like this the same way. Water was all the way in the house, and the water came all the way up here. This time it just not.
So it came all the way to this step.
And it just went down. It just receded back down. Because I left out here at 6 o'clock and parked the car under the bridge.
But this is still really high. I mean.
I know. That's what I'm saying, girl. And this is the second time within a month.
And how long have you been living here?
I've been living here right after Katrina.
Right after Katrina. Have you ever, well, I know it flooded on Mother's Day, but has it ever been like this?
Never like this. I was staying 1425 during Katrina. And after Katrina, I moved around here. The water used to come, never came like this. I know it's them systems.
And I mean, a lot of your neighbors are in the same predicament as you. They're stranded at their house right now.
Yeah, most of us is older. Like the older lady, she at work, she got stranded. She asked me to come get her. Told her I couldn't come get her. We stuck out.
And it seems like you guys are getting way more flooding on this side of St. Bernard Avenue than the other side.
Than the other side. And it been like this, girl, I'm going to tell you, this only started this year because all other years, this never happened like this. This never. It even happened like this with Katrina. The water stopped right there for Katrina. And we didn't even really have to leave. They made us leave September the 12th when the flies, you know, all the stuff like that. It never got this worse. I understand it.
So you're saying this is worse than it was for Katrina on this block?
Yeah, on this spot, and this is the second time within 3 weeks, because this happened Mother's Day weekend. Let me. I got a camera picture I can show you. It's worse than this one. Let me get this camera picture. It's worse than this.
And as you can see, you know, this water is just, it's so high. It's almost up to the...
All my neighbors calling. All my neighbors, because they know where I'm at. Hello?
And just take a look at this water. You know, you can see that it's up to people's doors. It's also something to keep in mind if you're driving through this or if you've left your car parked out in this water, a lot of times some of that debris will get caught underneath of your car. We saw a lot of people who, there was a lot of debris just driving along their car once they were able to get out of this water. And it's just something to keep in mind. You know, you don't want to be out in this. It's not worth it. If you're trying to get somewhere, just turn back around if you see a flooded road like this, and just try to stay safe out here, because this is dangerous driving through these flooded roads. Reporting live on St. Bernard Avenue, Megan Key, Eyewitness News.
All right, Megan, thank you. And joining Sheba Turk today, right now, I'm Tom Trum. Good morning. And if you're just joining us, we've been in continuing coverage here regarding the flooding event that we have today.
Yeah, we've gotten a lot of rain this morning. I know we were just checking in with Dave, several inches, as much as 6 inches in less than 3 hours in some parts of the city this morning. So we're really watching flooding all across the area.
Yeah, and that's similar to the August 5th flood that we had in 2017, where we just had a system just sitting over us. And taking a look at some of the video that we have right now, this is from the Fillmore area near Bayou St. John. And obviously, like many people here, I came in late today to work. I can tell you that near the river on the backside of St. Claude, because we just saw St. Bernard Avenue there, closer on the lakeside, the riverside is draining of St. Claude at this point. So if you need a different route going to where you need to get to today, but obviously I think the key message today is stay put until everything drains, because right now it is a mess out there.
And that's the hard part. Some of this high water we've been watching where Megan is at St. Bernard and I-10 for more than an hour, at Basin near Claiborne, and then we've seen some areas like on Poydras. Some of our employees had some difficulty traveling on Poydras earlier this morning, but told us a few minutes ago that the water has gone down.
Yeah, and we're waiting to get some more clarity from the Sewage and Water Board, because there are some issues, because there are some areas of the city that are draining, but as you can see with the live shot that Megan just had, there are areas right now that water is just sitting. So if the pumps are working, if all the pumps are working, it should be draining, but obviously there are still certain issues in certain areas of the city that are still experiencing street flooding. So we're waiting for some clarity on that right now.
Yeah, and that's the hard part, Tom. We spoke with the Executive Director of the Sewage and Water Board, Ghassan Corban, in the last hour. He assured us that 118 of the 120 pumps are working, and though it's a complex system, he says all of those pumps aren't operational at the same time. He just said that we had so much rain this morning that it was almost the equivalent of a 100-year event, and that's why we're seeing this flooding. But I did tell him, very frankly, our viewers just don't believe the Sewage and Water Board anymore.
Yeah, there's a trust issue right now, and certainly with the amount of repetition that we've had these rain events and flooding events, it's hard for many residents to believe that everything is working operationally and at 100% too.
Sure, and that we're having a 100-year storm, what, every 5 months at this point? Yeah, so it's very difficult. We are, though, in contact with the Sewage and Water Board and other city officials and asking the questions that you guys want answered. Right now, though, we want to go live to Duke Carter. He is on Airline Drive this morning. Let's see what Duke is seeing over there. Hey, Duke.
Hey, good morning, Sheba Turk. Yeah, we are here on Airline Drive, where you can see there's just pretty much a traffic jam back up here on Airline Drive, and that is mainly because of the high or standing water, I should say, that we see here at Airline Drive and LA Road. And as you can see, yeah, you have a lot of cars backed up because of the standing water. Some are actually using a little bit more brains than others. Some are turning around and going back the other direction, and some are taking that risk and trying to get toward the city. But as you can see, there's really high water here, and so this is what we've seen trying to get to the city. We're trying to actually get to Jefferson Highway, but because of all this standing water and because of all the lanes being blocked off because of that rainstorm that we went through, a lot of roads are blocked off. So yeah, this is what we're seeing here at LNA Road and Airline Drive. Just a lot of standing water, a lot of drivers trying to get to their destinations going into the city of New Orleans. So as of right now, this is what we're dealing with, just standing water here. So we're going to see if we come out of the situation, see if the water level will recede. But for now, though, we're going to toss it back to you in studio.
All right, thank you very much, Duke. And a view of Airline Drive. I'm glad we got to see out there. We haven't seen much there this morning, but that's near that LNA Road that you would take to cut to the Earhart Expressway. It looks terrible.
Yeah, and it's certainly evidence of how widespread the rain was today, because we've been focusing a lot on Orleans Parish, because obviously that's right here for us. But Jefferson Parish, a lot of roads are closed right now. We have some power outages as well in Orleans and Jefferson Parish. It's been a mess for a lot of folks this morning, and certainly because of the timing of when this happened. A lot of folks are already trying to get into work. You're taking a look at the power outage map at this point. It's been a very difficult morning for a lot of folks, and now you're dealing with the aftermath where people are now trying to still get to work, and there's a bottleneck situation that you're getting on certain areas like Airline Highway, Tulane Avenue. We haven't even seen that area of Franklin Avenue and 610, which always floods as well.
Always,
It's going to be a situation that we're going to be dealing with the next few hours until we get the city drained. And I think that, again, goes back to the core of what's happening with the pumps and the Sewage and Water Board, because, again, there are certain parts of the city that are draining, and then we're still seeing flooding in many parts of the city as well.
Sure, and I know people are wondering, what do they do when we're expecting rain really over the next several days? There's no time to get those questions answered and get it fixed.
You know, and as we're watching the tropics to see what the system is going to do in the Gulf, I think this is a very good early lesson for a lot of folks to get prepared, because a lot of us, like myself this morning, I got up, ran outside, got my really dingy hatchback out of the area that I needed to get because the water was coming up fast, and then I had to get my wife's car out too and get it to higher ground. But this is a good kind of, I hate to say dry run, but this is a good precursor and a time to prepare for what's happening, because we don't exactly know how much rain is going to come with this system. Obviously, Dave and our local weather experts will have more on that.
Certainly, and so many people already, unfortunately, are going to be dealing with flooding from homes and businesses, and some people's cars are already ruined. We've seen lots of them underwater this morning.
Yeah, I think we have some video right now from the Circle Food Store on St. Bernard Avenue, near that area that we were just talking to with Megan Key just a short
Megan
while
Key
ago.
is further down the street. She is on St. Bernard, but she's at the other end, closer to Rampart. You know, the Circle sits right at Claiborne. I mean, these images are haunting because they kind of look like what the Circle looked like after Katrina.
They are very reminiscent. I remember being on the I-10 ramp looking down right at the Circle Food Store on that Monday of Katrina. This does look very similar. But again, I mean, it's, you know, we want to be careful, and we also wanted to just kind of be certain that this is not a Katrina event, but certainly for a burst of 2 to 3 hours of rain.
It's scary.
We're looking at
to see that high of flooding in that short amount of time.
Yeah.
All right, and we appreciate that you guys have been sending in viewer pictures. We want to take a look at some more this morning, get a better sense of the area. This is in Westwego, an area that we haven't seen much of this morning. So thank you for sending this in. And high water there. It looks like so many other neighborhoods over on this side of the river.
Yeah, and taking a look at another video right here. This is also from the West Bank, from Michelle Lariel. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. This is from Marrero, taking a look at her video from out her window. Certainly this is what a lot of folks have been experiencing this morning. A lot of people inside just keeping an eye, and a very, very careful eye on what's happening on their street right now. And that's been the situation for a lot of folks this morning.
Yeah, it's unbelievable to see how high the water is in some of these places, especially when you get a reference like a truck or a pole that you can tell just how high it is.
Yeah,
this
and
is
it's
on
interesting
Old
with the comment on here. It's always a 100-year storm in Old Jefferson, and I think that, you know, the repetitive nature of folks is certainly, I think in the last couple of years since that August 5th flood, I think people are more aware of it. I'm not sure if we're seeing more rain, but I think people are just more cognizant of what's happening with the drainage around them.
Sure.
And maybe that could be a function of them paying more attention, but it could be a function of just what's happening with the infrastructure around the city. And obviously we're seeing that in Jefferson Parish as well.
Right, because it does seem like we are seeing flooding more often. And in areas that didn't flood for Katrina, we have some damage now near the Bayou St. John area. Let's take a look here. This looks horrific.
Yeah, and you know, I think Dave will kind of give us more clarity and a finer point on what's happening and what happened with a tornado warning here. But you know, we saw the video of the water spout earlier today. It's hard to say, but there's at least a lot of wind damage in this area of Bayou St. John that we're looking here.
Yeah, this is unbelievable to see. We did have callers and emails from people in Gentilly and Lakeview saying how strong the winds were. This is the first time, though, we're seeing a picture with this much damage to property around the area. So we do have to confirm with Dave. We know that water spout was on the lake. As far as we knew, it had not touched down on land.
Right, yeah. And that's compounding what we're seeing on the ground in terms of just the water and the flooding situation, and in having this kind of perhaps a potential tornado touching down. Certainly for anybody there, whether it's a tornado or not, they certainly have damage on their roof and on their property at this point. And you know, our heart goes out to them at this point.
Yes, certainly. I know so many people are dealing with high water who have dealt with it before, flooding in certain areas and damage. And I know people are thinking, how do you start fixing now when we're preparing for another storm in just a couple of days?
Yeah, and I think as this thing approaches, you know, we are taking a look at how the infrastructure is going to hold up. I mean, again, to give people perspective, this was a 2 to 3 hour rain event. And even though we did get a good dose of rain, we could see extended periods of rain. It's settled down right now, as many folks will know, in seeing the amount of traffic there. But if our infrastructure can't handle a 2 to 3 hour storm like this, it's hard to imagine that we're going to be able to handle extended periods of rain for hours on end, and maybe through consecutive days as well. So that's going to be a challenge, and something that I think that city and parish officials have to be mindful about. And we haven't even touched on the situation with the river, because I know that there was a lot of fluctuation with the river and the gauge at the Carrollton level.
Yeah, the river levels were already high, so that was something we were already aware of. Let's get over to Dave to weigh in more on that. We were talking about high Mississippi River levels before this rain started and before the storm was near.
That's right, and we are going to have to potentially deal with some concerning numbers with respect to that here, with respect to the storm surge coming in. We'll talk about that in a second. Let me kind of start with the beginning here. We now have potential tropical cyclone 2, fancy term for a possible tropical system. How about that for you? This is what we're looking at right now. It's currently sitting just south of Panama City, Destin, Florida area. Not very organized. There's a large circulation with this, but you need a smaller circulation. What we have going on is the upper level low, which is helping to give us the heavy rain this morning, and then you have a surface low trying to form where that low currently is located. So once they become stacked on top of each other, that's when you have the chance of this becoming better organized, and that will happen later today, and likely a tropical depression forming by tomorrow. So winds right now are 30, moving west-southwest today. It is expected to become a tropical depression by tonight and stay a tropical depression overnight into tomorrow, continually getting better organized. Now, we do again have by 7 a.m. tomorrow 35-mile-per-hour winds, but during the afternoon and evening on Thursday becoming Tropical Storm Barry, which we did expect it to do as well too. And then continuing to be strengthening overnight Thursday into Friday morning. A strong tropical storm, then becoming a Category 1 hurricane on Saturday as it sits just off the southwest Louisiana coastline here. Winds around 85 miles per hour. And then moving on landfall late Saturday afternoon into the evening hours here. This stopped at 1:30 in the morning on Sunday, and that would likely be a borderline Category 1, Category 2 hurricane working its way toward Jennings or more toward the Lake Charles area here, and then continuing its track towards Shreveport and then beyond as we get into Sunday and Monday. That is where, of course, the center of the cone is. We know better than to actually buy into exactly where the center is. We have to look at the entire cone. It stretches all the way from beyond Houston near Columbus, Texas, all the way to here in New Orleans. So this does account for the forecast model, some of them trying to turn it sooner, others trying to turn it later. So obviously that's where you get your cone from with that location. Now I have the center line on there, but of course you can't just follow that, and this is going to be a widespread system anyway as well, and that is going to allow us to get those impacts not just from it the center moves over you. Great that it's not coming over top of us, but bad that we're on the wet side of the storm, which means all that heavy rain potentially could come here depending exactly where the system ends up going. If it's a more easterly track, that really heavy rain's over top of us. If it's a more westerly track, the bulk of the heavy rain may be farther to the west. We're still going to get heavy rain, but the rain totals will be much less if that is the case in that westward track. Tropical storm watch is in effect here for the mouth of the Mississippi River all the way there to about Morgan City, and we do have a storm surge watch in effect here. It does include the North Shore or the South Shore here, including the metro area, all the way down. So basically the mouth of the Pearl River all the way to Morgan City as well too. So this is saying we could still see some storm surge out there. Now, one thing we've been talking about is that Mississippi River, and the surge will go up the river. It traditionally does this, but a lot of times the river is very low, and so we barely even notice with that. Well, right now it's at 16 feet here, and look at this. The forecast does show briefly getting to 20 feet here by Saturday morning around 10 a.m. and then dropping back down here within a short period of time, a couple of hours later. That would be the storm surge. The thing is, our levees protect us to 20 feet. So as long as it gets to 20 feet, we're talking the very top of the levees. Never in history has this happened before, because usually during hurricane season, our river level is much lower. So you get a 3, 4, 5 foot surge on the river, and it doesn't really have a huge impact because the river's so low. Not the case this time. So this is some history potentially we're getting at here, as it could get to about 20 feet at the Carrollton Gauge in New Orleans. So I'm not saying it's going to overtop the levees, but we are dangerously close to that level at this point. So we'll be watching that, Army Corps watching that. They got to this number by talking to the Hurricane Center, looking at storm surge protections out there, River Forecast Center, and the Army Corps all together. And these are the numbers they get together with this here. So when we're talking about a hurricane working its way just south of us, and with all that onshore flow, that moisture coming in, that's going to help to give us a storm surge. One good thing, I guess, is that the storm is pretty close to the northern Gulf Coast area, so we don't have it pushing water all the way from the southern part of the Gulf northward. But still, 4 feet is going to make a huge difference on the river for us. We talked about earlier this spring, what if the river's not down when the hurricane comes? Well, now this is kind of what we're looking at. We're coming to fruition, so we need to watch that. Obviously, a flood warning on the river, so we'll be keep watching this very closely. Flash flood watch in effect till tomorrow night. This is actually for an additional 2 to 4 inches of rain across the area, a lot of which many of you already got. So the impacts, we're looking at 6 to 12 inches of rain from the system. That's my forecast we have right now. Coastal flooding, storm surge there, kind of 2 to 4 feet. Again, this at least at this point. Now that may change when the new updates come in a little later on, especially when they have the storm surge slosh model running and giving us some updates there, but at least 2 to 4 feet right now. Winds 20 to 60 miles per hour. 20 is inland, so not too bad. We had gustier winds with the thunderstorms this morning. 60 down along the coastal areas, so you'll be closer to that center of circulation. And tornadoes, yes, they will be possible. We will at some point be in that sweet spot, if you will, of when you're in that northeast corner of the storm, and that's where you can get some of those tornadoes to form. Now, weather rain totals were 5, 4, 3 inches there from New Orleans to Metairie. We do see those showers kind of tapering off a little bit here as we go forward, and we'll continue to see some of that rain moving out, which is good news. They'll belt chase some heavier downpours coming in for you. Flash flood warnings continue out there till 1:45 in the South Shore. Down to the coast, some heavier rain there, and we still have the threat for maybe a few tornadoes today. Level 1 marginal risk is in play for that, but you can see the big circulation here with this storm, and eventually there'll be a smaller circulation once this gets better organized. And the forecast models, by the way, they do show new storms developing to our west by 3 o'clock, and then tonight newer ones could come in from the east, so we'll have to maybe deal with another round of rain later tonight, and then those taper off overnight into tomorrow, and then we'll start seeing those bands of rain and clouds coming in from what will be Barry as we head into Thursday timeframe, Thursday night all the way into Friday, with some of those downpours coming in. But the heaviest rain may not be coming in until we get into the Saturday timeframe from the system, so we'll continue to watch that one for you here. So what we know now, it's in the northeast Gulf, likely a depression by tomorrow. Hurricane hunters will fly into the system later today to get us more data and better information, and Friday into the weekend, that's when landfall should occur over the weekend, with the heaviest rain threat working its way closer to us. It's moving over very warm water, and that will allow the system to get a little bit updated. By the way, here's the newest GFS model. It does kind of take us just south of our coast here by Friday morning, and then kind of sit there for a day or two, and then it starts moving northward a little bit more to the east than some of the other models. So that would put the heaviest rain here Sunday over top of us throughout the day, and so that could get a little rough versus the European model, which we'll update later today. That one actually will help to bring us some heavier rain, but not really until later on. You'll see here early on here by Saturday, and then as the system is more to the west, that's where it keeps the bulk of the heavy rain. So that will be some great and welcome news for us, as high pressure kind of producing some shear may produce the system, a stronger system in the Gulf longer, and that's what the European is buying into, and that would be some good news for us. So basically for today, we are looking for a more scattered storm. Same thing for Thursday, and then for the weekend, yeah, we are talking about, of course, heavy rain and wind out there. So be ready for these changes to come, and even still could see some changes in the forecast track.
All right, Dave, thank you so much for that update. And we are getting an update right now from city officials. There's, of course, been a lot going on this morning. They stressed again that we got almost 8 inches of rain in some places in less than 3 hours, which is what caused the situation we're in this morning, and sent us an email saying that they responded to 250 emergency calls.
A lot of calls for help this morning, certainly with the amount of people that were on the roads and stuck at their homes too, trying to get to work. This is a situation, obviously, that's going to be ongoing throughout the day. And taking a look at some of the other issues, and again, we want to urge people that if you don't have to be outside and on the roads right now, it's best to just wait and get those streets cleared first that the city can get to, and have the pumps catch up. Because it is quite a mess out there right now.
Yeah, and we've been showing you some of that. We've still got power outages in many areas, more than 10,000 power outages still in Orleans. Our last check in Jefferson, there were about 7,500 power outages there. City Hall is closed this morning.
The libraries, NORD.
The libraries, NORD, all of those agencies. There's really nowhere to go. So if you can stay home, as Tan is saying, you really, really should. And the city did bring up in that email that people should be taking photos of any damage, of course, that you encounter, so you can handle that with your insurance companies at some point.
And there was a good amount of flooded cars as I was coming into work today, so that's going to be, and obviously there's going to be a certain level of personal responsibility on this. Obviously you can't handle or place any blame on the city at this point with what's happening until we get more clarity about what the situation with the infrastructure is. But if you do have damage to your car, to your property, it's best to take all those documents and the photos right now.
Certainly.
And make sure that you put a timestamp on those photos too, just so your insurance knows that it's accurate for the date and the timing of the event for this.
That's great advice, because I think some people are so overwhelmed.
Sure.
They just wake up shocked, post on social media, and then forget that they're actually going to have to deal with this in a couple of days. We've been showing you the flooding around the area, hopefully encouraging you to stay wherever you are. For those already stuck out there, it's been miserable. Let's get back to our Megan Key, who is at St. Bernard near the I-10, right by the Circle Food Store. Hi, Megan.
Hey, good morning, Sheba. Yeah, we're here at St. Bernard Avenue in Claiborne, and there's still a lot of flooding here, as you can see. Now, we know that this flooding has been widespread from this morning's thunderstorms, but it seems like this area hasn't gone down at all, any of the flooding. Now, we know that 118 of the 120 sewage and water board pumps are currently working, but this area hasn't really seen any relief. Now, this is one side of St. Bernard Avenue where we're still seeing a brunt of flooding, and in fact, as you can tell just by looking at these cars, you can see how high up the water is on the tires of these cars. You see these small sedans. A lot of these cars are ending up stalled out when they try to go through this deep water. We always tell you not to drive through deep standing water because your car can stall out. If it's rushing water, you could get drifted out, and it's just not a good idea. Also, people that are driving fast through it, like this truck, as you can see, it's pushing that water into businesses like the Circle Food Store right here. That water is kind of moving like a waveform and getting pushed into some people's homes. And I did see a tweet that New Orleans Police Department will be ticketing people that drive through this standing water like faster than 5 miles an hour because of the impact it's having on the community and other people's homes. Now, I'm joined by Michael Pellet, and he was coming from New Orleans East this morning trying to get to Uptown. You had a U-Haul, and you couldn't make it, of course.
Nah, I wouldn't take that chance. Nah, but this is ridiculous. We got so much FEMA money to fix our sewer system. I think Ms. Landrieu had 8 years. He was the president of the board, to fix our system. And still, Mayor Landrieu did not do the proper thing. We're managing the FEMA money. Now, our new mayor, LaToya Cantrell, she got this dumped on her lap. She's trying to fight for a fair share. She got a slight deal to get a lump sum of money, but we're trying to get a fair share of the hotel motel tax money, percentage-wise, so we could really invest in our city. So much money come to New Orleans and through New Orleans, and this is what we left with. We live with this. This is ridiculous. It look like Venice out here. Everybody need a boat or something. This is like sad. This is really sad.
And you're from New Orleans, and you've seen this happen before.
I've seen it, but before Katrina, this didn't happen. After Katrina, it flooded on a drizzle. This is ridiculous. We can't handle hurricane season. If a hurricane come now, what's gonna happen? We all stuck.
Well, we do have a tropical storm that's on its way, and in just a few days. This isn't even from this.
Oh,
this
this
is
not
just
a tropical storm?
No, this is just heavy rain from just hours of heavy rain today.
Wow, this is amazing. This is not New Orleans. This is New Orleans, for real. This is not the New Orleans I grew up with. This is not it.
And a number of the pumps are working. 118 of Sewage and Water Board's pumps are working right now, but you can tell it doesn't look like it's working in this area.
They can say it's working, but the proof is in the pudding. It's not working at all. You can see the water flooding on the streets on a regular basis. Any rain, anything happening, it's just ridiculous. You got cars flooding where it never flooded before. They repaved streets, they made sewage drainage, and in those places it's still flooding. It's worse than before. It's worse.
And what do you plan on doing? You got your U-Haul, you were trying to move some things today. Clearly, you can't get to your destination right now. What's your plan?
I'm sitting it out. This Claiborne area, this Claiborne Bridge, we're trying to redevelop this. I'm trying to find me something to eat. I hope Kermit was open. I'm trying to get me something to drink or something to sit this out for real. Trying to get me a little margarita or something, because that's all you can do is sit it out. You chill out. That's what we do. We just chill until we ride it out, and hopefully it get better.
All right. Thank you so much, Michael. And I'm also joined with our assistant news director, Michael Bean, here with WWL. And Michael's car started smoking.
Yeah, overheated a little bit on my way in. Traffic was stopped. It took me a couple hours just to get this far. I came in from the east on 10, and I'm parked up here with a lot of these folks. And yeah, we overheated. There was a lot of stop and go. There was a lot of waiting, and that's how it is. When there's water on the road, you stop. You try not to get through it if you can help it. And And I got to tell you, we've been here now in this spot for over an hour, maybe an hour and a half. The water isn't going down here. So we're stopped, we're stuck, we're kind of waiting it out. My apologies to my boss, Keith. But, you know, clearly there's an issue right here at this intersection. We're all stuck, and unless you have a high clearance vehicle, you're not getting through here, period.
And just for everybody that you've been seeing come through here, I'm sure you've been seeing a lot, because I've been seeing a lot of cars come through this area that clearly are not equipped to deal with this level of water.
Yeah, and you can see, I think Rick Neese was showing a couple of these cars behind you that tried to make it through here and did not. And that's why these people are waiting it out. That's why I'm waiting it out. Now, again, you have some pickup trucks, some larger clearance vehicles. There's one coming up here pulling a camper. You know, he will probably make it. But some of these smaller sedans, they're just not going to. They just can't, and that's why we're stopped. And you see the consequences for some of these folks who didn't stop.
And, you know, New Orleans police, they're going to start ticketing people that are going through this, you know, this deep standing water faster than 5 miles per hour because of the damage it causes to other buildings with them pushing water into houses and things like that.
Well, I can't speak to that. I haven't, to be honest with you, I've not really been looking at the wakes people have been creating. I've been more worried about my own misery and those of the folks around us. I mean, everyone has a good humor, but you know, honestly, people are really fed up. I've been listening to these folks talking, and they are not happy. They are talking about Mayor Cantrell. They are talking about former Mayor Landrieu. There is tension here. They're taking it with a grain of salt, but believe me, they will remember this. They will remember this.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Michael. So right now, you know, we're just continuing to monitor this flooding here in this area as well as citywide. If you do have any pictures or videos of any flooding that you've seen in your area, make sure to send it to our social media site, send it to WWL TV on social media on Facebook. You can also email us as well. Reporting live on Claiborne, Megan Key, Eyewitness News.
All right, Megan, thank you. You can say safely that a lot going on in that picture.
There is a lot going on. I appreciate that Megan's talking to people and capturing their frustration. People are frustrated.
You know, Mr. Paulette that Megan just spoke with, I think he hit it right there. You don't have to be really an expert in infrastructure and hydrology, meteorology, and drainage. I think residents are assessing that if you can't handle a 2 to 3 hour rain event, and it will flood to a certain level, but again, we have this approaching system in the Gulf at this point. If you can't handle it for 2 to 3 hours in a morning, what can you do during a true hurricane and a true, you know, tornadic, storm as well? Those are factors that I think the city has to consider at this point, and not just the city here, but Jefferson Parish and all the surrounding areas. That if you can't handle this type of rain, what are you going to do in a true storm event?
Sure, and we've heard from several lifelong residents this morning, or people who've lived here for decades. They notice the differences. And as you said, you don't have to be an expert, right? You can't explain what's going on, but you know if you live in an area that has never ever flooded, and now in the past 2 years it's flooded 3 times.
Yeah, and we just saw our assistant news director, Michael Bean, who's a relatively new Louisiana resident, and I think he's getting indoctrinated now to how important drainage and infrastructure is to the whole of the region, not just New Orleans, because he lives in Slidell.
Yeah.
And now he's trying to get into work, and now you're hitting this kind of wall of water in terms of just on the street, and just the gridlock that you're seeing too. And as people are trying to get around, we should point out that, you know, in the flooded areas, the RTA right now is suspending service in those flooded areas.
We actually saw water on an RTA bus. Yes. People with their feet up so that they didn't get wet on the bus.
Yeah. So let's go out to Duke Carter. He is on Airline Highway, and we've been talking about Orleans Parish, but let's check in on Duke to see what's happening in Jefferson Parish there. Duke?
Hey, Tom and Sheba. Yeah, we are here on Airline Highway near LNA Road. And as you can see behind me, this is what we're dealing with, standing water from the rainstorm from earlier this morning. Now, just to kind of paint a picture, we were trying to get to Jefferson Highway to Old Metairie, and this is what we're seeing here, standing water underneath that underpass. That underpass would take it to Earhart Expressway, and we couldn't get through because of the standing water here. And as you can see, you have drivers who are frustrated going around, others speeding through. Not not necessarily a good thing to do. And then you have other drivers who are doing exactly what you should be doing, taking it slow and going slowly across so that we don't push that water elsewhere. And so we did catch up with some drivers who were out here just trying to get to their destinations, and they told us very briefly that they've never seen anything like this before. Yeah, you've seen some flooding out here in JP, specifically along Airline Drive, but when they're out here, they've never seen it this backed up to where they've seen water pretty much just flooded underneath the underpass. And so they're shocked. They're just wondering what happened here, because they've never seen anything happen like this before. And many folks are just now at this point either taking that risk and going toward the city, or others are just now playing it safe and turning around and trying to find another route to get to their destinations. Now, we were trying to get to, again, Jefferson Highway from I-10 to Causeway, and the traffic is so backed up, like we were stuck in there for at least a good 20, 30 minutes. So if you are trying to get to your destinations, if you're taking the streets, you might want to give yourself a lot of wiggle room, a lot of pad to get to your destinations, because the traffic out here, especially along Airline Drive, is backed up. Guys?
All right, thank you, Duke. And certainly, as you can see, this is, to give people perspective, this has maybe been a 2 to 3 hour rain event, but most of the people that are stuck on the interstates and the streets and those side roads right now have been dealing with this probably for 5 hours right now,
yeah,
just waiting this out.
Just texted me that they had another friend trying to make it into work and had been stranded for 3 hours this morning. So that was on Airline Drive. If you're near that LNA road, it's just another area to avoid. But there are so many at this point. We want to get over to April to check in on the status of the roads. April, give us some of those main closures.
Yes, Sheba, definitely things are improving this morning, so that is wonderful news. As far as rainfall, we're not seeing as much of it, and as a result, the roads are looking a lot better. Definitely still seeing congestion, but the interstate has drastically improved. This is a live shot actually downtown along US Business 90 at the Claiborne Flyover ramp. You can see some minor congestion leading to the Claiborne Flyover ramp, of course, but along US Business 90, smooth sailing, and honestly, it just looks like a regular morning drive. The roads are not even as wet in this area, so that is wonderful news. Even about an hour ago, this area looked completely different. Let's look at the map so we can see what's happening, because we do still have several ramp closures, which I'll share with you momentarily, but I do want to first talk about delays. A lot better than what they looked like even an hour ago. If you're coming in from Kenner and Metairie, honestly, smooth sailing until right before you reach the 1090 split downtown. This congestion was backed up for miles, backed up to the Veterans exit, and then it improved to Causeway and then Bonneville, and then now you can see really honestly smooth sailing until right before you reach the downtown area. So that's great. Hopping on 610 should not be an issue for you, and coming in from New Orleans East, smooth sailing until you roughly get around the St. Bernard Avenue exit. That's where you're going to start to see some delays, and they're pretty solid until you reach downtown at the Claiborne Flyover ramp. But we saw that live shot along US Business 90 at the Claiborne Flyover ramp, and it does look wonderful. Traveling on the West Bank looks a lot better as well. It's starting to improve. Now again, this is along the interstate and US Business 90. I'll share about those surface streets momentarily. Cross City Connection Bridge looks good. You'll see, of course, some minor delays at the former Toll Plaza leading to the main span of the bridge, and then some secondary traffic once you're crossing there, headed along US Business 90, or even hopping on I-10 traveling towards Gentilly, New Orleans East, as well as the Metairie and Kenner area. No major issues on the Huey P. Long. Looks wonderful this morning, and even the elevated and lower levels of the expressway do remain quiet. If you're taking the ferries this morning, 2 are checked in. The rest are not. Belle Chase and Point LaHache Ferry are checked in for service. The rest of them are out of service due to high river levels. So please do keep that in mind. As I mentioned before, West Bank is looking wonderful, but still seeing just some minor delays in the metro area in comparison, of course, to what we've been seeing all morning. I'm going to step out of the way and actually share the ramp closures. There's so many of them, so bear with me still. But as the morning goes on, those should clear out since flooding is getting better. If you are, however, traveling on surface streets, please try to avoid them altogether and take the interstate and even stay home if possible. But as far as the interstate, they do look good. So a lot of on-ramps have actually opened up again. I will share the ones that do still remain closed. If you're traveling westbound along Magazine Street, the entrance ramp to westbound along US Business 90 does remain closed. That area is still fairly flooded, so please avoid that altogether. Eastbound and westbound along Chapatoulas and South Peters, that exit does remain closed along US Business 90. Eastbound and westbound at the Superdome, as well as South Claiborne exit, do remain closed. Eastbound at Camp Street, as well as eastbound along Airline Boulevard. Those are the only ramp closures that we have right now, and that is wonderful news because, again, Even about an hour ago, there were twice as many ramp closures on this list. So things are starting to improve as far as the interstate. Still give yourself some extra time, however, and make sure that you travel very safely on those surface streets because, again, one block may be smooth sailing and then the next block you'll see some heavy flooding.
All right, thank you, April. A very long morning for you and Sheba here. An unusual morning. Usually you and I aren't together here at this hour, and usually we're not on programming at this hour because we're covering the widespread flooding and the rain event that we had earlier this morning. So it's been a long morning for everybody, and now I think some folks are starting to get to where they need to, but still we have a situation where a lot of streets are flooded in the metro area. We're talking Orleans Parish, Jefferson Parish, and we haven't really expanded out further yet, but I think we're going to start seeing more flooding throughout the day.
Sure. We want to get to our reporter Danny Monteverde, who's live in Mid-City this morning. We've been checking in on several different areas. We've seen some bad videos of flooding from Mid-City. He's at Canal and Jeff Davis. Hi, Danny.
Hey, Sheba, and actually to the point you all were making just a minute ago about surface streets being flooded, take a look at Canal Street right here at Jeff Davis. That's bad, but let's take a look. Brian Lucas, my photographer, can swing around and look down Jeff Davis going toward Uptown, and look at that. Look at this car here. You can see a car, just how high it is. There's a car there just flooded out, and really just as far down as you can see, there is water. We're looking down Jeff Davis toward Tulane Avenue right now. You can see some cars down there slowly going through. We were actually trying to get to Broadmoor for this live shot. We're kind of, lack of a better term, stranded here right now because you can just see these streets that cut through Mid-City are just flooded. And if Brian can go look the other way as well, you can also see down that side of Jeff Davis going toward Bayou St. John, that's also flooded. You see a couple of cars stalled out. And these are higher cars too. They're SUVs, they're vans that you can see as well. And traffic is tying up. Here's a good example of what we're dealing with right now with the traffic situation. There's an ambulance trying to get down Canal Street right now. Really, it's kind of gridlock in both directions when you have reduced lanes, canal reduced in many spots from 3 lanes to 1 lane at best. You got emergency services trying to get through. And people literally not knowing which way to turn. So yeah, the good news might be that there are some of those exit ramps and on-ramps clearing up, but in the neighborhoods, it's still quite a different story right now. Again, you can see a pickup truck down here, not a small truck by any stretch of the imagination. You can see how high that water is right now, nearly up to its doors here in Mid-City at Jeff Davis. Again, if you don't have to be out right now, just don't get out. It's just an area you don't want to be in right now, and I'm sure this is just one snapshot of where we are right now in the city, but I'm sure many neighborhoods around the city right now are dealing with similar situations. But again, we're at Canal and Jeff Davis, and Brian is looking down Jeff Davis toward Tulane Avenue, and it's just, I think it's safe to say that's probably in some spots 2-3 feet of water. You can see a red pickup truck down there with the water wall all the way up to its bed. So again, we were trying to get to Broadmoor. We couldn't get to Broadmoor. Now, for as bad as this looks right now, Brian actually had to come pick me up at my house in Lakeview because I've been trying to get to work all morning and couldn't because of the water in Lakeview. Now, the one good thing is we noticed in Lakeview where the streets had flooded this morning, they were dry. So there are some areas of the city where the water is going down, but it's obviously going down slow, or in some areas, possibly not at all. We just got out here about 20 minutes ago. Really can't say one way or the other if this water has gone down or is stagnant right now in terms of the height. But the good news is there are some spots in the city at least where the water is going down. But again, a live picture here at Canal and Jeff Davis. Canal Street reduced to 1 lane. And then Jeff Davis, you just can't drive on it at all. You can't even try to drive on it right now.
All right, Danny. And Danny, are you seeing any rain at this point? Because it stopped about an hour ago for some parts of the neighborhood, at least my neighborhood. But I mean, are you still seeing any rain?
You jinxed us, Ton. The second you asked if we're seeing rain, rain is starting to fall again. So that had cleared up, and it had been a while since I'd seen rain. In fact, the last time I saw rain this morning, I think I was still stuck on 610 near Elysian Fields, and it had stopped around then. But literally, just as you asked a second ago if there was any rain we saw, it is starting to come down a little bit. Not a heavy rain yet, but not really a drizzle either. But the rain, it's coming down, or it's about to return, it looks like.
All right, my apologies for jinxing you, Danny, but
Yeah.
certainly it's raining out there right now, but certainly not at the same clip that we saw earlier this morning.
No, I mean, it was pouring earlier this morning, which is how we got to this point. Thank you so much, Danny, for filling us in on Mid-City this morning, another area where there's just a lot of high water.
Yeah, and it's a head-scratching moment because, again, as I was referencing earlier, it stopped raining about an hour, maybe an hour and a half ago, but that water doesn't seem to be subsiding at this point. So there's
Sure.
got to be some issue with the drainage at this point.
Yeah, I just don't think anybody was prepared for this. Today was our day to get ready for the storm
Sure.
that we were talking about for the weekend. We were actually supposed to be covering a press conference from Governor John Bel Edwards earlier this morning that we didn't even put on air because we were under a tornado warning at the time.
Yeah, and we just had Danny Monteverde in Mid-City near Canal in Tulane, or that area in Mid-City. Let's get a better picture and more pictures from what's happening around the metro area.
Yeah, this is in from viewers, and thank you guys for sending these in all morning. You have been on top of it, helping us understand the situation. This is where a car drifted into a truck on Canal Street. Residents and tourists are experiencing challenges getting transportation around the city. Carrie McCarthy sent that in to us. Thank you for sending it.
And this is the lobby of the Young Hotel on Canal Street in New Orleans. And this was from the owner, Joe Yeager, who said he ain't happy at the flooding. Ain't happy at the flooding.
We did tweet earlier, there was a hotel guest saying that she had some water in her hotel. We weren't sure which hotel it was, so now we know.
Yeah, and I think as we get through the extended part of the afternoon here, we're approaching noon now, we're going to start seeing more of this. But take a look at this photo right here.
This is the one that's baffling. It's a lady on Facebook who says her daughter's stuck on the RTA, and if you look closely, the water is literally up to people's legs on the RTA.
And at that point,
Russ.
where do you go?
Right.
Where do you go? I mean, you're
Because-
on the bus and then you have water on the outside. There is no place to go.
No,
Tough
you just have to
situation
sit there. What a horrific situation.
Yeah, and on the topic of the RTA, again, if you are in a flooded area right now, the RTA has suspended service in the flooded areas. So if you are depending on public transportation and if your area is flooded, you will not be able to get to that place via RTA.
I know, which is so unfortunate because I don't think they officially suspended service. They just ended up getting stuck, right? All the buses and streetcars were at a standstill, so they said, we're done for
Yeah,
now.
photo evidence there. That's why the RTA suspended it,
Yeah.
because people did get stuck, at least on that particular bus there.
Yeah, we're getting so many images. Please keep those coming in to our website, our email, social media. Use the hashtag #Beyond4.
Okay, and if you're just joining us now, we've been following severe weather and flood across New Orleans, and this has been going on since about 8 o'clock. This has been in multiple areas, multiple parishes, multiple neighborhoods in the city.
That's right. We actually want to show you some flooding from Magazine Street right now, so let's take a look at that. This is another area we haven't exactly gotten an image of this morning, but this is Magazine Street this morning. We know how popular of an area that is, but look at the water there.
Yeah, it was a dark morning, and as scripted, it was a dark, stormy morning. We had a lot of rain, and a lot of folks had this idea of just getting to work, but I think with what we've been seeing today, this is a good time for people to prepare their evacuation kits and some of those plans for this storm that is now approaching and about to develop in the Gulf right now as well. All right, if you're just joining us, we've been following severe weather and flooding across New Orleans since about 8 o'clock this morning. This is at the Circle Food Store on St. Bernard Avenue in the 7th Ward. Again, this is not rain from the potential cyclone moving into the Gulf. We still have to brace for that. Right now, you're urged to stay off the road if you can.
And we got these pictures just minutes ago on Bayou St. John. This is near Fillmore from Gigi Burke. It appears to show homes damaged and the roof caves in. Again, along Bayou St. John, we are sending a crew to that area right now, so look for live updates in later shows. We also got updates from the Sewerage and Water Board today as well. Officials say the amount of rainfall we saw in some areas today is nearly double the amount from Mother's Day this year. They also say 118 of 120 active pumps are working right now. The board says the staff is fully operational and they're preparing for the rain that we're getting through the weekend.
And a few reminders here from Mayor LaToya Cantrell this morning. City Hall is closed, as well as Nord and local libraries, and drivers going faster than 5 miles an hour in flooded areas will get a ticket, so you need to slow down. And you know the saying, slow down, don't drown. Some flights are delayed as well, and make sure you take pictures of the damage to your home, businesses, and cars. Tulane University announced on Twitter all campuses are closed today. You can monitor their emergency system for updates.
All right, and the University of New Orleans has not announced any closures, but we first showed you this video a couple of hours ago. A few water spouts were spotted near UNO's campus. Now, despite the calls and concerns and this frightening video, campus officials say that tornado did not actually come on campus. We can't say the same thing, though, for this scene in Gentilly. Jason Carpenter sent us a few more photos this morning, and it was just more formation of that water spout that we saw earlier today, which was so scary. We were getting in dozens of pictures and videos from several different areas, so it was kind of hard to tell what perspective we were seeing it from.
Okay, so let's get some perspective on what's been happening this morning and what may happen with this approaching system. We're going to go over to Chris Franklin. Chris?
Yeah, good afternoon, guys. Now, and it's been a long morning and likely to continue to be a very long weekend with more rainfall moving in. Again, this is kind of a broad area where we're talking about what is going to eventually develop into Barry. This is a broad surface trough at the moment, so there's a lot of rainfall with it and a lot of heavy tropical rainfall, which is why the storms that we have seen this morning dumped so much in the way of rainfall, and the accumulated rainfall has been in some instances over 5 inches of rain. You get those kind of totals. Let's see, we're actually getting some information of a few locations in Orleans Parish of some of their observing stations of 9.42, 8.85, 6.79 in a number of spots. So you get that much rainfall in a very short period of time, even over several hours. The pumps can be the best that you could possibly imagine, and they just cannot keep up with that amount of rainfall. And that's the rainfall that we saw from earlier this morning. Now, we do have some more storms kind of moving into the metro area now. If you're in the city, we can hear the thunder here in the French Quarter. These at least are appearing to move, and they're not nearly as intense as the storms were that we were dealing with Dave Nussbaum all morning long. So some heavy downpours here. Of course, it doesn't help the situation, but it does look like this is going to exacerbate the problem a great deal more as we continue through the afternoon and for the next several days.
Eyewitness News begins with breaking news.
We are following 2 major weather events this afternoon. All morning long, we've been following widespread flooding and tornado damage from a line of severe thunderstorms that moved through around rush hour.
Plus, we're also tracking Invest 92. The National Hurricane Center says it could strengthen to become Hurricane Barry before making landfall in Louisiana this weekend.
Good afternoon. I'm Tom Trung.
And I'm Sheba Turka. A storm surge watch is now in effect for south of the Pearl River to Morgan City, and a tropical storm watch is also in effect for the mouth of the Mississippi River to Morgan City.
Yeah, and on top of that, the National Weather Service has revised the forecast for the Mississippi River at New Orleans to reach 20 feet due to that storm surge. This would place the river level to the tops of the levees, and that's a lot to take in. Let's check in with your local weather experts, Dave Nussbaum and Chris Franklin, with the latest on what's happening.
Yeah, busy morning here in New Orleans, and this is not even the main show, if you will.
Right.
I mean, we're just looking at a little bit of a piece of an upper level system tied into what will be Barry.
And this is all tropical rainfall, which is why we saw, and if you were watching the radar this morning, as you were showing, it wasn't moving, which was the big problem. It just kind of kept building back on itself. So with those storms just sitting, and of course it was right over the heart of the city, is why we saw such rainfall totals and the pretty expansive flooding across much of the region.
Yeah, we're looking at rainfall totals here anywhere from about 1 to 4 inches in Jefferson Parish, Orleans Parish. Some of the co-op sites there we're looking at as little as 1 inch, as much as almost 10 inches of rain, and the bulk of that fell into 2-hour windows. So hence the reason why we have all the street flooding in town here. So as we're gearing up for that, looking at radar right now, heaviest rain seems to be more to the south of us toward the coastal areas, but there you have a little thunderstorm just popping up here now in town. We still have a flash flood warning in effect for the metro area here until 1:45, as well as into Jefferson Parish as well, too, a flood advisory there. So still watching potential for some more rain today, but again, this is nothing compared to what we could see as we get into this upcoming weekend.
And that's been kind of the big frustration with a lot of folks is I know a lot of folks are asking that what will happen, what will happen. It really is still an evolving situation with what will become Barry. It is still very unorganized. We are beginning to see a little bit more circulation at the surface, but the good news is it is good news, bad news. is that it is now over the Gulf waters. We should see more development, more organization, more strengthening with this system. And so the good news is we should get better and more accurate forecast model data as we progress throughout the day today and for the next couple of days. This is just a look at rainfall for the rest of the day. Again, it's not really initializing well because we have some convection right over the city, but just to note that the model is picking up on more showers and thunderstorms, and at times some very heavy downpours developing through the course of the afternoon, evening, and maybe continuing into later this evening and tonight. Unfortunately, we're going to be dealing with the rainfall. Now, if we can get plenty of breaks in the rainfall, that would be a great thing. Kind of allow drains and pumps to catch up, start clearing the water off of the streets. Again, the one positive in our favor has been that we have been very dry through the month of June and starting out July. So the ground was able to absorb a lot of the rain. But when you get in excess of 8 to 9 inches of rainfall, it doesn't matter how dry and how great the pumps are, and if every storm drain is clear, you're still going to get some street flooding in our area. Now on satellite, this again, not really associated with the circulation that we're starting to see develop at the surface with what will become Barry, but just kind of the upper disturbance that we're starting to see the surface-based feature and the upper feature begin to align a bit, which is going to allow for a little bit more strengthening of Barry over the course of the next day or so. Maybe not today, but certainly as we get into Thursday. And so the rainfall that we have today has been more tropical in nature, plenty of moisture to work with that feeding in from the Gulf, and that is why we saw such excessive rainfall totals. Plus, there isn't a whole lot of steering out there. We don't really have very strong winds, so that's why those storms that did develop really didn't move much. Now, getting away from our flooding this morning and talking about the tropics, which we kind of thought that was going to be the focus today. Well, those storms popped up. Tropical storm watches, as we had mentioned, mainly along the coastline. Storm surge watches are also up. We're going to start to get more of that data as computer model runs get a bit better, and we'll start to get a little bit more accuracy as to what kind of surge we are anticipating. This is a visible look at what's going on satellite. What you don't see is the storminess developing around that center. It is very far displaced to the west and south. We also have some storms out across the kind of the Big Bend area of Florida, so this is still a very unorganized tropical feature, and only just now starting to get those tropical characteristics as it is over very warm water. We show you water temperatures, but it is so much more than just to say, well, now the feature is over 85-degree water, so it's going to explode in strength. It's not quite that easy. This is actually a high-resolution satellite. I'm waiting for more of the images to start coming in because that will really give us a very clear picture of what is going on down at the surface. So this is, again, potential tropical cyclone 2, only because it is likely to start impacting areas on land shortly and likely to start doing that even though it is not a name system right now. Forecasted track does keep it down to our south. I really, though, think our biggest concern, and something that we're going to be watching very closely over the course of the next couple of days, is not only the rainfall that we're anticipating from this system, we're going to detail that coming up in just a bit, but also the river levels. As we've been mentioning, Dave has been talking about all morning long. The forecast is now for the Mississippi River at New Orleans to reach 20 feet. Our levees will protect us up to 20 feet, but it's been about 70 years since we have seen the river level get to that height, and it wasn't associated with anything in the tropics. It happened back in 1950. The river actually hit 19.98 feet in February, so it was spring flooding, not tropical related. We're going to detail more of this and get a little bit more information on what is going on down in the tropics coming up in just a few minutes.
All right, Chris, a lot going on this morning. Thank you. We received a lot of eyewitness videos of a waterspout in Lake Pontchartrain. This is one video we received taken near the campus of UNO. UNO police say no tornado touchdown on the campus, though, and there are no reports of any damage there, but the video is very impressive.
And here's another look at one of those water spouts. This was the view from the causeway. And of course, this is not the kind of thing you want to see on your morning commute. So scary for so many people on the roads this morning, but thankfully no one was injured. And we have seen hundreds of videos and photos and posts on social media. Thank you guys for sharing those.
These are just a few of those images you've shared of just how high floodwaters got around town. Plus, flooded streets, flooded buses, flooding in homes and businesses. It's been a lot. And thousands of people were stuck in traffic with nowhere to go. Many people turned to boats to get around. We've also gotten calls after call asking if the pumps were working, and that's the big question. We were told by the Sewerage and Water Board that the pump stations were operational and fully staffed, but no drainage system in the nation could handle this much water. We have crews all over town covering this morning's flooding.
That's right, because there's still flooded water all over the streets. Danny Monteverde is live in Mid-City. He's joining us from there with the latest. Hi, Danny. One of the areas still dealing with some high water.
You said that right. We are on Jeff Davis at Canal right now. You can see it's reduced. Well, really, there are no lanes of traffic essentially, but you can see there is traffic trying to get by, but you can just see how deep it is. I'm here on the curb and it's close to my knees. My knees are right here, so it's about halfway up my shins at this point. And it's like this on parts of Canal. It's like this here on this stretch of Jeff Davis. It's on the other side of Jeff Davis as you're going toward Bayou St. John. Actually, we were trying to get to Broadmoor a little while ago. We've heard reports of bad flooding over there. We frankly couldn't get there. At this time, you can see how bad the water's gotten. These cars that are driving along Jeff Davis, they are hugging the curb as close as they can where the ground is a little bit higher. But if you take a look down, you can just see it's just kind of almost bumper to bumper traffic as people just crawl through the area right now. Excuse me. Trying to figure out where to go. Again, this part of Mid-City, Brian Lucas and I, my photographer, we were trying to get to Broadmoor, as I said, and we just had to stop here because all of the side streets that we could see are in this similar shape. You have cars that have water up to the rims, up to the doors, if not a little bit higher. You got trash cans that have fallen over. And again, water that's just, at this point, I haven't seen it go down. We've been out here probably close to 30 minutes at this point. Excuse me. And we're just not seeing this water so far here, at least, go down. It doesn't look like. Now, we did go from Lakeview to here a little while ago on the way here. That area was flooded this morning. The good news is parts of Lakeview have drained, but where we are in this part of Mid-City still seems to be a lot of standing water that's just really not going anywhere. Again, you can see water strong enough to knock over this trash can. If you look at this car right here, you can see the water up to the doors. Probably, unfortunately for this person, may have been in it if it's not in it right now. And again, you see traffic here trying to get around, but if you take a look down Jeff Davis toward Tulane Avenue, it is just extremely slow going considering the depth of this water right here and the fact that as of right now, it doesn't seem to be moving a whole lot. Another problem, as you may have seen just a little while ago if you joined us in our last live shot, is first responders such as police, fire, EMS. They're having trouble getting through. You can see there's a police car with its lights and sirens on. It's just crawling right now because there's nowhere for the traffic to go easily. And so that's another problem that we're dealing with out here. So if you're watching this and you don't have anywhere to be, just stay in your house right now. It's really not anywhere you want to be. It's not easy to get around. It's not a fun condition to be in out here. It's just really not somewhere you want to be right now. Actually, we spoke just a few minutes ago to a family from the West Bank that was heading over here to drop their son off to a school program that got canceled this morning. They've been trying to get home to the West Bank since 8:30 this morning, and they can't get to the West Bank. That's just how bad things are out here in parts of Mid-City and in other parts of the city as well.
All right, Danny, thank you. And going into the afternoon now, this is something that happened in the morning, so this is an event that's just stretching and ongoing, and clearly you saw there that the water wasn't going down where Danny was standing.
Right, a lot of this started during the morning commute. It's lunchtime and people are still dealing with it.
And as we've seen in previous flood events, the heavy rain left water rising in the 7th Ward.
That's right, Megan Key is live near St. Bernard, near North Claiborne this morning, right by the Circle Food Store. Hi, Megan, we can see the water is still high there as well.
Hey, good afternoon. Yeah, we know that this water is still pretty high in this area. Now, all morning long, we've been watching as we've seen widespread flooding throughout the city. But here off of North Claiborne and St. Bernard Avenue, you can see the water is still really high. Sewage and Water Board says they've got 118 of their 120 pumps working right now. Now, we have seen this water go down a little bit, but compared to other parts of the city, this water is still very, very high. If you take a look back, you'll notice some of the stalled vehicles right along this road, right along North Claiborne. You'll see the cars maneuvering through some of these stalled cars in these lanes. Now, Now, of course, we always tell you, don't drive through this tall standing water because it is easy to stall out. We've seen so many people today who have gotten caught in that with either water rushing into their car, trying to figure out what to do after that happens, or their car just altogether shutting off on them and then becoming stranded. In fact, we just spoke with one woman and her daughter, her 6-year-old daughter, who walked from Tulane because their car they decided that they could not go through this water, had to leave their car and try to walk home. Now I'm joined with Destiny, and Destiny, she was just getting off work about an hour ago, and she was trying to come to her son and go pick him up from daycare, but you can't get through this water.
No, it's horrible. My car it shut down on me. I had to restart it. I just can't go through.
And so talk to me about your plans now. You said your father's going to pick up your son?
Yes, ma'am. My father actually just got off on shelf. He's finna go pick my child up now.
And where were you coming from, and what conditions on the road have you seen so far?
I was coming off Waffle House on Canal. Yeah, and the conditions, they got cars all over, flooded in water, cars stopping. It's just horrible. People have to get out their car miles away just to get home. It's horrible.
And how long have you been under the bridge?
For about an hour now. And I've been in traffic leaving off of Canal, and I'm still stuck on here. It's been about 2 hours that I've been stuck under the bridge.
Well, I'm so sorry, Destiny. I'm glad that your son's able to get picked up, but I know you're still waiting this out until this water recedes.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And that brings me to someone else, local comedian Shaq Brown. He has his own company out here, Dip It with Spinach Dip and Chips. And he came out here because you saw all the people that were stranded in this area and wanted to help.
Yeah, what I did, I strolled through social media and saw a lot of people were stranded out here in our business in New Orleans East. And we took a lot of our roads were closed, so I said we were going to close down, and I was going to come out and make sure we kind of give somebody something to eat while they were out here. We didn't know how long, the time, the trajectory of the time that they were going to be out here, so what we tried to do is make sure that they were in a comfortable spot. They had people out here with kids in the car. There are people out here that were trying to get back to their kids, so we just wanted to come out and do our part.
And I'm sure people are really thankful, to just have a meal after they're waiting out here for hours, just waiting on help.
Yeah, I had one of my friends call me and say she was stuck out for an hour and a half, and I was like, listen, I'm going to make my way.
All right, obviously we're having some technical difficulties with that live shot right there.
But how sweet. They're out there giving people food. They've been stranded for a while. We want to take a look at some of the pictures and videos we've been getting into the newsroom. Thank you guys for sending these. This is flooding on Marengo Street, so uptown.
Yeah, this is something that we're seeing all over, and certainly throughout the morning we've seen this. A lot of video coming from folks from their porch, from their areas, out their window, and this is also downtown also got inundated with some of the water. This is video from GIA, and it shows the severity of the flooding at Poydras and LaSalle.
And obviously that was earlier this morning when that rain was just pouring down.
Yeah, Entergy is reporting widespread power outages. 10,000 customers are now without power in Orleans Parish, 7,000 without power in Jefferson Parish, 1,000 customers out in St. Charles Parish. We have team coverage and reporters all over the place this afternoon covering this major flooding event.
That's right. Duke Carter is live in Jefferson Parish.
Hey, good afternoon. We are here in Jefferson Parish. We're going to tell you about the conditions, how the roads are looking. We'll have that for you coming up on the other side of the break.
When I first applied for disability benefits, I was denied.
Why would somebody deny you if you're disabled and you can't work?
When they get their denial, it can be really dispiriting and disheartening.
So you got turned down for Social Security disability. What should you do next? For someone to fight for your disability, call the law offices of Matt Greenbaum, 504-613-0881 or mattgreenbaum.com.
Over the years, we've helped tens of thousands of clients get their disability benefits.
4 years ago, Bobby Jindal left Louisiana in crisis.
We have a major budget crisis in Louisiana.
$2 billion shortfall.
Drastic cuts are feared. Higher ed and healthcare are facing deep cuts.
But under Governor Edwards' leadership, we've turned that deficit into a surplus.
This year's surplus. Saving safety net hospitals, nursing homes.
TOPS is fully funded.
Teacher and pay raises.
Higher ed is fully funded.
And while there's still work to do, Governor Edwards is leading Louisiana in the right direction.
I'm personal injury attorney Greg DeLeo with your Legal Minute.
When I make a claim for my personal injury clients, most likely I will include claims for economic damages and for pain and suffering. Our courts call those economic damages special damages. Pain and suffering falls under the category known as general damages. But remember, no matter how badly you were injured, no matter how much pain and suffering you're in, and no matter what economic damages an accident causes you, you are not entitled to any recovery unless we prove liability. Liability is the legal fault that makes a party responsible for those special and general damages. With 38 years of experience, we know what it takes to prove liability so you can recover your damages. I'm personal injury attorney Greg DeLeo, and this has been your Legal Minute. For more information, you can email me, visit my website, or call me at 504-522-3456. That's 522-3456.
Your local weather expert forecast is brought to you by Ron Austin, the son of New Orleans.
All right, guys, well, we, of course, have been following flooding all across the area this morning. We want to show you some video out of Jefferson Parish. We've shown a lot of Orleans Parish, of course, where there was heavy flooding this morning. This is a look in Jefferson Parish.
Yeah, the pumps are pushing some of the water out, but obviously this is an event that hit multiple areas. Some parts of Jefferson Parish got more than 7 inches of water. Those are the early reports. And I think from some of the video that we've been getting from our viewers and some of the residents around the metro area, especially in Jefferson Parish, I think that is a very accurate estimate.
Yeah, this is Pontiff Playground in Old Metairie. You're probably wondering why there's so much water flooding into there. The pumps are actually pushing the water into the playground. That's what it's designed to do to keep Old Metairie dry.
All right, we're going to get an update on what's happening outside right now, certainly with the weather, the rain, and also that potential tropical storm as well with Chris Franklin. Chris?
And I can definitely confirm around the Old Metairie area, Metairie Road was from between Severn, at least earlier this morning, between Severn and LeBar was totally submerged underwater. And then even Bonneville was underwater as well. So still some areas in Metairie were underwater, even though much of Jefferson Parish didn't see the excessive amounts of rainfall. We'll kind of tell you some of the totals that we have seen so far this morning, but all of the greatest totals at 7, 8, 9 inches of rain from earlier this morning were all for the most part over Orleans Parish. A lot of the heavier rain now more south of the city. Again, flash flood warning is still in effect for the metro area until 1:45, and that is hoping we don't see any additional rainfall. It is going to take time. You just need to be patient. It is going to take time for all of that water to start clearing the roadways. Again, what is at least one thing in our favor is the fact that we have been so dry recently that the ground is able to absorb a lot of that rainfall. But when you get that excessive amount of rain, it doesn't matter how dry it is. It doesn't matter how clean the catch basins are. It doesn't matter how good the pumps are working. That much rain in such a short period of time will always lead to flooding, really, no matter where you are, despite the fact of our infrastructure being on the poorer side. Again, computer models are indicating we will likely see a bit more convection. I don't know if it's going to be this expansive because we really don't have daytime heating to help us out during the day today. At least one benefit is the clouds and rainfall are helping to keep us a little bit cooler. But expect some more scattered showers, thunderstorms, and very heavy downpours at times through the afternoon into the evening, and maybe even some lingering into tonight. This air mass over us is very tropical in nature, and it is somewhat associated with what will eventually become Barry. Barry is still a very, I don't want to even call it Barry, 92L is still a very unorganized system, but in anticipation, based on the forecast, the coast has been placed under a tropical storm watch. It means we could see tropical storm force conditions, tropical storm force winds along the coastline, and maybe even just inland within the next 48 hours. Storm surge watch also in effect, as we're going to have those strong easterly, southeasterly winds throughout the course of the day. Maybe not as much tomorrow, but certainly Friday, Saturday, and Sunday because of the position of where the storm is going to go. It will keep us on the wetter and more active side of the storm for quite a while. But what's interesting right now is that it is not aligned that way. Here is where the Hurricane Center is kind of analyzing that center of circulation. This is the visible satellite. There is really nothing on the eastern side of the storm, nor on the northern side. All of the convection is pretty far displaced to the west and south. So you don't see, at least as of right now, any storms trying to get better confined or better organized around that center. That will likely start happening, but it is not happening right now. You still have kind of a lack of cloud cover across much of the eastern side of the system, and on the western side is where you have all of the convection, but a lot of the convection that you see on the western and southern side are associated with an upper and mid-level system, so most of the rainfall is well displaced away. Again, kind of loosely associated with potential tropical cyclone 2. Guess we don't have to call it 92L anymore. It is being classified as PTC2. Again, the Hurricane Center just started doing this just a couple of years ago based on the fact that it will start impacting land before actually reaching that status as a named system. So they've decided to kind of preemptively start issuing warnings, being able to preemptively issue a track even before it is a named storm. So we do have a forecasted track. Now, at least looking at satellite, and I want to kind of jump back here because I want to go back to our visible satellite. Here is where they are saying, the National Hurricane Center is saying that the center is. But you also see, in kind of looking here, you almost see a little bit of circulation down south as well. You see some of the lower clouds right there. So it's possible that this may be more positioned here. And if that's the case, if that is more of the center, then as we, let me jump back here. As we put our forecasted track, it may be that this line has to come down a little bit. Now, that's not to say it will. I'm just looking at observations as they are coming to us. But the forecast is calling for the storm to maintain itself as a tropical depression and then a storm sometime on Thursday afternoon down to our south. But keep in mind, we're on the side where you're going to get that onshore flow. So you're going to start to see the coastal flooding. You start to see some of those water levels rise along our coastline, the Mississippi Sound, as well as into Lake Pontchartrain. And maybe beginning by Thursday and into Friday to start to see some of that water coming up the river. Something else to note with the river flooding that we've been talking about, well, not flooding, but potential for river flooding, is that you have an incredible current coming down the Mississippi River right now, which is something we normally do not see in tropical season. So you've got that water that's going to be pushing against a very fast moving current of the Mississippi River. To me, it's going to take a lot to overcome that current and rise the water levels in the Mississippi River to 20 feet. Again, that's just my observations as of right now. This has been a kind of rapidly evolving situation, as again, we still do not have an organized system, nor do we really have a clear-cut center that the computer models are able to get a hold of. Now this, again, based on the forecasted track, still a tropical storm as we get into Friday, becoming by early Saturday morning a strong Category 1, possibly a Category 2 or greater. Remember, Hurricane Center does a great job with the forecasted track. They do a poor job with the forecasted intensity. That's just kind of the nature of tropical systems. The intensity is a very difficult factor to forecast. So that 1 could easily be a 2, could easily be a 3 just before it makes landfall. At the moment, likely west of us, but even west of us, we will still see the worst part of the storm, the wettest part of the storm, the strongest winds, and also based on the rotation around these tropical systems, you have the risk of tornadic activity. Usually they're very weaker and very short-lived tornadoes, but something that we'll be watching for Friday, Saturday, and even on into Sunday. Again, big story with the river level is possibly rising up to 20 feet for about 6 hours during the morning and early afternoon on Saturday. We're going to have more detailed information from the Corps of Engineers. Our own Paul Murphy is at the Corps right now speaking to those folks, so we're going to have more details. They're saying even at 20 feet, even if we're at the level of reaching the tops of the levees, that we're still okay, that the Corps has other avenues that they can exhaust to make sure that that water does not overtop the Mississippi River levels, or river levees, excuse me. Looking at water vapor, again, this is kind of a, and you really can see that spin right there, this is more of a mid-level low. You've also got the surface low, which is just to the north, so a lot of the thunderstorm activity is more associated with this mid-level low. It doesn't have a great environment at the moment for rapid intensification. That's why the Hurricane Center has kind of maintained that strength as a depression throughout throughout the course of the day today. Here's some of the steering, and I didn't plot on any icons here, but you can see this is where the storm center is. This is in the more mid and upper levels of the atmosphere. Here's that big high we've been talking about, and Dave was really detailing this pretty well earlier this morning, that if we do see a stronger storm, we're likely to see more impacts from this upper high where you got the strong northerly and northeasterly winds kind of keeping Barry, which will become Barry, for sake of argument, let's just start calling it Barry at this point, keeping it down to our south and making more of a track to our west. If it's a weaker storm, it may not feel the impacts of that upper high as much, and we could see more of a turn a little bit sooner and maybe more central Louisiana as opposed to southwest Louisiana. That's why all options are still on the table, from basically south central Louisiana all the way to the Texas coast for a potential landfall as we get into Saturday and Sunday. Again, a lot of factors still being decided with the eventual evolution and then eventual intensity and path of the storm. So the center of it is now over water, loosely associated center, as we don't really see a lot of development with that. By Thursday at noon, we may see the center of this down south of our coastline, and this is the GFS. GFS kind of keeps it down to our south through the day on Friday, slowly making its way more into south central Louisiana on Saturday. The Euro, basically the same spot early on Thursday. The Euro, though, kind of has a little bit more of a westerly trend, if this will start updating, again, because the Euro is going with a stronger storm. So this is starting to kind of feel more the effects of that upper high and gets pushed a little bit more to the west. So the Euro would have a stronger storm moving farther away from us. The GFS has a weaker storm moving a bit closer to us. Something else I just want to keep in mind before I go here is that as this system, potential tropical cyclone 2, becomes Barry and starts strengthening, what it's also going to start doing is concentrating all of that rainfall to near the center. So then all of a sudden the center of it does become more of a player, because that could, as this intensifies, begin taking all of the rainfall with it and actually start allowing us to dry out a bit. That's still a possibility, especially if this stays far enough down to our south. As it intensifies, it may begin concentrating a lot of that heavier rainfall down toward the center of the storm. I know folks are wanting a bit more certainty with where this is going to go and what it is going to do. It is still not yet a named storm, so we still don't know all of the specifics of what this system is going to do in the even near future, as it is not quite yet organized, guys.
All right, and that's the scary part, Chris. We had all this morning, and we still are watching the storm system form and head our way, possibly.
Yeah, a lot to juggle today. It was a windy morning with parts of the metro area during a tornado warning, and that was just one of the aspects that we saw today.
Yeah, we told you about that water spout we saw earlier on Lake Pontchartrain. We want to go to Meg Ferris, who is live near Bayou St. John this morning. And Meg, you are at the house where we saw had some really bad damage from this morning's winds.
Incredible. In fact, it looks like this possible tornado just hit this one house. And I'm here with the homeowner. He is a neon artist and a collector of gorgeous glass artwork, Eric Ellenberger. And you're here soaking wet, trying to salvage your art, your creations, and saw your wife, of course, with tears in her eyes. This is tough.
Yeah, she's not handling it real well right now. She will. She'll bounce back.
Yeah. Eric, you told me, thank goodness, that everybody's okay.
Yep.
Tell me what happened. Y'all were sleeping when it happened?
No, we were awake. We were sitting in the bed, and we heard the sound of hail, real hard downfall of hail. And the front door alarm went off, so I got up to walk down the hallway to check the front door. And as I was walking down the hallway, I heard a big explosion-like sound, just instantaneous. No, I didn't hear any wind or anything, just this explosion. And truthfully, I didn't really grasp what it was because the hallway was relatively protected. But when I opened the door, no ceiling. And then I went back to the bedroom, and the whole bedroom was blown out. And my wife and dog were kind of they were under the rubble, but they were fine.
Your wife and dog were under the rubble. They were okay.
They did fine.
It probably took seconds, but it felt like an eternity.
They were surprised, but they did fine. Yeah, yeah. It was just so instantaneous, you know.
Yeah. And y'all are okay, but still you're looking at your life's collection, your life's work. I want you to tell me over here, I know people who've gone to the French Quarter before and to Crescent City Brewhouse, and all the galleries have seen your gorgeous, I call them sea nettles, but your jellyfish creations in neon. And you said this was a whole glass Venetian garden, and it's some things are untouched and others are destroyed.
Yep. Some of it survived just fine. I can't believe as many jellyfish survived, because they blow. They move in the wind. It surprises me how they survived, but I was fortunate that those were survived. But yeah, this was a Venusian garden. I have a body of work directed at fantasy gardens on Venus where plant life and animal life are luminous. So I have a gallery in the Marigny called Venusian Gardens, and that's where my studio is. So I'll be taking this back to my gallery into the studio and start working on repairs.
And I see you have already a work crew here trying to salvage some of your priceless artwork from all over the world. You said there were Thailand pieces.
These were two ceremonial jackets, I guess, from the highlands in Thailand. They're handmade paper, and the coloring comes from squished bugs. It's I think it's going to be okay. There's another one over there. I think they've survived.
Are you a New Orleanian?
Not originally, but I've been here 30-some odd years.
Oh, you're New Orleanian. Yes, it absolutely counts. I guess my question in asking you that is, we have tornadoes. I mean, rather our hurricanes, of course, and our floods, but you don't hear of tornadoes hitting right in the city. And have you seen the pictures of what looked like a tornado just it looked very narrow, just right here, and all the houses around you are untouched.
Yeah, we were just the lucky ones, I guess.
Yeah.
I'll have to look for that picture.
Yeah. Y'all are already looking for a place to live. You're trying to salvage everything, to get everything that's salvageable out of here, and then I saw a building inspector from the city already out there, so then you start to, you look and you rebuild.
That's right. When we bought the building, it was a shell because it was hurricane damage. So we bought it post-hurricane. So we'll do it again. It's a little bit more damage than it was, but we'll do it again.
Yeah. Those first moments, I saw the tears in your eyes in those moments when you saw your wife and your dog alive and safe, but underneath the rubble, and you realized, y'all looked at each other and realized you were all okay. Tell me about that moment when you first saw each other, that you were okay.
Again, it all happened so quickly. It was just over and done. Everything was fine, and we just counted our blessings.
Yeah. People are on one side of the bayou taking pictures and looking. There are people coming up Bancroft looking and very concerned, making sure that you're okay.
An amazing turnout of people we've never met.
Doing what?
Helping.
Coming in and trying to help load.
Cleaning up, whatever, they just offered to do whatever we asked them to do. And it's mostly just trying to clean pathways so that we can move stuff around. But yeah, they've been very kind.
Well, Eric, after 37 years, you should know that is New Orleans.
That is New Orleans.
Thank you so much. Okay, we'll watch your progress as you rebuild. Reporting live from Bancroft in Lakeview, Meg Farris, Eyewitness News on Bayou St. John. Back to you.
It is so amazing to hear his account of that story. I'm so glad he, his wife, and the dog are all okay, but could you imagine going through that?
Not at all, and the fact that he could actually crack a smile says a lot about his resilience.
It really does.
It's been quite a morning. We have much more coverage coming up.
That's right. Dave Nussbaum and Chris Franklin are both here. They're tracking Invest 92, and they will have more on today's flooding event coming up.
Attention patients taking Truvada. Truvada has been associated with kidney damage or failure. If you've developed kidney damage or failure after taking Truvada, you may be entitled to significant compensation. Call attorney Morris Bart now at 1-800-222-0922.
Like most people, Mrs. McCabe has several different types of flooring.
I have carpet, tile, and hardwood. I've tried running those machines, but they just don't get them as clean as you do.
Vacuuming and mopping is great for day-to-day cleanings, but nothing gets your home clean and healthy like a professional carpet, tile, or hardwood cleaning from Stanley Steamer.
That's why I call.
Call or visit StanleySteamer.com for local specials.
Call 1-800-STEAMER. Stanley Steamer gets your home cleaner.
When it comes time to replace that old shower or tub, sometimes it's difficult to know where to start and who to trust.
Hey everybody, Joe Klimchak here with the owner of Max Home, Larry Kloss. Larry, let's start by talking about how you're making this whole bath remodeling process so effortless for customers.
So we do make it easy, and we've made it easy for over 12,000 satisfied local homeowners. We love helping homeowners get the bath or shower of their dreams.
All right, I want to dive in then. How are you making this process quicker and easier?
Okay, so here's where it begins. When you give us a call, within 24 hours, we can have someone come out to your house. We're going to send a design consultant out there. They're going to bring samples, an iPad. Right on that iPad, you can design your whole bathroom. And by the way, we have thousands of styles and colors to fit anyone's styles and tastes. And we're also going to give you a price. And that price is going to be exact price, down to the penny, that's good for a year. So when you're ready to do the project, you'll know what it'll cost. The best part, we get almost all of our jobs done in one day.
What? Most of the day?
One day.
Wow, that's incredible. So from start to finish, Larry, you've made this process really as quick and easy as possible.
We really have. And look, you don't have to take my word for it. You can go online, you can see all of our 5-star reviews that were left by your friends and neighbors, and you can check it all out there.
All right, fantastic. Before we check out, let's talk about affordability. How can you make this project affordable for homeowners?
So first off, it's affordable because our process is thousands less than other traditional bathroom remodeling. But also look, if you want a low payment, we can do that. If you want no money down, we can do that. If you don't want to make payments for a year, we can do that. We can customize it to you. We make it affordable.
Larry, thank you so much, folks. For a fast, easy, and convenient bath remodeling experience, there's only one choice, Max Home. Give them a call today and take advantage of this great offer. It's free installation plus no interest, no payments for 1 full year.
Car wrecks happen every day, and the insurance companies know every trick there is to pay you as little as possible for your injuries. We've handled thousands of injury cases, and we have a few tricks of our own. In a wreck, need a check?
Hurt in a wreck, Mike Brenner's the one. Call 345-1111.
This is continuing coverage of this morning's flooding event. Streets in Jefferson Parish also took on water. This morning's storm dropped more than 7 inches of rain in some parts of the parish.
And Duke Carter is live along Airline Drive in Metairie this morning, where I know you were seeing some water earlier. Duke, it looks a little bit drier there now.
Actually, it's a lot drier, Sheba and Ton, and that's the good news, is that we actually seen some crews from JP come out, inspect the roads, and this is what we're dealing with right now here at Airline Drive and L&A Road. Now, right here where you see this DOTD pickup truck, that is the area of concern right now, because the sign that I'm seeing says 15 feet and the water is just below that sign, and that road will take you to Earhart Expressway. But as you can see right now, the good news is that the water has receded. That wasn't the case maybe about 11:15 when we arrived out here. This road was backed up with water, backed up with traffic, people trying to get to their destinations. And as of now, you can see it is smooth sailing from pretty much the Metairie area, from Causeway, coming along down Airline Drive and going toward the city. But this is what we're seeing out here, so that's the good news there. The unfortunate part, though, is that we have seen some cars stall, and unfortunately, this Burgundy Chrysler 300, that car has stalled. We've seen the driver out here, and he, along many other drivers, of course, were upset because they've never seen the water get this high before. But, I mean, let's be real, though, about it, ladies and gentlemen. We've seen a lot of rainfall in such a short amount of time, so the roads kind of backed up a little bit with some water. So again, as we tell everybody, slow down, don't turn around, don't drown. And that's the case, again, what we're seeing out here, just people getting to their destinations back up and running. Now we're going to send it back to you in studio.
We are glad to see that there's at least one area where the water has gone down significantly.
Yeah, it is a bright spot, because just about an hour ago when Duke was reporting live there, a lot of the cars were kind of going up near the neutral ground just to kind of get around the water.
Right.
But now it's traffic. I mean, there's hardly any traffic now because it's actually moving. I think the challenge is going to be, especially as you're going from Airline into the city, what some of the surface streets are going to look like as you kind of intersect them. It's quite a mess right there, and especially as we saw with Danny Monteverdi earlier today.
Yeah. Some of those on and off ramps are probably still closed.
All right, let's take some video and take a look at some of the video from the area here. This is video of the Palmetto Canal near Airline Drive, and man, it just looks like a river there earlier today.
It really does.
And this is the situation I think that many of us have been dreading, because as we've been dealing with this rain event all morning, we are also preparing for what this tropical system might develop into that's in the Gulf. We had roughly 5 to 6 inches of rain here in Orleans Parish over 2 to 3 hours. And that's the big question, can our drainage system handle a prolonged storm event?
Right, especially after all of the rain we saw today. So we want to get straight over to Dave and check in on the latest with Invest 92 and the rain we had this morning.
That's right, and you'll see here right now, though, as we were looking across the area, we do have the system producing the rain is not directly tied into what we're looking at here, this potential tropical cyclone, and eventually going to become Barry. It's actually part of the upper level low tied in with this system that's produced all the heavy rain for us. What we're waiting for is this low level circulation. You notice there's not much to it right now, and we're continuing to watch this one here. Winds are at 30 as of 1 o'clock, moving west-southwest at 8, and the pressure 1,011 millibars, so has not changed all that much. Now, it is expected to become a tropical depression tonight and continue as a tropical depression through tomorrow morning into the early afternoon hours. And then as we head into tomorrow, a little bit later in the day, around 7 o'clock, finally becoming Tropical Storm Barry. Will intensify overnight there, getting winds from 45 to 60 miles per hour by 7 a.m. on Friday. And then Friday night into Saturday morning, at that point, expected to become a Category 1 hurricane with winds around 85 miles per hour. 96 is Category 2, so it'll be borderline, getting close to Category 2 before a landfall, potentially here starting Saturday afternoon south of the Jennings area or Lake Charles and working its way toward Toledo Bend and eventually into Shreveport and then beyond at that point. Now, of course, you can't just focus on the main line here. You have to look at the entire cone. There's still a lot of spread in the models here, and they do stretch as far away here to the east as New Orleans and as far off to the west just past Houston, maybe over toward Columbus, Texas out there. So there is going to be a big spread in there. However, the best track that the Hurricane Center is taking is based off of what they're seeing in between both ends of those spectrums. So we are expecting it to become a hurricane. We kind of talked about that earlier this morning. It was my feeling that we would see that, at least to the west. So while it's not going to make landfall over top of New Orleans, being off to the west of us isn't necessarily a good thing because we're talking about the threat for a very heavy rain coming up from the Gulf of Mexico, and that's one of the things we'll be dealing with. Winds, tropical storm watch mainly along the coastal area, mouth of the Mississippi River, all the way to Morgan City. Storm surge is something we do have to worry about here. Storm surge watch in effect from the city here all the way to the coastline, roughly from the mouth of the Pearl River all the way to Morgan City. And so we are included in this, means we're going to be keeping an eye on what that may eventually be. And as we talked about earlier, this surge of water will be coming up the Mississippi River as it does with tropical systems. Traditionally, the river is fairly low during hurricane season, so when we get a surge, it's not that big of a deal. However, in this case, with the river currently at 16 feet, the surge is expected to briefly spike up there by 10 a.m. on Saturday to 20 feet and then quickly go back down before we get to Saturday evening out there. However, we are protected at the Carrollton Gauge to the levees of 20 feet. The levees, of course, vary in elevation as you go up and down the river, so some places maybe a little higher, some a little lower than that. So this basically would tell us that the water should get to the top of the levees for a brief period of time before it goes back down. A lot of factors also to consider that with it, how fast the river is moving downriver as well, too. The surge is going to be fighting that battle coming upriver. So according to the Hurricane Center, the Army Corps of Engineers, and the River Forecast Center, they are all believing at this point that based off of the surge and the current intensity of the storm, which hasn't formed yet, remember, could get us to 20 feet there. So that's something we'll be closely watching as we head forward here on into Friday night in the Saturday morning time frame. We do have a flash flood watch in effect. This is until 7 p.m. Thursday, primarily for the rain out ahead of the system. Likely we'll see that extend even longer. Now, how much rain could we get? Rainfall about 6 to 12 inches will be possible. That's what I'm forecasting with this system, the way things look right now. That will likely change a little bit depending on where the storm moves in. Surge at 2 to 4 feet with that. Again, that could change as well. Winds 20 miles per hour, more inland coastal areas, maybe more 60 miles per hour. You'll be closer to the center of circulation, of course. A few tornadoes will be possible with this system as well, too. We will get into that as we get into about maybe more Thursday, Friday time frame. We'll be in the right zone for that to happen. Now, the hurricane hunters have recently taken off there from Keesler Air Force Base, and they'll be working the way on into the Gulf of Mexico, and they're continuing on that track. And as they get closer to eventually that center of circulation, they'll be doing the mission, getting us a lot of data in the upper levels of the atmosphere, which is good. They're also going to fly upper level missions too, NOAA is, and get a lot of upper level data, synoptic data, big scale data, and that's going to allow us to also get into the model. So as much data as we can possibly, that helps with forecasting exactly how strong it'll be and actually where the system will be going. Now, the rain we had today, while it was impressive, over 5 inches of rain here in New Orleans, the World War II Museum, Sacred Heart over 4 inches, in Metairie, over 3 inches of rain. We are looking at, again, that caused the street flooding issues we still have to deal with right now. Now, that has nothing to do with the initial system. Remember, that hasn't really really even formed yet. It's kind of the upper level system of it. Right now, not much rain here in the city. Some lighter rain showers kind of working the way from both sides of the river and heading down across the region. Maybe some light drizzle or mist kind of going on in. Still have a flash flood warning in effect for Orleans Parish there till 1:45 because we still have some of the streets that we just talked about still flooding. To the south, you can see Jean Lafitte area back to La Rose, Chauvin, Galliano, Grand Isle. Heavy rain, but it's kind of coming to an end and working its way finally away from us. Now, there is still a risk for severe weather across the area. Marginal risk of level 1 for the potential for maybe a couple of tornadoes out there today. So we still need to watch out for that as we go throughout the day today. So again, here's your big circulation, but the actual little what we're looking at swirl is kind of right in through here. Kind of hard to see on the visible satellite, but there's a little bit though. And then the bigger thing is the upper level low. Once you combine the two of those together, that'll gradually help to be on top of each other, and that's when the system will start developing even more. So Precision Cast, a high-res model here showing we'll see the rain kind of coming to an end in the city, but by this afternoon, Kentwood down I-55 all the way to Reserve. LaPlace could see redevelopment storms. A few more could refire back up this evening coming in from the Mississippi coast, working their way through the city this evening. Those fortunately look like they're moving quickly, but still could produce some pretty hefty downpours with it. As we head into tomorrow morning, a little quiet weather out there, and then we'll start seeing again some of the bands of rain coming up as the system will be just to our south at this point, and we'll start seeing more of these bands of rain coming on in going forward here on into 7 o'clock on Friday morning and during the day on Friday. Still looking at scattered bands of rain, so we may see some sunshine, but any rain will start getting a little heavier later on Friday into Saturday. But again, still at this point, looks to be fairly scattered. Now, you get the bigger perspective of this, just show these bigger thunderstorms kind of helping to actually pull the system down to the southwest. And again, looking at what we know now, it is the disturbance there in the Gulf, could be a depression soon. Hurricane Hunter's flying into it as we speak, and the timing still this weekend is when some of that heaviest rain will be working the way to the area. The system will work its way right over at water temperatures in the mid to upper 80s, so it definitely has the hot air water that it needs to try to survive. Now, the GFS model here, American model, does show this pretty close to the coastal area by tomorrow morning, and then kind of diving a little bit more to the south here as we get into Friday morning, and then by Saturday morning, notice this, it kind of has it going up to the north there a little bit more. This is the one model we really don't want to come to fruition because this would take it up there from Terrebonne Parish now. This is the newest model data coming in, and that actually would give us the various heavy rain totals with this one here. This would be Saturday night. Now, we continue seeing it moving up toward Jackson, but that means we still have all that flow of moisture going into sunny night and continuing on into Monday, so this would be a prolonged, heavier rain event. Now, the European model, still waiting for the newest data to come in, still has a system a little bit farther into the Gulf of Mexico, keeping it a little farther off our coastline by Friday morning. And then on Saturday, this is still the older data, but kind of taking it more to the west. This would be more beneficial for us because the heaviest rain would be more confined over the western part of the state versus our area, and that's a big difference when it comes to rain totals. Reason why that might happen is area ridge of high pressure here, that actually producing a lot of wind shear in the upper levels of the atmosphere. A stronger hurricane would have higher cloud tops, and so those cloud tops would be impacted by that wind shear, and the wind shear would try to push the storm farther south as long as it could, and that would keep it more on that southerly track before it turns. A weaker storm would actually not have as high of a cloud top, and so what happens is the southerly flow, that pushes it more inland to our area sooner, and that's why we would have the heavier rain threat over our area. At least that's the way things are looking right now. So what to do today? Just have your supplies ready just in case. Know where to go if it's flooding. Some of you are already dealing with flooding, not even tied in with the system. And of course, stay aware. Keep it up to date here on the forecast on Channel 4, our app, and of course on social media as well. At the moment, we do have some cloudy skies in town. Temperatures sitting pretty warm when it's not raining. In the north, so we're 88 in Hammond, 86 there in Slidell, but 75 in Houma. 80 degrees currently here in town. And looking ahead today, we'll see some more scattered storms popping up a little bit later on during the day, with about more of those scattered showers and storms popping up for us across the area. So 90 today, 89 tomorrow, and then we'll see in the 80s. Really, that's not really a concern. Temperatures, it's more that heavy rain threat and potentially some wind threat we'll be watching, especially Saturday and into Sunday.
Dave, thank you so much for that update.
And we want to help you stay up to date with the latest on Invest 92 throughout the day. Be sure to download the WWL-TV app from your app store. Our local weather experts will have the latest on the storm's path as new reports come in. Look for it under the Hurricane Center tab. You'll also find an hour-by-hour forecast to plan your day. The app is free to download right now. Make sure you have it so you'll get our alerts as this thing develops. We'll be right back with much more of our continuing coverage.
Over 40 years of reporting the weather taught me the importance of being prepared for when our weather turns bad. I bought Acadian windows because they're designed for our climate. With Acadian products, bad weather won't stand a chance.
That's what nothing down.
Lost a limb, couldn't work, tried for disability, and they turned me down.
So you got turned down for Social Security disability. What should you do next?
A lot of people told me that I needed help, go see Matt Greenbaum for assistance.
We're here to try to help them secure their benefits and their future.
For someone to fight for your disability, call the law offices of Matt Greenbaum, 504-613-0881 or mattgreenbaum.com.
Celebrate Independence Day in your own style. Create a home you'll love by taking advantage of 30 to 50% off select interior and exterior home furnishings throughout the store during Georgia Furnishing and Berger Homes Independence Day sale. We're celebrating Independence Day all month long. Shop today and save.
Hi, I'm Kerry Crawley with Ironworks of Baton Rouge. Are you tired of painting, staining, replacing your entry doors? Our company has designed a 2-inch replacement unit. It's all steel. It offers you a low maintenance product. It comes with an operable glass. If someone knocks at your door, you can open the glass up and leave your alarm system on. It's going to give you the safest entry door that you can install on your home. Pick up the phone and give us a call at Ironworks, 877-281-8232.
Please donate to Volunteers of America and support programs helping the most vulnerable right here in Southeast Louisiana. We'll pick up your car, boat, RV, or motorcycle, do all the paperwork, and you can get a great tax deduction. Please call now.
Hiring contractors can be a nightmare. Acadian Windows is the top rated in the state. It's Acadian's process that's key to their award-winning service. So if you're ready to change the way your house looks and feels, call Acadian.
That's what Nelson down.
All right, guys, welcome back to our continuing coverage after the flooding we saw this morning. We first want to let you know that Mayor LaToya Cantrell will be holding a press conference at 2 p.m. We will carry that live right here on WWL TV. And she sent out several other updates this morning, saying that City Hall is closed, as well as Nord and local libraries. And drivers going faster than 5 miles per hour in flooded areas, and there are so many of those guys, will get a ticket, so slow down, do not drown.
And some flights are delayed as well, and make sure you take pictures of the damage to your home, businesses, and cars for insurance purposes. And of course, this is an unusual day, unusual afternoon because of all the severe weather that we've been covering. Because of today's severe weather coverage, today's episode of The Young and the Restless will air overnight at 2:07 in the morning. The Bold and the Beautiful will follow at 3:07.
All right, and we have seen, of course, hundreds of videos and photos and posts on social media regarding the flooding. We want to show you some of those now. This is downtown New Orleans on Gravier Street, one of the many areas that took on water this morning.
Yeah, that was certainly from this morning because the rain has certainly tapered off. And this obviously was from earlier this morning. Currently the lobby of my hotel in New Orleans, no more rain for the moment. People from NOLA, what are the next steps? I think that is a big question, and that's a question that I think Mayor LaToya Cantrell will be addressing this afternoon at a press conference.
Yeah, and this was someone clearly trying to bike this morning. That did not go well. There was so much flooding around the area.
Yeah, and obviously we've been seeing a lot of flooding throughout the metro area. This is from Jeffrey Hackett. I believe this is also one of our folks here at
That is
Channel
one of
4.
our photographers.
Yeah, it says folks helping out the stranded in Treme, and that's something that we always see here during this time because I think you live here long enough, you will get flooded. My car got flooded the last time, and folks are always trying to extend a hand.
Wow, and someone else showing us parts of Old Jefferson that flooded as well this morning.
Yeah, that's the tough part, and as you read there, it says it's always a 100-year storm in Old Jefferson, and I think that's a sentiment that a lot of folks are feeling right now, is the frustration.
Yeah, we're also just hearing that the governor has declared a state of emergency. We saw so much flooding this morning, and of course, over the next several days, we're preparing for what Invest 92 will be, and we still just don't know a lot about that.
Yeah, we're keeping an eye on the tropics, and before we go, let's check one more time with Chris with what's happening in the tropics and what's happening with the weather right now, too. Chris?
Well, guys, we're finally getting a break here in the city from the heavy rain. It's now focused down toward kind of from Jean Lafitte to Galliano and toward the coastline. Even Grand Isle beginning to dry out a bit. So we're finally drying out here in the city. Still some light showers. Again, flash flood warning will stay in effect until 1:45, only because it's still going to take some time for all of the standing water to clear off of the streets. Now, computer models indicating we may see some more convection firing up. I don't know if it's going to be this extensive based on the model, only because we're under cloudy skies and our temperature is only 80 degrees right now. This looks to be more kind of the daytime heating, which we're not going to see much of through the afternoon hours. So I don't really foresee that much, but certainly some more storms will be possible as we continue throughout the day. Cloudy skies outside on visible satellite, and this is all associated somewhat loosely with what will eventually become Barry. Right now it is potential tropical cyclone number 2. Still very unorganized. There is some circulation trying to get better developed around the center or at the surface, yes. However, what you don't see happening right now is any storms firing up around that center. You have all of the convection well out to the west or down to the south, nothing on the east or northern side. And this is typically the side that you see most of the heavy rainfall, the strongest winds, tornadic potential. And there is nothing on that side right now. And I was showing you the visible satellite just a little bit earlier. There almost looks like there's kind of a little weak spin right there. There may be several little weak circulations, and it may be any one of those becomes the actual center of the storm. Why do I say that? Is it important? Yes, it's very important, because once we finally get that closed circulation and the convection developing around that closed circulation, computer models are going to have a far more accurate forecast on the future, hopefully also intensity, of what Barry will eventually do. Right now, a very unorganized system. We've also been talking about the fact that we also have a mid-level low. So it's in still kind of a hostile environment for any rapid intensification, which is why the forecast throughout the day today and even into tomorrow morning, the Hurricane Center has this as just a tropical depression, becoming a storm, Barry, as we get into more Thursday during the day. So throughout the course of the day today, we may be only dealing with tropical depression 2 and never a storm. That won't happen until we get into more the day tomorrow. Still down to our south, so that does put us on the more quadrant where you're going to get those strong southeasterly and easterly winds. So that will begin piling up the water along all of our eastern facing shoreline, along Mississippi Sound into Lake Pontchartrain. Coastal flooding will be a concern once we get into the day tomorrow. Then as we get into Friday, Saturday, that's when you start to get those waters piling up the river and potentially reaching that 20-foot at the Carrollton gauge. If it does, that would put it at the tops of the rivers. There's a lot more to it than just a 20-foot height of the water at Carrollton, and we're going to get more details from the Corps during the course of the afternoon, so stay with WWL-TV. As we get into Saturday, this could be a strong 1 or even 2 making landfall. And again, forecast from the Hurricane Center is really anywhere from New Orleans or just along our coastline all the way past Houston. So there is still a huge error of uncertainty, or a margin of error, as to exactly where the storm is going to be making landfall, as the models have been going with very close to us or very far away from us. I haven't seen too many putting it into Texas, more so southwestern Louisiana or south central Louisiana as a potential landfall. Because of the storm likely affecting us, maybe getting into some tropical storm force winds by tomorrow, or going into early Friday. A tropical storm watch has been issued for our coastline. Storm surge watch has been issued for all of the South Shore and down toward the coast. In the upper parts of the atmosphere, you can kind of see that broad spin. And again, this is not at the surface. This is in the upper parts of the atmosphere. As this tries to become more aligned, where the upper low, the mid-level low is on top of the surface low, we may start to see a bit more intensification of this. Although, at least in the upper parts of the atmosphere, it doesn't appear to be a very healthy environment for any kind of rapid strengthening. So that is good in the near future. That could change as we get into Friday, late Saturday, and then on just before landfall. But at the moment, it's looking like it's not in a great environment for any kind of rapid intensification. Big upper high over Texas. And again, the reason for the differences on the two computer models that we've been really trying to detail this and try and make it as easy to understand as you can. The Euro has a stronger storm developing down to our south. It would be more impacted by this upper high, where you get more of the shearing, pushing it farther to the south and making it track more toward southwest Louisiana or perhaps even Texas, whereas the GFS has a weaker storm which would not feel the effects of this upper high and you might get more of a turn northward sooner than that. Again, there is an upper trough that we're going to see kind of eroding away at that upper high, and it looks like this is going to be moving in response to that. If that trough makes it far enough south, if that trough stays up to the north, we may see this traveling much farther west before ever turning inland into southwest Louisiana or perhaps even Texas. Again, I know a lot of folks are watching wanting to know exactly what's going to happen, and we just don't know that right now because we still do not have an organized storm. What we had today in terms of the flooding rains was kind of a fluke. They were associated with more of the upper disturbance and not really the surface-based low. This was a lot of tropical moisture, and we saw those storms not really move at all through the course of the morning. That's why we had the flooding rains. You get in excess of 5 to 8, 9, even 10 inches of rain in a rather short period of time, you are always going to get flooding. Circulation down to the south of kind of Panama City and the kind of 30A beaches. The computer models, this is starting at noon tomorrow. Just south, this is the GFS. Again, remember the GFS is kind of a weaker storm, so it starts making a bit of a turn much sooner and getting much, much closer to southeast Louisiana, maybe near Morgan City or just kind of New Iberia, moving inland. Now, the Euro has a stronger storm, so it's feeling more the impacts of that upper high over Texas, so it travels more west before ever making a turn more toward the north. And again, that turn toward the north is in response to, one, a deepening trough, and two, an upper high that'll be building in from the Bermuda high out east of us. If both of those factors don't come into play, this may continue moving more to the west and stay very far away from us. And one other thing I want to note before we go here is that as this system, Barry, begins to get better organized, it starts drawing all of that widespread rainfall across the Gulf toward the center. So we start to see this becoming more compact and really taking a lot of the rainfall. And that's kind of what our precision cast model is indicating, that if this gets far enough down to our south and begins intensifying, it may start taking a lot of that rainfall down south. We'll certainly get some bands moving through here and there, but nothing like the intensity of the storms we had this morning. So if there is any positive, it's that we're looking better, at least in the near future, for any more excessive rains. We'll probably start to see more of those heavy rains as we get into Friday and then continuing on into Saturday. So that's the latest on potential tropical cyclone 2. Again, still not a named storm as we continue through the day today, and certainly by tomorrow, as it does get better organized computer models, we should start to see become in better agreement and a little bit more certainty as the future track and intensity of the storm.
If you're injured, you can hire us right now from your phone. That's right, you can be signed up in just under 30 minutes. It's never been easier to hire us. Just Google and call me. I'm attorney Morris Bart. One call or click, that's it.
President Trump turned America's economy around, cutting taxes, creating jobs.
We have created 5.3 million new jobs.
While American workers get ahead, Louisiana gets left behind. Democrat John Bel Edwards raised taxes, just the opposite of Trump. And now we pay, ranked dead last. The worst state for jobs. No wonder our workers are leaving. Tens of thousands gone. Higher taxes, lost jobs. That's John Bel Edwards. Paid for by RGA Right Direction PAC.
In minutes, you can lose everything.
Dan Burkhart Insurance Specialists shop multiple companies to get you the homeowners and flood coverage you need at the lowest possible price.
At Dan Burkhart Insurance, we work hard to take care of our customers, their property, and their businesses.
Put the Womack on them.
Put the Womack on them. Do what I did, put the Womack on them.
Put the Womack on them is more than just a catchy phrase. It's our commitment to you. If you've been injured in an accident, our experienced team of trial attorneys will fight for you.
Put the Womack on them, and Ed will fight hard for the money you deserve.
For over 30 years, we've helped thousands of people just like you. Call me. The consultation is free, and we'll put the power of the Womack Law Firm to work for you.
Beat the heat with our cool shrimp remoulade and thin fried catfish special at New Orleans Hamburger and Seafood Company. Creamy shrimp remoulade and our famous thin fried catfish and garlic herb fries for only $9.99. Only $9.99 now at New Orleans Hamburger and Seafood Company.
4 years ago, Bobby Jindal left Louisiana in crisis.
We have a major budget crisis in Louisiana.
$2 billion shortfall.
Drastic cuts are feared. Higher ed and healthcare are facing deep cuts.
But under Governor Edwards' leadership, we've turned that deficit into a surplus.
This year's surplus. Saving safety net hospitals, nursing homes.
TOPS is fully funded.
Teacher pay raises.
Higher ed is fully funded.
And while there's still work to do, Governor Edwards is leading Louisiana in the right direction.
In South Louisiana, any rain or storm can cause flooding and damage to your home or property. Protect yourself with the coverage you need in the event of a loss of property or damage to your auto, home, business, or rental property. Experience the Dan Burkhart difference. Call today.
Have you checked with Dan lately?
Okay, welcome back to our continuing coverage of the flooding event that we've seen this morning. Of course, I'm Ton Trung, Karen Swenson here. Yeah, we've seen a lot of floodwaters across the city today, and while it's been hours since that heavy rain stopped, some areas are still seeing street flooding.
All right, let's check in now with Jacqueline Quinn, who's live at one of those locations on Poland Avenue. I know you've been all around town this morning.
Yeah, this is Poland near Robertson. It's near the Claiborne Bridge. This is an area where folks have been asking us, when is this water going to go down and recede? So it's been like this for an hour. We've been here talking to a lot of the folks, and this is what it looks like. Let me show you there. You see a car that's stalled there, and it's hard for some people to make it across the bridge there if they're heading towards Chalmette or towards the east there. They are taking it slowly for some cars, but really a lot of those low-profile cars having a hard time. And all around this area here, near this intersection, we're seeing a lot of congestion. So as we turn around here, that's Robertson. You know, some people deciding as they make it here that, you know what, it might be too much water, and then they actually have to turn around. So that caused a little bit more congestion. Now, we turned down here from initially, that was the St. Claude area. So we were on St. Claude. We made it down to Poland. So this is a trouble spot. You know, some of the area has receded in the other places, but the water here just kind of like sticking around, and it's been like that for some time. And those cars have been there. The one that you see that stalled and the one further down there on the bridge, it's been like that for some time. But people are trying to get around at this time. Again, you said that the rain sort of ended. It subsided some time ago, but we're still seeing the effects here, especially here in this neighborhood. We were down on St. Claude earlier near Franklin, and folks there were waiting until about 11 o'clock the water came down there. But what's behind is just a lot of water still left in those businesses. Where we are right now, I've been checking in with folks. They are telling me that no, the waters didn't really get into their homes anywhere. But you can see, again, because of where the water is here, it's causing that congestion. Here's a good look at that. You know, the cars there, there's one car that's stalled, and then those cars don't really quite know that, so then they have to kind of get around, and then those other cars just making it over there on the other lane. But it was up here for some time. Like where I'm walking right here in this intersection, it is, it's really knee high. You know, we're trying to be able to see the sidewalk, so I can still see it here, and I can go down, but that's where it is. That's why it's so difficult for these cars to go through, and makes it so difficult for people even just like walking around this area. But the homes over here are raised a certain portion there, so as we've learned from talking to some of the people around here, they're just telling me that they haven't seen any water go into those homes, but it's in their lawns, you know, maybe in their backyard. And a lot of the problem, though, is just really just trying to get around this area. Again, if you are around here, you're trying to get through maybe towards the Chalmette area, you want to be aware. I do want to let you listen into a woman who was stuck. She was on her way to work. She worked in EMS, and her name is Amy Etienne. She was traveling from Chalmette when her car was stuck here at this gas station.
I was coming down Claiborne Bridge, and I called my boss. I was like, there's no way I could make it at this time. I'm going to try to head back. But when I made the turn and tried to come up here, my car stalled. I've been here since 7:50.
Wow.
Yeah.
And what was it like watching the water rise? You know, tell me about just the experience of going through the water.
Just was stuck. I've been through it before on August 5th. I lost a vehicle. in the CBD, so I already knew what was going on. Yep.
You're feeling of frustration right now?
I just want to get home and get my car towed, but they're saying they can't tow it till all the water subsides, of course. So.
Her car's still there. So her car is actually still there in that parking lot. Her son did come to get her, and he also described a harrowing experience trying to get around basically the congested areas to get her. But you heard her talk about, okay, so now that she's been able to move her car up there into that gas station lot, she's still having to wait for a tow truck to get around. And, you know, with some of the areas affected like this, and I'm sure they're busy at this time, it's going to be a while. So she's concerned and worried about that. Meanwhile, you know, just around here, we're still seeing a lot of water, making it really hard for people to get around at this point. For now, we're going to send it back to you guys.
All right, thanks very much. Jacqueline, we do have crews all over the city.
Yeah, and it's been really a persistent situation now. I think that what Jacqueline is seeing, you know, on the other side of St. Claude, which is my neighborhood, on the river side of St. Claude, it's drying. I mean, anybody that needs to get at least parallel to Crescent Park in that area going to and fro the French Quarter, that part is dry. It drained. It did see some flooding earlier today, but as you get closer to the lake, as you head towards the lake on Poland Avenue, especially as you cross over to St. Claude, you see what Jacqueline is seeing right now with the flooding. So, you know, at this point, you have to pick and choose carefully where you go. And I think anything heading toward the lake, that also goes for Claiborne right now, near the overpass, it's flooded, as we've seen all morning today.
You're right, like a block can make a big difference.
Absolutely.
Sometimes even feet, because the interstate was fine when I came in from Lakeview, and the interstate was totally fine. You know, the street just on the other side of the barricade flooded, you know. So we do have crews everywhere checking out the streets for you. Stay put, stay safe. Let's check in now on Danny Monteverdi, who is live in Mid-City in knee-high water.
Well, it's gone down a little bit, Karen. It was almost knee-high earlier. It's gone down a little bit. We are at Canal and Jeff Davis. Now, when we first did our live shot, I want to say probably a little before noon, this area was entirely unpassable. You can sort of get through now. People are kind of testing the waters literally and figuratively a little bit, but the water here at Canal and Jeff Davis has gone down some. And if you remember the earlier live shots, you saw this car here that had water up to its doors. Well, we found its owner, and I met Liam just a short time ago. And Liam, unfortunately, you came a long way, and you're dealing with this. Where are you from?
I'm from Maitland, Australia, and I've driven the car down from beautiful Vancouver, the 5,000 kilometres down to New Orleans, and I was meant to leave tomorrow in this bad boy, but I think I'll be catching a flight back to Australia now.
When you got up this morning and you saw this, what went through your mind?
A few words I can't say on this, but yeah, I was like, oh god damn, there's gonna be a bad day, but yeah, it's all right. You know, I was like, well, there's a lot of water, but at least we're safe. So, and I heard there's some pretty bad weather reports coming in, so I think it's better off just moving on and just be happy that we're safe. So.
But I mean, you've got your stuff in the car that's you're trying to deal with and clean up.
Yeah, it's wet as. So I was trying to salvage what I can. Thankfully, I got my clothes back up in the hostel, so try and get in there.
Brian Luke's our photographer, is going to take a look inside of the car, and
it's pretty well flooded, so there's no moving this bad boy. So just try and get what I can and take it back inside with my suitcases and get out of here alive.
Yeah. And I mean, again, when you came out and saw it was this high, and in the car and everything, not anything at all you were expecting on your trip.
No, definitely not. Well, like, I mean, I went to sleep last night and it was sunny and dry, and then I just woke up this morning and I thought it stormed a little bit overnight, but not this much. It's like knee-high water in the space of a couple of hours. It's crazy, right?
You said back home in Australia, you get some bad storms, but
nothing like this. Not so quick. Like, I mean, I had no chance to move this, so.
Yeah.
So
you're surprisingly upbeat, everything considered.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Yeah, I guess so. Still alive, so can't complain too much. Still got my passport.
Yeah, and like you said, you may be putting that to use pretty soon.
Yeah, I think so. I think I'll have to. So yeah, I can't complain too much. You know, worst things will happen, so it's all right.
Well, Liam, appreciate you talking to us.
Thank you, buddy.
Dealing with this. Good luck with everything.
So. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it.
So again, you're seeing just how bad this has gotten out here. And here down closer to the curb, it is almost knee height for me. But again, this has actually improved a slight bit from when we were out here earlier. The Canal and Jeff Davis intersection before was basically one lane on Canal. It is getting close to 3 lanes again. And if Brian can turn around, and if you're looking on Jeff Davis closer toward Bayou St. John, you can see that there is traffic moving through a little bit easier now. that water has receded a bit, and you can also see some of the debris lines along Canal Street as well. But again, unfortunately, the story of today is that a lot of damage here. Again, you have Liam all the way from Australia dealing with a flooded car here that he wasn't expecting to deal with and trying to figure out what the plans are from here. And unfortunately, he's not alone today. It's, you know, countless people right now are dealing with similar situations, and we'll see what has to happen in the next few days as well. Back to you guys.
And Danny, I hope you tell Liam that he doesn't have to go back to Australia to find dry ground.
That's right. That's right. There's a little bit of dry ground here in the city. You may have heard me mention before when Brian Lucas and I were heading out here to Mid-City, there were parts of Lakeview that had thankfully dried up from this morning. So there are parts where the pumps were working, or just maybe slower. But again, this is a lot of the city today. You see this this person right here carrying a child, and just you see how deep that water is right there. And that's just how a lot of people are getting around today, is on foot. We spoke to several people who just had to park, and actually you can see the neutral ground here all along Jeff Davis. It's cars almost on every square inch from Canal all the way down to Tulane Avenue. And so the good news is it sounds like the water, looks like the water rather, might be receding in some spots. It's just very slow right now, and it's going to take a little while, I think safe to say, before it is all gone.
It's such a stunning backdrop behind you, Danny, just looking at all that water, and this was a storm. It wasn't, it doesn't have a name. Let me ask you this. I saw a sort of a funny tweet earlier, and basically it said authorities say this was the 100-year storm. Well, I must be 500 years old again. Then you grew up here. You're born and raised here. Put this in perspective from your experience growing up. I mean, it just seems like we have seen a lot of these storms, a lot of street flooding in the last few years.
Right, and I remember the May flood of '95. I was at St. Pius out in Lake Vista, and remember wading through what probably was, thigh deep water at that point, just being a child. So these floods have happened. There was, of course, the flood 2 years ago, before my time by a few years. I think it was the May '78 flood. So it is one of those things growing up here. Unfortunately, you do sort of come to expect these floods at times. It doesn't make it any easier, though. And I think right now, I don't think I'm putting words in people's mouths. It's a little worrisome considering what may be coming here the next few days. In fact, we spoke to several people, a lot of lifelong New Orleanians who we've spoken to out here today, and they said, sometimes it floods. It is what it is, but again, considering what we're looking at possibly with the tropical system out there coming here the next few days, that makes I think that makes everyone a little more uneasy. Again, the floods like these happen every few years, and I think just growing up here, you sort of learn to live with it and learn to deal with it. Again, that's why the architecture in New Orleans is kind of what it is in so many places. Those raised basement houses and those houses off the ground. But yeah, I think this one's a little bit different, again, considering the flood back in August of 2017, and then again, considering what we might be seeing here in a few days.
All right, well, they certainly don't seem like 100-year floods, right?
And Danny, before we let you go, what does it feel like out there? I know that you lost one layer, you lost your rain jacket, and I know it's past noon now. We're bumping up to 120 at this point. I think it's probably going to get very uncomfortable out there with the temperature rising, too.
It is. I'll be honest. Brian and I have had to, we've been lucky enough to be able to go into the news truck every now and then and sit down and get some AC, because it is starting to get to be just another muggy New Orleans summer afternoon. Not to make light of it, but actually what's cooling me off is that the water has gotten into my boots, and that's kind of cooling things off. But yeah, I had to get rid of the rain slicker before because it was just getting too hot. If you could see Brian right now, the man is soaked entirely from top to bottom. Not from rain, just from sweat, because it is starting to get hot out here. And that rain cooled it off a little bit this morning, but at this point it's just becoming another muggy New Orleans summer afternoon, and the off and on rain that we've had today certainly hasn't helped at all.
All right, Danny, keep that shirt on. We'll probably come back to you a little later, okay?
All right, a lot of people drying off, some people having to clean up. Our hearts go out to them. Let's check in on Meg Ferris, who's in Bayou St. John, where a possible tornado struck earlier today.
That's right, Karen. And just to give everybody at home perspective, we are on Bancroft Drive. Okay, on this side of me are the homes that butt up against Bayou St. John. And of course, across the street are the other homes that back on to just the neighborhood. Now, as you can see on this side, not the Bayou St. John side, these houses are perfectly fine. Yes, they're having to clean up tree debris, and a few of them had broken windows, and they're out here with crews working, sweeping up everything. But when you come back over to Eric Ellenberger's house, this is a neon artist who we talked to a little while ago. His house was ground zero, and what's amazing is it was surgically plucked, like surgically taken out with a almost scalpel precision, with the houses next door doing just fine. I want you to take a look at some of the video that we shot earlier from across the bayou and here on Bancroft. This one house, and people may remember Teddy and Doris Solomon were the owners many, many years ago, the late Teddy and late Doris Solomon, who owned this house, and it was bought by Eric Ellenberger and had a gorgeous art collection inside of a lot of glass. He's the one, when you see those sea nettles or jellyfish neon sculptures, he's the artist who's been here for 37 years who makes those. He and his wife were at home when the tornado hit. He said it was so fast that all of a sudden his wife and dog, they have a bulldog that's like Spuds McKenzie. Zeus is her name. All of a sudden they were just under the debris in a matter of seconds. It happened so fast, and they don't have any scrapes on them, but as you can see, their house is virtually destroyed and everything in it, and they have work crews in here today trying to get all the valuable artwork out and trying to get a lot of the possessions out so they can salvage. He has some art collection from around the world. He's just so thankful to be alive. But this whole street is major trees right near him down, just huge old growth oak trees with huge trunks just snapped at the bottom. And so of course we haven't gotten that official report yet of was it a tornado in EF0, 1, 2 or what that was, but I'm sure we will later, because a lot of viewers, as you know, on social media sent us in pictures of different waterspouts and tornadoes, and we're anxiously awaiting to see. But I'll tell you what's interesting is when photographer Josh and I were on the other side of Bayou St. John, on the Wisner side, the city park side, home debris was all floating in Bayou St. John, and a lot of people had stopped and were taking pictures of just big chunks of his home in the water. And a lot of people out here are commenting there is this strong pungent odor in the air here, and we couldn't figure out what it was. It's not like after Katrina. Remember, everyone, after Katrina there was that horrible mold smell? Well, it's only been a few hours, and we figured out a lot of this house was made with old growth cypress trees, cypress wood. And the cypress wood is everywhere, and it's wet as cypress grows in water, and you can really smell this pungent, distinctive odor from this house being ripped apart. And the other interesting thing is neighbors and perfect strangers who don't even live on the street have come, dropped off their card, and honestly offered to help him dismantle what's left in his home, to help him salvage some of the priceless items that he has. I spoke with his wife off camera. She was just understandably too distraught to go on camera, but he said that it was amazing how much New Orleanians just were coming over to help him. Now, Josh, if we can just step this way just a little bit, you can see how the house right next door to the Ellenbergers is perfectly fine, but of course you see a lot of leaf debris. You see the homeowner up there trying to clean up, but a lot of leaf debris. And then there's crews here, trucks already here, loading up things that are destroyed, from tree limbs. It looks like there's a lot of outside type furniture and that type of thing that's gone. But some people who have driven by and said, what happened? Oh, one lady was just, oh my gosh, I live here. I live right near here. I got to get home to see my house. And everyone said, told her, you're probably okay, because it was just this precision, scalpel-like taking out of this one very old, big ranch-type sprawling one-story house. So how you doing? So that's a lot of people are driving through the area like that, just looking, seeing that they can help. We've already seen Service Master, and I saw a building permit inspector type worker from the city already out here. So and a lot of looky-loos just coming by to see what happened. But you know, this is it's so scary because you just don't see tornadoes in the very populated area of New Orleans that often. Of course, remember a few years ago, Karen and Tom, there was New Orleans East, which I know there's some people, I knew some of the residents out there who were still rebuilding, and it takes long to get, you know, insurance and everything back together, but you just don't see this happen that often. But a lot of people feeling thankful, but a lot of people really coming up and letting this family know how they feel. Now, one person said that when the tree fell, there was a pool near the area and it just ripped up all the water lines, and her water was just shooting up in the air, so she had to turn her water off from her home. So, but pretty much it's just this one house and a little bit on the street that's damaged. So that's it from here from Bancroft right now. The 5600 block, by the way, is exactly where we are, close to Fillmore. So, and you can see the damage from Wisner on the other side of the bayou. Reporting live from Bancroft, Meg Farris, Eyewitness News. Back to Karen and Ton.
Meg, our family, or our heart really go out to that family right there. And really, though, it was amazing to see the husband. He cracked a smile at one point in the initial interview, and just really welcoming the idea of New Orleanians helping each other. And I think he's got the help at this point, but it is a severe amount of damage there for something that hit so quickly.
Right, and I know that it hasn't been confirmed yet, but it's hard to imagine anything else that would be able to do that sort of damage and sort of hopscotch as we know it does. Yeah. And we've had a lot of reports, and we thank all of you who have successfully sent us some videos and some pictures. We are so grateful for those. Just do it safely. Look at that shot of Mother Nature, that water spout on Lake Pontchartrain.
Yeah, this one's from Adam Ney, from our sports photographer, the water spout on Lake Pontchartrain earlier. And before that, we had a tweet from Jeff Adelson. He's a reporter for the New Orleans Advocate, and I think this caught a lot of people's eye this morning.
Absolutely. Sure. How could it not? And you know, we were under that warning for quite a while this morning in the Lakeview area, and I got to say, though, I'm glad that most people took heed and listened to the meteorologist and sought cover, and that the Ellenberger family was safe as a result of that. I did peek out, and then I know I'm not supposed to, but I peeked out my own window and I saw some people walking on the sidewalk, and I thought, no, you're supposed to be indoors and in a middle room. And then I got myself indoors in a middle room.
Yeah, and we do have to be careful to call it a tornado because it's possible, but especially for the Ellenberger family, it's really academic at this point. Whether it was a tornado or not, they have this severe amount of damage in their home, a beautiful home too, that now they're picking up the pieces. So, but at this point, we haven't had a confirmed report of a confirmed tornado, but for that Ellenberger family, it's tough today.
Indeed, and chances are perhaps they've suffered other losses in prior storms. Let's turn it over now to Alexandra Cranford. And again, right now, no confirmation that a tornado hit, correct?
Right, we have not heard that yet. Of course, we'll be getting you that when we do hear that from the National Weather Service. I wanted to touch on what we're doing right now with weather. We know about the tropical system eventually developing. We know we're expecting heavy rains through the weekend, but what's happening today? You might be trying to make your plans for this afternoon and evening, so I'm going to cover that very quickly, and then we'll get later in this broadcast into more the specifics of the storm. But I wanted to cover today for you guys. Right now, obviously looking cloudy in New Orleans, and our temperatures in the 80s to about 90. Look, we had highs today getting toward 90 in some spots, and Hammond, with more blue sky and sun over there, has touched 90. Slidell is at 89. New Orleans still in the 80s with cloud cover, and at Homa 75 and raining right now. Here is why, of course, we had all of the flooding issues and are still dealing with those. Our rain amounts at our WeatherLink 4 sites showing actual real-time rain totals as they were stacking up with that really heavy downpour over the metro area. We're up to 4 or 5 inches of rain. And as we look ahead through the rest of this afternoon and evening, here is our planner for New Orleans. Notice the rain chances not as high, but they're still about 40 to 50%. So we're kind of finished with the worst of it, I think, for the metro area right now. If you're wondering if I head out, am I going to run into another one of those extremely heavy downpours? It doesn't look like it later today. We could still have some downpours, some scattered rain, and temperatures may hang only in the low to middle 80s in New Orleans. Obviously higher, though, north of the lake where you're already in the upper 80s to about 90. But notice that our rain chance will be a little more manageable, about 40 to 50%. And I will show you radar in just a second. Keep in mind, though, we are at this point under a flash flood watch through tomorrow evening at 7 p.m. for maybe 2 to 4 inches or a little bit higher. So we're expecting possibly some more rounds of this kind of rain, but for right now, we're really not seeing anything imminently coming back to the North Shore or New Orleans. We're kind of wrapping up with this particular round of rain, and we may not have that much more to deal with later today, although we still have a chance, as you saw there. So on radar, New Orleans still dealing with some really, really light rain, just a few sprinkles off portions of the West Bank and farther south in the city. We are still under officially that flash flood warning until 1:45. And as we've been going out and seeing our reporters covering all those different spots where the water is especially high, that may get extended depending on how quickly or how slowly it takes for the waters to recede. But it is improving in many locations, at least gradually. Radar is showing Larose still getting some heavy shower and thunderstorm action here with some lightning strikes. Again, over near Homa, some light rain happening and the temperature not bad. Thibodeau and Raceland kind of on the outskirts of this final batch of rain, which is continuing to sink over to the southwest. Looking a little bit farther out on satellite and radar imagery, notice that there is the chance for a couple of these showers or downpours to kind of form up again, but notice that the movement here around the upper low that we've been talking about, not a developed system, not a developed depression or storm yet, but rather a surface low and upper low kind of helping this kind of spin that you can see. This would be the direction that we would see some more showers and storms coming, and at this point there's really nothing coming right now. We are still under a low end risk for a few more strong to severe storms, maybe with that rotation element that we were watching earlier today. So we are under the marginal risk, that's level 1 out of 5, for a few more possibly severe warnings or tornadoes, but again, we're not seeing that happen as we speak right now with anything coming imminently. Here is kind of the big picture scene. The low pressure right now is right around here, and you can see that the spin around it, that counterclockwise rotation, is happening. And so that's why we're kind of looking off to the north for any more of these showers or storms to develop. We could still see a couple of showers or storms forming right over us. That's a possibility too. For example, our precision cast model, and if you're kind of paying attention to this afternoon and evening, here is what our model is showing. It does have a couple more downpours forming up. This model tends to go a little heavy, so just kind of keep that in mind. But 3 p.m. maybe a bit of rain in the area. 4 and 5, it does have another round of rain in the New Orleans area, perhaps. That's not set in stone. 7 p.m. maybe a few more scattered downpours. And then as we get toward tonight, things may be calming down by about 9 or 10. Getting into tomorrow, if you have Thursday plans, again, this will not be just continuous, really, really strong severe weather sort of coverage that we're going to have to do. It will come in kind of rounds or waves. So again, the rest of today, still a chance for some scattered rain. Then as we get into Thursday morning, it may start out somewhat quiet, but you can see through the day, we may continue with a few of these bands of rain moving through once again. As you saw earlier, they can be heavy over particular areas as well. So it could dump maybe another few inches of rain in some particular spots, not necessarily right over New Orleans, but we'll have to watch for that, of course, in the next few days. That was Thursday, 4 p.m. This is tomorrow evening, so actually it will depend. This is not perfect as far as the model projection goes, but you can see that we will have some long periods where we don't have weather quite as active. So as we get into Friday morning, we may start with just a bit of shower or storm activity. And then again, it's going to just depend on the timing of some of these bands riding from the south to the north. So our bottom line is just to prepare as we head into the next few days, and maybe especially by this weekend for some of these heavy rain bands. Again, this model not perfect. Saturday, starting the day very early, you can see that there could still be some showers and thunderstorms in the area. Saturday may actually be possibly the rainiest day with maybe some of the most impacts. As we look at possible impacts, here's what we have right now. The rainfall could be up to 8, 10, maybe even close to 12 inches. Models have been going up and down, but it does look like heavy rain, I think, will be the biggest concern, especially as we get into Friday, Saturday, and then even into Sunday, kind of after the system might be over land by that point, but might still be dragging some rain up near us. Coastal flooding, we are expecting that with a storm surge watch in effect now, so 2 to 4 feet of those tides pushed up a little bit higher than normal for sure along the coastlines. Winds news. Of course, if you have a tropical storm south of the coastline and what may eventually be a hurricane off to the southwest of us, we may see some high wind gusts spreading into our area, maybe especially along the coast, but possibly inland as well. And then tornadoes, as we saw today, tornado warnings will be possible with these rain bands. That is something that you can see not only as a system comes on shore and makes landfall, but also just with individual rain bands, even if the system stays south. So we are expecting what is now potential tropical cyclone 2 to become a depression later today. And that's really what that means, is that it will very soon develop into a depression. And then, as we've been saying, eventually tropical storm Barry, and then perhaps even Hurricane Barry. Our 7-day forecast, this is what we have, again, as you're trying to kind of make plans for maybe your immediate future or actually looking at a specific day. Again, Thursday will have a similar rain chance. Not everybody will get a huge downpour like we did today, but you can see our temperatures kind of similar in the 80s. Breezy conditions tomorrow, our rain chance about 60%. Then as we get into the Friday, Saturday, Sunday timeframe, that's really the time where we may be dealing with some more sort of direct impacts, perhaps in the form of really heavy downpours possible. Periods of rain throughout the day, maybe not just confined to one spot in the day like today, this morning. And then as we get into Monday, we may continue with the rain chance about 60%, and then getting into Tuesday, about a 40% chance for rain. We have, of course, even yesterday been dealing with upper 90s for our temperatures. Today, of course, much improved. So the next few days, we will not have to deal with that. Obviously, we'll be talking about something very different. Also, our temperatures may eventually be getting into the 80-degree range for the early mornings, back into the low 80s or middle 80s for the afternoons. And again, by this weekend, a lot will depend on the exact track of that forecast for the potential tropical cyclone. So we will have a much closer look at that coming up in just a little bit. We will do a kind of tropical analysis, but for now, I just wanted to show you your rain chances through the rest of today so you can make your plans. If you are heading out, of course, there are huge travel issues and water still high in areas, so that will be a big concern. I would also, of course, keep umbrellas around and just be prepared for possibly a few more downpours here and there during the daytime hours and into tonight. But as I showed you, our rain chance not quite as high any longer. It looks like we may be finished with the worst kind of over for us at this point in the game today. Looking at your planner hour by hour again through this afternoon and evening, our rain chance stays about 40 to 50% or so. And we'll be watching again on radar for anything to pop up over our area or form over our area. But at the moment, as I showed you, there's not that much really coming imminently to New Orleans or the North Shore at this point. So we may get a pretty decent break of maybe even a few hours for spots, if not longer, in different locations. Again, we'll have another closer look at the tropics coming up in a few minutes.
Thank you, Alexandra. And if you're just joining us, it's right now 1:37 in the afternoon. I'm Tan Trung alongside Karen Swenson. It's been an unusual day. Usually we're not on programming at this point, but there's been a lot to cover.
Right. The good news is we are hearing that we're in a lull at this point and that the worst has likely passed us, so we have a chance to dry out. We can't have enough time, right, knowing what's ahead. But we are getting reports that the water is receding throughout the area. Let's check in on Jacqueline Quinn, who is at Poland and near the Claiborne Bridge, right? And has it gone down there, or hard to tell from our perspective?
Yeah, since the last time that we talked just about 20-30 minutes ago, we had water up to our knees. I'm standing on the sidewalk, so it shouldn't be that high, but it has gone down now closer to my ankles. Although in this area just before the Claiborne Bridge there, you can see this stalled out car here, still stuck there. But as for other people making their way through, well, they're able to do that at a slightly faster rate than what we were seeing before, because earlier we saw just a ton of congestion. Now, with that said, this area is still really having a lot of that water linger about here at this intersection. And that is not to mention what we're seeing in that neighborhood just past this silver car here. Well, that is closer to that bridge in this neighborhood. We really haven't seen people turn down there, but it looks like there's still quite a bit of water. So around this area, there's still a lot of water, not just only in this intersection that you're looking at here. Everyone taking their time very slowly. Mike, as you're actually following the cars there, you can see just past that silver car, what I was talking about earlier, how there isn't a lot of movement in that neighborhood. It looks like there's still you know, a lot of water there. I know a lot of people were frustrated earlier just asking us, you know, what is going on? When is the pump going to work in this area? You know, that's unclear as to what has been happening over here, but I know that the water has been here for some time. You know, we came here probably a little bit around 11:30, and there was just so much water that some cars were still getting stuck. And again, like I mentioned, it was causing some congestion. Let me give you a better look at this intersection now, since we've been covering it. Again, Robertson and Poland, and you still have a lot of cars in this area on the neutral ground. And you know, this is not the first time we're hearing the ambulance there. You know, they've had a hard time coming through here, even the fire department coming through. But this is what it looks like out here. You know, cars taking it slow at this point, not covered in water so much earlier. That car there, that's stalled actually, and that's causing some problems for people because they think that it's about to move, and it just happens to be stalled, and you know, they're waiting on a tow truck. I saw a tow truck actually show up here, and it looks like they're working on removing some of the cars that were stuck. We talked with one woman who was at a gas station here who said that she was trying to make it to work, and for whatever reason her car stopped working, so she had to pull up there. Her car's still there. They're still waiting for a tow truck. But we were earlier at Rampart and Franklin. Oh, excuse me, that part is St. Claude and Franklin, and we were trying to make it our way here. There was still a lot of water around, and it was a business owner at Big Chief Vapor Products, and she was telling me, you know, what was going on there, how much water she saw. So let's listen in on the sound from earlier.
We walked into a flooded store.
What time was that?
We got here right about 9:30, 9:45. And it was pretty bad. If you look over here, you can see the watermark on the table right here, which was, it was right about to the bottom by the time we had gotten here, if you see the watermark. So that's, I mean, almost knee high. It was in here earlier. And then we had cars just pushing the water in and pushing the water in. So we finally went and we called the police, and they said that wasn't their issue, that we needed to call the water department. So we said, okay, well, we're just going to block off the street. So we blocked off the street, and within 30 minutes, the water got out of the shop. We cleaned out our basin right here, the storm drain, and the water subsided.
Now, as we've been traveling around, we've been checking to see if some of this water has made its way into homes. A lot of the homes around the neighborhoods here are raised enough so that they're telling me that they did not get any water. But again, you know, there are probably some parts around the city where people have seen some of that. I just know where we were standing, and now people haven't been telling me that. With that said, you can see again, some of that water still lingering around here by this intersection of Robertson and Poland, and causing issues for people as they're trying to make their way around here, especially for the folks going to Chalmette, because they're taking the Claiborne Bridge here. So again, if you're headed out towards this area, just take it easy, be very careful, because you really can't see some of the streets here in this area. For now, I'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Jacqueline, thank you. And just to kind of give people an indication of where this is going to go, around 2 o'clock right now, the mayor of New Orleans has a press conference scheduled. And I think the big question for a lot of folks right now, especially the people that are frustrated with seeing water near their car, near their homes this morning, sure. What is happening with the pumps?
Well, we'll be talking to her. Of course, we heard from the Sewage and Water Board earlier saying 118 of the 120 of them were working. But a lot of people have questions, and there's a lot of doubt. There's trust issues with the Sewage and Water Board, so we'll be listening to the mayor about 17 minutes from now. In the meantime, let's turn it over to Chris Franklin. I understand that the hurricane hunters are now in the middle of the tropical disturbance that's headed our way next.
Yes, correct. The hurricane hunters left from Keesler a little while ago. They are currently flying into what is being designated as the center of the storm, and they're collecting data. They're dropping what are called drop signs. They are actually dropping instrumentation where they're going to be able to get data. You're going to see the plane fly several times through this center. They'll also sample some of the nearby storms. Right now, though, on satellite, it is still not looking very well organized at all. I don't, at least based on satellite, and the hurricane hunters will confirm this or not, is to whether or not there is a closed circulation. If there is a closed circulation at the surface, then they will likely designate this as tropical depression number 2. Right now, it is still potential tropical cyclone number 2. In other words, it is not yet a named storm, but because they give it that classification, they can start issuing official forecasts because of its proximity to land and knowing that it will start impacting land within the next 36 to 48 hours. Looking at visible satellite right now, where you see that low centered is exactly where the Hurricane Center is saying that there may be that center of circulation. We were showing you the visible satellite a bit earlier because it really gives you a very clear picture. Basically, this is a picture of the clouds down at the surface and near the surface. You can really see all of these minute little features, and there had seemingly been, and still looks like, there's some kind of little weak spin kind of south of where they are initializing the center of the storm to be. And it's very possible, and sometimes with these unorganized systems, you see convection all over the place. In other words, thunderstorms, nothing really getting very well developed around that center. You also don't really see too many storms on the eastern or northern side, which is where you normally would see most of the convection. So this is still a very, very unorganized system. I would be just looking at satellite, and again, there's a lot more data that I cannot see. I'd be very surprised to hear the hurricane hunters updating or upgrading this from this first flight. Maybe they find a closed circulation. I would be very surprised, only because it doesn't look to be very well organized, and you are certainly not seeing the structure there at the moment. But what I was talking about, when you have all these little areas of convection, sometimes you might get several little spins here and there. And sometimes, as this system is trying to get better organized, it may choose one of those centers to become the new and more better developed center of circulation. So this may not be the precise center of where the storm, when it's upgraded, is. It may kind of develop here. Sometimes you might even see on forecast or past tracks of storms that all of a sudden it looks like the storm made a rapid jump really quick. A lot of times it's just kind of redeveloping a center of circulation. So right now it may be here, it may be trying to develop farther south from here. And if that's the case, and it takes more of a southerly path, then that does keep it farther away from southeast Louisiana. Right now the motion is very slow, west-southwest at around 8 miles an hour. You do see some thunderstorms down to the south of where the center is being indicated right now, but again, it is still trying to get organized, which is very frustrating, I know, for folks at home and for meteorologists to try and forecast this. We're trying to forecast it. We're trying to give you a track. We are trying to give you an intensity. But until it gets better organized, that just becomes very, very difficult to near impossible to do. So again, the forecast is for it to kind of maintain that west-southwesterly, even southwesterly trend before making a turn toward the almost due west. Whenever it does that is going to be kind of key, because if it starts to make any kind of a turn back toward the north, we would like it to be as far away from us as possible. Not that you ever wish these storms upon anyone. But you know what, after the flooding rains just this morning from a tropical thunderstorm, we don't need to deal with any additional problems with this. Now, as it does continue down to our south on Thursday at some point, it is forecasted to become Tropical Storm Barry. Notice how even through the rest of the day today and even going into tomorrow morning, it is just a depression. Hurricane Center is not looking at this as being a rapidly intensifying storm, at least in the next 24 hours. After that, who knows? The environment may become a little bit better and more conducive for further strengthening and rapid intensification, perhaps. As we've been talking about every season, the forecasted track from the Hurricane Center is very good. The forecast intensity is not. So as you see it making landfall sometime on Saturday in southwestern Louisiana, maybe Vermilion or Cameron Parish, it could easily be a 2 or a 3. We've already seen from several storms just last season that the forecast intensity is not very accurate. Their forecasted track is, but also notice, don't just follow the center line. I like the center line because it really gives you an idea of model run to model run and forecast to forecast, whether or not they're thinking more westerly or easterly as a trend. That's why I kind of like the center line, but you focus on the cone because it could be anywhere from lower Lafourche to past Houston by Saturday, or even sooner than that if it made some kind of a rapid turn toward the north. Now, because of the proximity of the storm to our coast, we are under tropical storm watches. That means we could see within the next 48 hours tropical storm force winds mainly along the coastline. It doesn't look like they would make it as far as New Orleans, at least in the near future. Tropical storm watches are also up, as we're going to begin to see, more likely tomorrow and certainly by Friday, that strong easterly wind kind of piling up the water along all of our eastern facing shorelines as well as along the Mississippi coast. Now, at the moment, no storm surge watches for Mississippi. Everything is for coastal Louisiana. In the upper atmosphere, this is the spin I was talking about. Again, remember, at the surface, right about here is where potential tropical cyclone 2 is. This is a mid-level low, and this is kind of creating all of this convection around the northeastern and northern Gulf Coast and Gulf of Mexico. That is what really triggered more of our storms around today. Not really associated with what would become Barry, but more of this mid-level cyclone. A mid-level cyclone in proximity to this surface low, that's still a fairly hostile environment, which is why I was telling you the Hurricane Center clearly is not anticipating any kind of rapid development with this storm through the course of the night tonight and going into tomorrow. It should be a weak and fairly unorganized storm, especially with that mid-level low. Now, if we saw a big upper high sitting over it where the storm had ample room to grow and blossom, and you see those thunderstorms start firing up and building higher into the atmosphere, that would be bad. That would be indicating that it is in a primed environment. We just really don't see that. The reason for the dramatic differences in the forecast based on the GFS and the Euro model is the intensity of the storm. Big player in this is going to be this high over kind of the Texas and parts of the Mountain West, and also a Bermuda high building in from the east. If it is a stronger storm, which is what the Euro is indicating, a stronger storm is going to have taller and higher cloud tops. They will be influenced by this upper high a bit more, and so you're going to see more of that push and keeping the storm on more of that westerly path for far longer. If it's a weaker storm and those cloud tops aren't quite as high in the atmosphere, this upper high is almost going to miss those, and we could see that turn a little bit sooner. I was referencing that Bermuda high that is off to our east. That too, as that starts building in, is going to force this storm to begin making a little bit of a turn. Also, it looks like in response to an upper trough that is going to be to our north. Now, it's possible that that upper trough doesn't really pick up on this, and this storm just keeps moving toward the west, which would be great for us. No impacts at all, or very, very limited impacts, and that is still very much a possibility as we still have a very unorganized system. All of the rainfall that we contended with early this morning moving on out. Now, computer models still indicate we could see some more convection during the day today. We certainly have some up in southwestern Mississippi. I don't think it's going to be nearly the intensity of what we had to deal with earlier in the day. There is certainly a broad circulation here, no question about it. Whether or not it's a closed circulation down at the surface is still anyone's guess, but the hurricane hunters are going to be finding that out shortly. This is some of the computer models. This is starting at noon on Thursday. This is the GFS, and again, remember the GFS had a weaker storm, and thus it's going to be moving, or has it forecasted to move inland far sooner, kind of around maybe the Morgan City area, so we would have more of the impacts. Notice something with these winds. Even if the storm center is more over southwestern Louisiana, we're still going to have this easterly and southeasterly wind. That's going to be piling up water toward the mouth of the river. We just spoke with Paul Murphy, who was talking with the folks at the Army Corps of Engineers and discussing their forecast of 20 foot reaching the Carrollton gauge. It wouldn't be, this is what was interesting, it would not be from actual salt water and a surge moving into the river. It would be because of that strong southeasterly push of water. It would essentially put a block on the mouth of the river and back up the water. So what you would actually see is the water start rising because it has nowhere to go. So that what was very interesting is that it is not, because we were talking about that earlier, that it'd be very interesting, very strange to see the water fighting the current of the Mississippi River. But it wouldn't be. The water would actually kind of block the mouth of the river, and then you would start to see the flooding due to the fact that you got that fast moving water with nowhere to go. And it could, and we'll be detailing this a little bit more, but we could start to see some of the river levees, especially down near the mouth of the river, start to reach their banks and maybe over top. That's a possibility. Again, that is all based on the current forecast now, which could easily change. Quick look at the European model run. Again, this is forecasting a stronger storm, so it kind of continues and maintains that more westerly track before making any kind of a turn. This has more south central Louisiana. At one point, it was more southwest Louisiana. Again, there's still a great deal of uncertainty with the forecast of what will become Barry just over the course of the next couple of days. Probably are not going to know a great deal more today, as it looks like it will still be fairly unorganized, but definitely by tomorrow and most certainly by Friday, as we get to see more of a better developed storm, when we start to see more organization around that center, then the computer models are going to have something to actually grab a hold of and have a much more detailed and far more accurate forecast of this system.
All right, Chris, thank you very much. And you know, looking at the models right now, and if whatever this develops into, the scary aspect for us is that we could be on the eastern side of whatever develops, and we always know that is the wettest side. And after this morning, I don't think we need any more rain for sure.
Right, we need some time to dry out. We'll be watching the models, and it sounds like really it'll be tomorrow before we have any degree of certainty as to what we're in for down the road. Let's talk about the matter at hand, and that's we've got a lot of street flooding around New Orleans, but fortunately we've got a lot of waters receding. Danny Monteverdi is live in Mid-City, and how's it going out there?
Well, Karen, the best analogy I can give right now is someone just pulled the plug on the bathtub. If Brian can get a shot here, you can see this drain. We are actually, to give you a point of reference, we are on Louisiana Avenue Parkway at South Durgeois, and within just, I'd say, the past 10-15 minutes, this place has begun to drain rapidly. And again, you can see this this drain here. I mean, it's clogging up a little bit with some debris, it looks like. But again, the best analogy I can say is it's like someone pulled the stopper on the bathtub a few minutes ago. Within just a few minutes, we heard this suction sound, and again, look at this, you can see, take a listen. I mean, there's no question that water is draining right now, and again, it's happened pretty quickly. You're looking right now at Louisiana Avenue Parkway. I believe that's down in the direction of Claiborne, but if you look behind us right here, we drove through this, we were driving up to the neighborhood, and this was all underwater about 15-20 minutes ago. You can see it's greatly cleared out now, and actually we'll take a walk over here and look at this house. And you can see, just for a point of reference of where the water was a short time ago, here's a house where you can see a debris line that was 1, 2, 3, about 4 steps up. You can see how high the debris got. But again, right now, these drains, there's no question they're on now. Again, you can see another one here. Unfortunately, it is blocked with a lot of debris, which is a lot of the problem as well sometimes with these situations. They begin to suck in all the garbage and trash from the neighborhoods, which can be a hindrance, unfortunately, to the neighborhoods draining. Well, that's not going anywhere. But again, you can see and hear that there's no question these drains here in the Broadmoor neighborhood are beginning to suck these streets dry. We actually stopped by the drainage pumping station at MLK and Broad on the way over here, and that canal was about as high as it could be. Water kind of rushing out to the lake as it gets pumped out. But so for those of you in Broadmoor, the good news is we can see right here, right now, these pumps are on. Again, you can just take a listen. That's that water on Louisiana Avenue Parkway, just getting pulled out as we speak.
I think that it's improving for sure.
And I think only in New Orleans can we celebrate the sound of drains working at this point. But I think it's also a good lesson right now too, because it's certainly something I did this morning. Around 6:30, I started hearing the rain, and I started looking out the window, and as the morning progressed, I realized that this thing wasn't going to stop. So I ran out, put on some rubber gloves, so I just went right to my catch basins, both of them on the front side and the other side of the house, and I was just clearing them out. And it does help. There is a big difference if you are cognizant of cleaning out those catch basins.
I know your neighbors are appreciative of that, so, and I know,
Maybe.
and your wife. All right, let's check in on Sheba Turk, who's been looking at some of the posts you've been sharing on social media.
Hey, Karen and Todd. Yeah, guys, there's so much on social media today. People have been doing a really good job documenting what's going on around the area. Take a look at this tweet. It is a whirlpool, basically, on Fontainebleau, kind of like what Danny just showed us where he is. It's showing that things are finally starting to drain in some areas. So it's actually really good news, but just kind of an amazing image to look at there. Let's go on to the next picture. This was actually inside of a home on Fontainebleau. And we know that a lot of homes and businesses got water. We'll have to, of course, wait a couple of days to get more totals on that. But this home obviously took on some water. Very sad for that family there.
All right, thank you very much, Sheba, for that. And we got a few more?
Yes, we do. There actually were was a guy swimming on Canal Street earlier this morning.
A very long morning for Sheba, and I think that's a blanket statement for a lot of folks. It's been a long morning for everybody in the metro area, and take a look here.
Especially for this guy who's doing laps on Canal Street, guys.
Yeah, dude,
that's
literally
a great
on Canal.
Yeah, he's swimming.
Only
This
in New
guy
Orleans,
decided to take matters into his own hand. He wanted to fix things up. I thought everybody needed a little lighthearted tweet this morning. He's mopping up the water.
Keep it clean.
That is hilarious. These are great. We just, as we continue to watch it, we want to let you know as soon as the mayor begins the press conference, we will go to City Hall Live. But these are some more.
Yeah, that's from Manuel Bajorquez. He's a CBS News correspondent.
Yeah, and I wanted to share that. He sent out some great video on Broad near Tulane earlier this morning.
Yeah, and I think since we're seeing so many of the pictures that are coming in, it's dramatic, but I think for the folks that have had water in their home, especially since Katrina, an inch, 2 inches of water can be devastating. It doesn't take a lot of water in the home to get to a bad state.
Right, and after Katrina, it's hard to even measure the anxiety that goes along with it, right?
Sure.
Because if you went through it, you're thinking, when you're just seeing 1 inch or 1 inch 2, or, there's an anxiety that goes along with all
Very
this.
much so. I think you could get that sense on social media this morning. I think people always compare it to Katrina. They see the Circle Food store flooded and they go, oh my goodness, it looks just like Katrina. They look at the traffic, they say it feels just like Katrina. So it is a very difficult thing for people in our city to grasp.
Right,
yeah,
and we know more is on the way.
Yeah, it's a weird catch-22 as well, because again, it's not the level of Katrina, but I think there's so many things that bring people back to a parallel time to that.
Sure.
To that point, as Sheba and I were talking about it earlier, seeing the Circle Food store, the water level was pretty much right there on that Monday after the storm.
Right. And while we're making these comparisons, I want to make sure we just make sure there is no comparison to Katrina or what's coming towards us by any stretch of the imagination. So just to make it clear, but I think all of us share that level of anxiety with all of you at home who went through it.
And fatigue. And I think there's a question for us too, when we take a look at what's been happening since the August 5th flood. Are we getting more flooding events, or are we just more cognizant of what's happening, that it just seems like it's increasing? And again, I think that might be an issue that a lot of folks will be bringing up with the mayor at 2 o'clock. That news conference is scheduled at City Hall with the mayor at 2 o'clock.
There's certainly a rising level of frustration, that's true, among residents. Let's check in again on Danny Monteverdi as we wait for the mayor to begin the press conference live in Mid-City.
We're in Broadmoor, but again, when we came to you just a few minutes ago, all of Louisiana Avenue Parkway was underwater, and look at it now, maybe 5 minutes later, it is cleared, it's emptied. We were talking to you all just a few minutes ago, and I said the analogy was like someone pulled the plug in the bathtub, and that tub drained pretty quickly. We can take a look at this drain right here. You can see just how quickly the water is going in. Now, unfortunately, what we're seeing a lot of is debris in these catch basins. So considering what may be happening in the next few days, if you're seeing this and with everything kind of clearing up right now, it might be worth it just go out and kind of grab trash off the street, other odds and ends. In fact, this garbage can lid was trying to get sucked down the drain a short time ago, and that's going to really hinder the water draining out of the streets. But again, you can see this was that drain we showed you just a few minutes ago that was all underwater. You look at it now, you see the water is rushing in. Unfortunately, there is a lot of that debris there, but this neighborhood that maybe 20 minutes ago still had several feet of water in it is dry. Again, you can see all up and down Louisiana Avenue Parkway right now. It's dry. So the pumps here are now, you can see the water is draining. You can see the pumps are sucking out the water right now. And so the good news here is in this part of Broadmoor, again, we're at Louisiana Avenue Parkway and Durgeon, kind of the biggest intersection, if you're not familiar with the interior neighborhood, would be Washington and Broad. That's where we are right now. Now, unfortunately, with the water here up until just a short time ago, there are a lot of homes in this neighborhood that took on water in their lower levels. We're going to go try to check on some people, see how they're dealing with that right now. But again, the good news is you can see here from the time we left you a few minutes ago to now, just a night and day difference in this neighborhood here after these pumps began to get the water flowing. And again, you heard and saw those catch basins, sucking that water down. And you can see now it is about as clear as can be. Back to you guys.
That's positively remarkable.
Yeah, it is a dramatic change there, Danny. And hopefully your boots are drying out a bit. I know you've been standing in water all morning.
Yeah, our hearts go out to those folks who live along there that did sustain water in the homes, because that's no fun. Let's turn it over now to Chris Franklin for an update on the weather. And it looks like a lot of people getting this opportunity to dry out.
Yes, that's exactly what we needed. We needed to see a huge break in the rain, which is what we got. And we needed to see the pumps, normal drainage to be able to do their own thing, clean out, clear out before we get more rain, which we are anticipating over the next several days. At least right now in the near future, all of our storms are pushing down to the south around Galliano, Dulac. Still some thunderstorm development there, but that is all moving away from us. So nothing here in the city at the moment. We still have that aerial flood advisory in effect now, no longer a flash flood warning, a flood advisory until 4:30. Again, only because you are still going to run into standing water in a number of locations. Just use caution on the roadways. Now, a lot of places, like we just saw from Danny's live shot, should be clearing out. And a lot of the standing water that we were dealing with this morning already should be gone. But you're probably going to find a number of areas where it's just a low-lying area. They tend to flood even just in a normal downpour that may already, or may still have, I should say, standing water, and it may still take some time for all of those areas to clear out. And our computer model, in terms of additional development throughout the rest of the afternoon, really has not been initializing very well at all, as we have some thunderstorm activity a little bit farther north from here and really nothing as it's showing in the Florida parishes. So you kind of take that with a grain of salt when it tries to develop convection all over the place. Yes, I think we could see a few more bubbling up during the day today, but I don't think it's going to be nearly this intense through the course of the afternoon. Now, this is our precision cast. It's the RPM model, just one of the various computer models we have access to. This also not really initializing well, so we don't have any storms over the North Shore and the lakefront on the North Shore, and then it's not picking up on any of the development we have down near the coast. Again, picking up on some convection, some thunderstorm potential, certainly, but I don't think it's going to be nearly as expansive as what these computer models are calling for. Right now, mostly cloudy skies. Looks like we're actually starting to see a little bit of clearing then in parts of Plaquemines and St. Bernard. So finally, a little bit of sunshine. You know, over the last several days, we've been begging for the rainfall. Well, we got it, but we got way too much of it through the course of the morning. We have some storms that are up in the southwest of Mississippi. May see those continue on to the North Shore within the next couple of hours, but again, not the intensity of what we've been dealing with all morning long. Notice our computer keeping temperatures in the 80s, so at least there's one positive with all the cloud cover, is that it will keep us a little bit cooler and no more near record heat for the next several days, as it looks like our highs will stay in the 80s for the foreseeable future. All eyes have been on what will likely become, very likely become Barry. Hurricane hunters are in the storm center right now. Still just kind of a very broad area of low pressure, nothing well organized. That's about where the center is. So what you see the plane does is it kind of flies through the center, starts sampling some of the convection, some of the other thunderstorm development, and then it continues and it'll kind of cut back and forth through the center of the storm and try and get as much detailed information as it possibly can. They're looking for closed circulation. So in other words, completely closed circulation down at the surface. That would indicate that we now have a depression. They're looking for that, but they're also sampling the storm, getting data that can be put into computer models so we can get a far more accurate picture as to what is going on now and what will happen in the foreseeable future. And a lot depends on the forecast of this storm with impacts to us, because if it continues more of along a southwesterly path, which kind of, I mean, there really doesn't look to be any motion right there now, but I've been pointing out all morning long, there looks to be a little swirl right here. That may be a secondary little center trying to form. I don't know, but it may be that that is where the center is. There looks to be a little bit of a broad circulation right here, but again, overall, you have this huge area. This is what I'm talking about when I say a broad area of circulation. It's not a very tightly compact storm by any means. We're starting to see around this center, you're starting to see a little bit of convection developing on the eastern side, which has not been the case all morning long. So you are starting to see a little bit of convection developing on the eastern side, which had been all morning long the dry side of the storm. That is what is in reverse of what we typically see. Normally, the western side is the dry side, and you see all of the storms on the eastern side. That really has not been the case with this so far. But again, it is still an evolving system. It is still a developing system, so it doesn't look quite like a tropical system just yet. Looks like maybe it's trying to get there right now with some convection firing off on the southeastern side of it, but there's certainly a lot of convection on the western side as well, and kind of a huge area, because this is also associated with a mid-level trough that has really created all of this rainfall from not only southeast Louisiana, but notice really all across the northeastern and northern Gulf of Mexico. So this is still a very, very unorganized system. A lot of rainfall all over the place. Something to keep in mind, as this system gets better organized, it starts to kind of concentrate all of the rainfall toward the center and also toward the eastern side. So whereas we have all of the rain spread out basically all across the Gulf Coast, we're going to start to see a lot of that rain become more centered near the circulation point, near the center of the storm. And if it does stay far enough to our south, we may see a lot of that rainfall stay more to our south as well. And certainly the strongest winds maybe right along our coast or maybe staying farther offshore would be great. Notice that the Hurricane Center is keeping this as a depression even through tomorrow morning. They are not anticipating any kind of rapid strengthening, so you can go to bed easy knowing that this isn't going to explode in strength overnight tonight. Now, as we get into the day tomorrow, we are likely going to see Tropical Storm Barry, winds at 45. Then notice it starts to increase in strength. By Friday morning, 60-mile-an-hour winds. And then as it makes its way toward maybe south central, southwest Louisiana, or even eastern Texas toward Houston, we may be looking at a hurricane, possibly a 1 or maybe more likely 2, depending on how much time it's able to stay over very warm waters in the northern Gulf of Mexico before making landfall. Again, we are not out of the woods by any means as this storm is continuing to organize. What I would like to see is maybe more of a southerly push to this track. That would keep it well away from us, farther down to our south, and hopefully we start to see more of a trend where this does not make any kind of a turn very soon, where we kind of see more of a westerly trend, and it does keep it much farther away from us as we get into Thursday and Friday. But again, throughout the course of the day, we'll get more computer model information, but we're still not going to know anything for very certain until we have a more organized storm, which is not going to happen today.
All right, thank you, Chris. And obviously way too early to see where it's going, but obviously I think, as Chris had indicated, the more that we can shift west and get further away from us, the better, because we certainly don't want to be on that dirty side of the storm on the eastern side.
Especially after today, we had so much widespread flooding. We saw earlier, even some of the hotels took on some water. Meg Ferris was at the Roosevelt earlier. Joining us now on set, Erica Ferrando, and you just got back from looking at some of the other hotels that took on water.
Yes, I actually started at the Roosevelt to check out how things were there, and luckily they didn't have any damage. Okay. And they just got some water in, but they got it out pretty quickly, so it was all dry. But then I went to the Jung Hotel on Canal, and they were still trying to get all that water out. I talked to some guests there, and they said that the water was actually like up to their knees. This is actually some video that one of the guests sent me. She and her husband were actually in town for their wedding anniversary from North Carolina, and they took all of this video. They said the hotel was very accommodating, though. Of course, the elevators were out, so they had to climb down a whole bunch of stairs to get out of there. Here you can see one of the staff members is actually just dumping out all of the water that they're collecting from inside of the hotel. It was still pretty muddy, but it looked like they were moving pretty quickly to try and get all that water out of there. They had some sandbags out, as you can see, and here you can see them kind of sweeping. I think they're actually trying to get some debris out of the drain so that that water can kind of just flush out there. But I want to let you hear from that woman I spoke with who was here on her wedding anniversary.
We were here celebrating our 23rd wedding anniversary, but we got a little more than what we bargained for. We wanted a hotel stay, not a cruise, but it was like we were on a ship with the water and everything. The lobby was completely flooded. It was almost up to our knees and everything. The kitchen was closed. We had to come down 7 flights of stairs, but they really tried to accommodate and do the best of a bad situation.
So they were actually supposed to stay a little bit longer. They were supposed to stay a little bit longer, but they decided to leave today just because of this weather and the weather coming in. But they said they were very thankful for their time in New Orleans. They still had some fun. They said last night they went out, but now they're actually driving back to North Carolina. So, you know, it looks like they're cleaning up quickly. All the guests were, they sounded like, you know, impressed how they handled it and everything. It was just like they were not expecting, you know, just water to rise so quickly and just like, you know, several feet of water, it sounds like,
they won't forget
hotel.
This anniversary, that's for sure.
It's an anniversary for the books.
Right.
And you know, and I think seeing the pictures there that you took, Erica, in seeing that the Jung Hotel had sandbags, they were staffed, I think this is a moment for everybody to pause and take a assessment of what they'll do if in fact this system does develop into something major for us. It's good to see people have this, you know, it's a poor terminology right now, a dry run for something that's worse, even though many people have had a lot of damage this morning, especially that one home that we saw near Bayou St. John. This is a good time to assess your preparations and your emergency preparations.
It always bears repeating. In terms of the Jung, though, once they got that water out, was the damage very minimal?
I don't believe there was much damage.
Okay.
I didn't actually get to speak with anyone on the staff there, anyone in management or anything, but as far as just what the guests told me, it looks like it was just a lot of water and then it kind of came down. I mean, the kitchen had to close and they were trying to keep as much water out as possible, but from what they said, it doesn't sound like there was really much damage, just a lot of water really fast.
And how were the streets when you were just driving back and forth from the station to the various locations that you went?
So right there on Canal, there was no water, but then on some of those side streets, there was still water piled up. There were a few stalled cars. We saw them actually towing away a car that they said had been there all morning, and so there was still water on those streets, but there were cars still driving through. It looks like it had gone down a lot, but it's still sitting in some areas.
Yeah, and that could be a combination of factors. You know, we still haven't really got a full account of what's happening at the Sewage and Water Board with the pumps, but I think as Danny saw, as we saw earlier when he was in Broadmoor, if the catch basins aren't cleared, you know, that is a major factor in what areas can be drained and what areas will take a long time to drain. And you know, it's a good lesson for all of us right now that if you have catch basins near your house, if you value your house or your car, get those catch basins cleared right away.
Get out there and clean them up. And again, we just want to remind you that we are awaiting that press conference. It was supposed to start at 2 o'clock. It is 2:14. We will take it live as soon as it begins. In the meantime, some more pictures from you, and we thank you for sharing them with us. You can share them by using that hashtag #BeOn4. Several cars abandoned blocking the St. Charles line. That I guess, you know, trying to get to higher ground and wound up, you know, kind of impacting transit.
Word to the wise that if you're trying to park on the neutral ground, don't park near the streetcar for sure. And obviously, as Erica just showed us, and you know, some of the video from the Jung Hotel. This is from Tyler Bridges. He was staying and near the Jung Hotel when all of the rain was coming down. We saw that mess there.
Lady on Facebook and daughter got stuck on the RTA. That's no fun. She was trying to get to work. I actually met a gentleman today on the side of the interstate saying he was trying to get to work too, but knew that he wouldn't be able to get down the off ramp. So a lot of people late to work today or just didn't make it in at all. Someone, you know, a little in jest, right?
Yeah,
Happy
sure.
hour.
A little tongue-in-cheek here. Happy hour starting early today. I think, you know, some people after this morning that they had, and certainly, you know, drink responsibly, but some folks I think might be enjoying a cold one later this evening when all this stuff settles. And, you know, luckily right now I think we are starting to see some of the areas that are draining at this point. Danny certainly was evidence of showing us that, but quite a morning for everybody here.
Well, and you mentioned it's a good time to get your papers in order and to make sure you take your video. And I was thinking about that, the Ellenbergers in Lakeview or on the lakefront who really sustained a tremendous amount of damage in what we believe was a tornado that struck down there. So you never know. You may not, you know, it could be something that just comes through. It's a good time now when we've got this lull. Just go around your house, take pictures of everything, get your papers in order, just in case, just to be safe.
Especially if you have had damage, and it's always good to have documentation.
Right,
again, yeah, we're still awaiting right now a press conference, a news conference from Mayor LaToya Cantrell. She'll be addressing some of the issues the city of New Orleans has been seeing since this rain fell early this morning. And we're still, and many folks right now are still trying to assess what happened to their property at this point.
They've got a lot on their plate because we'll be talking to them about the city's response to today's rain, but also the city preps as we wait this tropical disturbance as it makes its way closer to us. Let's check in for the latest on that with Alexandra Cranford, local weather expert.
Hey guys, yeah, looking outside, very different scene from even earlier this morning. We had the huge heavy downpours. Now most of that has come to an end, and really the worst of it I think is over for today. So if you're making your plans and wondering what's going on outside right now, look at North Shore temperatures. They made it all to 90. Temperatures south of the lake in the 80s or upper 70s, and the feels like temperatures, oh my, Hammond at 105, and you're still feeling like 90s even though we have the cloud cover. We had the rain this morning, and our temperatures aren't that bad in New Orleans, but it's still feeling like middle to upper 90s when you factor in the really muggy weather at the surface. We are a lot cooler actually this time compared to this point in the day yesterday, and our winds now from the west, northwest, and about 5 to 10 or so miles per hour. Look at these dew point temperatures. I just wanted to point this out. When you walk out as the water is receding in many of those areas where we have the street flooding or had it especially earlier, it is still feeling really muggy. You can kind of feel that there is something happening in the tropics as we speak. It is not developed yet. It is not a depression or a storm just yet. It is still what we're saying, you know, potential tropical cyclone number 2. But live radar is showing that things have improved a lot aside from that big thunderstorm storm that's still sinking to the south over near Homa and Galliano. So today we continue mostly cloudy, very humid. I still have about a 40 to 50% chance for a few more showers and storms, but as you saw on radar and we've been talking about, not much is coming really at the moment for New Orleans. So we're getting a nice big break, allowing us to dry out, allowing all those street flooding situations to kind of improve gradually. Temperatures today hover in the 80s for the New Orleans area, but as you saw, much warmer north of the lake. So moving through our model for the rest of today, again, 40 to 50% chance. Many of us will not see rain later on today. What happened this morning, really, as we were saying, was quite an unusual thing to happen, to dump that much rain with a huge downpour and cause all these street floodings in New Orleans. We're not going to see that continuing tonight and tomorrow. We could, of course, have more tropical downpours, but really for the short term, we're kind of seeing that as the worst that has happened and not expecting a lot more of that as we head through the rest of today. We could have a few more scattered showers or storms. Look at 9 p.m. tonight, though. Most of that should be calming down. Overnight, I kept a near 30 to 40% chance, so a little bit of rain possible overnight. Our model tomorrow morning showing things maybe much improved compared to this morning in the New Orleans area and even north of the lake, too. Looking at tomorrow afternoon, we may begin to see the showers and storms associated with whatever's happening to our south kind of wrapping into the area. So this could be 3 p.m. Tomorrow I have a good 70% chance or so for rain. Some of that may come to an end tomorrow night. We will see, though. This depends, of course, on what's going on to our south. Friday, we may start the day possibly with a little less rain. Look at these bands, though, starting to spread in. And this particular model doesn't have things super heavy just yet on Friday, but we could easily, I think, by Friday and into Saturday, start to see some of those heavier bands. This one, though, by Saturday afternoon, keeps some of the really heavy stuff over toward the center of what may be, by that point, tropical storm Barry or hurricane Barry off to the west of us. So we've been talking about the different models, taking them with a grain of salt at this point, or realizing that they're going to change. And that particular model that I just showed you did have some of the very, very heaviest rain on Saturday, displaced a little bit off to our west. So we've been saying, of course, that would be a good thing to keep some of the really, really heavy stuff away from us. Here is where the disturbance is right now. And so we've been pointing out the low pressure area. Notice where its location is, 155 miles east-southeast of the mouth of the Mississippi River and kind of south of the Florida Panhandle and Alabama areas. Pressure 1,011 millibars and moving at this point west-southwest at 8 miles per hour, but not going very fast. As we've talked about with our computer models, they're heading out to the west and then a big spread still happening. And I'm hearing that the mayor is speaking, so we will go straight to that now.
Hey, y'all can come around to this side and we can go
Yes.
out.
Benjamin's there. Okay, good afternoon again. Thank you all so much for being here and for being on the front line of helping us do the best we can communicating to residents and visitors of the city of New Orleans. Now is absolutely the time to pay attention. Heed every single warning that comes from the city of New Orleans, and as you listen to media outlets, pay attention to all tornado as well as flash flood warnings. Be prepared for the impacts. We know that we took on a lot of water this morning, up to 8 inches within 3 hours in some areas. Like Broadmoor took on about 7.5, Treme took on about 8.42. Please continue to execute precaution. We ask that you begin to clean up post-flooding from this morning if possible, with more rain in store for the city of New Orleans. This is the time to help us clear debris in front of catch basins. In some areas, we knew that they were prepared for trash pickup this morning, for example, that did not get picked up. However, it ended up, of course, in drains as well. So we're asking residents at this time to help us remove that debris. We are monitoring levels of the Mississippi River. We're monitoring the potential threat of a tropical cyclone 2. It is still too soon to tell what the impact will be, but we believe there will be an impact. You will hear from the National Weather Service during this press conference, who will give us more detailed information. But it is never too early to prepare. Gather supplies, protect and clean your property as well as your street, working with your neighbors. Stay connected to NOLA Ready and city updates. ready.nola@nola.gov. As you'll hear, our agencies that come after me, we will continue to keep residents updated through alerts. Again, from the city of New Orleans, I have formally declared a state of emergency as it relates to this storm. It has been signed, the declaration has been signed and also filed with the courts this afternoon. While it is uncertain what the impact will be, we will be affected and we must be prepared. We are to respond effectively. As we saw this morning, water can rise very quickly and impede traffic and travel. Be safe, be smart, take care of your neighbors, take care of yourself. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Benjamin of the National Weather Service to give us another update, and we will keep giving you updates throughout this press conference from leadership of the city of New Orleans and partner agencies. Thank you, Mr. Benjamin.
Thank you. Good afternoon. We currently have a Hurricane Hunter aircraft that is going out looking for the center of this developing cyclone as we speak. That will help us dramatically when it comes to finding the center, which will help us with the modeling on exactly where this may go. So you'll be seeing a little bit better understanding of where this is going to make landfall from the National Hurricane Center as that information comes in over the course of the next couple hours. As this comes in, though, what people need to understand, I think some of the main points are that heavy rain is going to be possible now through the exit of this storm. Tremendous amounts of rain can happen in a very short amount of time, similar to what we saw this morning. And as we get closer to the landfall, heavy bands of rain are going to move across the area and could potentially cause flash flood emergency similar to what we saw today. Other things that may be of concern for the city and for the area will be storm surge. Water is the killer 75% of the time when it comes to hurricanes and tropical storms. It's not the wind. So we shouldn't just focus on what category it is. We shouldn't just focus on how strong the winds are when water is what does most of the unfortunate impacts when it comes to people losing their lives. And finally, I think as we move forward with this storm, again, I reiterate what the mayor was mentioning. It is time to prepare. It's time to look at your plan. It's time to make sure that you know what you're going to do and get those supplies. I guess I do want to add one other thing. Obviously, the river is of concern, and depending on the exact track, on the exact intensity, and many other factors that come into play when it comes to storm surge, it is likely that a storm surge will move up the river and may increase the levels of the river that we're sitting at right now. Right now we have the possibility of reaching 20 feet. That is not what we would consider a worst case scenario, but what people need to understand is it is all impending on where this track is. If this moves off a little bit to the west or to the east, it can have a huge impact on the way the storm surge interacts with the river. And so therefore people need to keep constant vigilance as we move through the next few days to keep an idea of what's going on, and from there we can all stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll now go to Director Colin Honor of Emergency Preparedness. Colin.
Thank you, Mayor. New Orleans Office of Homeland Security and Emergency Preparedness will have the city's Emergency Operations Center here at City Hall activated through the duration of this tropical system. Representatives from our public safety agencies, infrastructure, and human services will be in the EOC 24/7 to monitor impacts from this potential system. The Real-Time Crime Center, additionally, will continue its 24/7 operations and provide with real-time situational awareness and monitoring of water across the city. As the mayor mentioned, she has declared an emergency for both what happened this morning with Invest 92L and now the potential for a tropical storm or Hurricane Barry. I'm asking residents, the office is asking residents now to prepare for heavy rain and for potential power outages. As mentioned, clean leaves and debris from gutters, downspouts, and in front of catch basins. If it's a bigger job than you can handle, call 311. Also, if a storm drain is not functioning, visibly not functioning, call 311. Secure outdoor furniture and very important garbage bins. It creates more debris. Gather emergency supplies, including water, food, and medications for at least 3 days. The first 72 is on you. Residents with medical and mobility needs, make sure you have all your medications, and if you are a dialysis patient, please attend any last-minute appointments. Power outages are possible with this storm. People with electrically dependent medical equipment should call 311 to enroll in the city's special needs registry. The special needs call center will be open 24/7 beginning Thursday, tomorrow at 8 a.m. and remain open through the duration of the event to reach out to those people with special needs in the city that need assistance. All residents and visitors should stay connected and pay attention throughout the duration of the storm. Sign up for emergency alerts at ready.nola.gov. Text your zip code to 888-777. Follow us at NOLA Ready on social media. And everything that I'm talking about you can find on ready.nola.gov. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. Colonel Ebert?
Thank you, Mayor. As you've heard from Colin, and as you're going to hear from the remainder of our leadership, we've spent a lot of time, a lot of effort, over a year since last hurricane season, looking at this problem, and it's here today. This is going to be an opportunity to show, I think, the public and the rest of the nation that we in New Orleans know how to deal with our problems that the weather brings to our shores. I want you to listen to everybody who speaks, because they are the ones who have spent the time and the dedication in their agencies to develop the plans, and we need your assistance to be successful in following those plans. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Colonel. Superintendent Ferguson.
Thank you, Mayor. New Orleans Police Department officers were out and ready to respond to calls for service this morning. Thankfully, we did not have to rescue anyone from their residences or from their vehicles during these mornings' heavy rains. With that being the case, we want to remind our residents and visitors alike of a couple of important things. They need to keep in mind during extreme weather situations like we experienced this morning, potentially this week or this weekend, we're all asking that our citizens to be safe and smart during situations like these. Heavy rains can cause streets to quickly become flooded and impassable. Unless it is unavoidable, please remain in your homes and do not go out and drive on flooded streets through the standing water. Your vehicle could potentially stall and block the streets, causing additional problems for all first responders as we are trying to serve and protect you all. As we've been told, the Mississippi River could potentially reach at least 20 feet, or as high, as 20 feet, and remain there for quite some time. It is vital that no one drive on any levees at any time, and we will be monitoring those vehicles along the levees. Be prepared, monitor news outlets and social media feeds of the City of New Orleans for further weather development and the latest information on flooded streets and road closures. In an emergency, we are always here to help and to come to your aid, and we will get to you as quickly and as safely as possible. But please understand that the streets with standing water cause the same problems for first responders as they do for you, our residents. So be safe. We have numerous boats, stake bodies, high water vehicles, and other equipment to make sure that we are prepared for any events that we may face throughout this weekend. They're being issued out to our various districts as well as the divisions to be deployed as necessary. These boats and generators will be at every station and ready to jump into action if necessary. But as I mentioned earlier, if everyone stays safe and smart by remaining in their residence, we should not need to come and get you throughout any of this tremendous weather. We need your help to bring us all safely through this situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. Chief Tim McConnell.
Thank you. The members of the New Orleans Fire Department are prepared. We prepare for this type of season all year long. Everyone's been briefed. We'll be up staffing for this event. We provide staffing for logistics at the EOC, and our liaisons have already been up there working. I want to remind everyone, as everyone here keeps reiterating, please be smart, stay tuned to the news, and stay inside as these weather events start to affect us. If you lose electricity, please be mindful of generators or candles. These are the type of things that cause horrible accidents. We have folks, carbon monoxide with generators. Remember, your generator must be outside and 10 feet away from your residence to avoid carbon monoxide poisoning or a fire. And candles also cause a great hazard. So make sure you use them cautiously in a metal container, away from any combustibles if you were to lose electricity and resort to that. Once again, the men and women in the New Orleans Fire Department train hard for this. They work very hard. I want to thank them for all that they do. And let's try and keep it nice and quiet for them throughout this incident. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Chief. We'll have Dr. Emily Nichols, EMS.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon. New Orleans EMS is upstaffed and prepared to respond to this incoming weather as we have done already today. We have additional rescue vehicles, ambulances, command vehicles, and boats that are available and ready. We've been in contact with our local emergency departments and hospitals. Additionally, the health department has been in contact with local nursing facilities to ensure the safety and the health and well-being of all of our residents. Let today be a reminder to confirm and reaffirm your emergency plans and make sure your loved ones are aware of your plans. Additionally, if you have medical needs that limit your ability to respond, as already stated, please take advantage of the Special Needs Registry by calling 311. We want to help you stay safe. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Director Ghassan Corbin, Sewage and Water Board.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon. The Sewage and Water Board is operating at optimum capacity today. We are fully staffed. We have activated our EOC to level 1. All critical staff is present to respond to any need that might arise. We started this morning with 118 pumps throughout the city. That means we have redundancy at very good level. So if one pump goes down, we have redundant systems in each and every of our stations. We are able to produce as much power as we need to manage all the needs for today's event and all the upcoming events as we move forward. We have monitored all our canals, and we believe that they are in good condition and they should run at optimum situation. So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I'm going to call on Director Keith LaGrange, DPW. All right.
Afternoon. We'd like to let everyone know that if, based on this morning's flood, if you had any abandoned vehicles, please contact 311 or 911 if you go back and your vehicle's gone. We have moved them to a safe location. It will not cost the citizens anything to retrieve. Also, for preparedness, we are fully staffed. Essential personnel is ready from now all the way through Sunday. We will be fully staffed to respond to any calls. Also, we want to just reiterate, if the streets are flooded and you see barricades up, please do not move them, bypass them. The intent is to protect people's property. Until the waters recede, we will move them in a timely manner. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Captain Behrens, Louisiana State Police.
Good afternoon. Louisiana State Police is ready and prepared for the situation. Troop B and Troop N are both fully staffed with the option of going to double staffing. We'll be concentrating on keeping our roadways open and also keeping our patrols in the French Quarter operational during the storm. We ask the public generally to stay off the roadways if at all possible, unless it's an absolute emergency, as what happened this morning. Vehicles driving through flooded areas stalled and stopped emergency responders from accessing various points that they needed to access. So please keep your vehicles off the roadway if at all possible. And there's links on the Louisiana State Police website and also the DOT website to monitor road closures. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have Derek Bays, who is representing the Flood Protection Authority.
Derek Bays with the Flood Protection Authority East. Wanted to let everybody know that we have been monitoring the levees not only for this event but for the last 8 months that we've been in High River. We have absolute confidence in the system and that it will perform as designed. Last night, we began closing floodgates along the Mississippi River levee. We closed additional ones this morning, ones we deemed non-essential. At 6 p.m. this evening, we will begin closing all river gates along the Mississippi River levee in St. Bernard and Orleans Parish, starting downriver and working our way up. It will take us approximately 24 hours, so by Thursday evening, all the gates will be closed. So we encourage people to not go near those gates when we're conducting our operations for their own safety. It's best not to be on the flood side of that system. We will work with police and local officials to ensure that there are no vehicles or anything left out there. But again, the entire river system on the East Bank will be closed by Thursday evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Louisiana National Guard, Colonel.
The Louisiana National Guard is prepared and ready to respond within the state. We begin making statewide preparations. We've started pre-staging, pre-positioning our assets statewide. Here in New Orleans, we have 24 high water vehicles and 8 boat systems, as well as 2 aviation assets, helicopters that are stationed in Hammond with hoist capability. We're ready to respond to anything that comes and any requests by the city of New Orleans. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Colonel. We'll hear from Kevin Dolio, our director of our airport, Louis Armstrong.
Hey, thank you, Mayor. As we look ahead to the potential tropical weather this weekend, the airport has enacted its 2019 hurricane plan. We tested our emergency generators yesterday, topped them all off, and everything's functional. All airport inlets and catch basins are being checked and cleared of debris, if any found. We currently have staff on call and available to respond to emergencies. And additionally, a crew of 60 ride-out staff is identified in the event of an actual event. Any event that a tropical system is headed our way, the airport will stay open unless conditions become unsafe or infrastructure is damaged. It is up to the individual airlines to decide when and if they'll cancel flights. Therefore, travelers should always check their flight status directly with the air carrier they're traveling on before coming to the airport during an event of this nature. Once all airlines have canceled flights, the TSA will stop security screenings. And I must remind everyone that the airport is not a public shelter during storm events. The terminal will be evacuated. There will be no food or retail services available to the public, and any staff present will be focused on responding to the impacts of the weather. All airport staff will continue to stay alert and monitor weather conditions, and we're prepared to take the necessary actions to keep our passengers safe.
Thank you so much. We'll hear from our Entergy partner, Sandra Diggs-Miller.
Entergy is closely monitoring the storm as it moves through the Gulf of Mexico west. Entergy is prepared for the possibility that the weather system could bring severe thunderstorms, strong winds, heavy rains, high tides, coastal flooding to the state that could impact the city of New Orleans. And we're preparing for the impact and possibility of multiple power outages. Our crews and contractors are on alert, in place, and ready to safely restore power to customers as quickly as possible, as it is safe to do so. Safety is a core value at Entergy, and we want that to be a top priority for you too. That's why we urge you and your families to discuss your personal storm plans and get them in place now. For storm safety, preparation, and restoration information, you can go to EntergyStormCenter.com and receive a free downloadable entitled Operation Storm Ready. We ask everyone to take a few minutes and download the free Entergy app by visiting EntergyApp.com. Also, if you have not already signed up for text alerts, you can easily do so by texting capital R, capital E, capital G to 368-374. I'll repeat, you can text capital R, capital E, capital G to 36874. Entergy will continue to work closely with the city and city officials, providing information regarding outages and restorations, and we will be an active part of the EOC team. We urge you to stay prepared and keep an eye on weather forecasts, information from us, and messages from the local officials.
Now, Sandra, I know that we had over 9,000 outages today. Where are we now? I think you said it's 6,000.
Right. We had a little over 10,000
Okay,
actually, Mayor,
okay.
and we restored 3,400 as of, I think the last report I had was about 45 minutes ago, and we have 6,600 remaining, and we're working on that aggressively right now.
Very good.
And we'll keep the city and the officials updated.
Very good. Thank you. Okay, I do want you all to hear from our Director of Sanitation, Cynthia Sylvain Lear. And following Cynthia, I want you to hear from Ann McDonald, our Director of Park and Parkways.
Thank you. The Department of Sanitation is ready. All of our workers are considered as essential personnel. But the reality is we need every citizen, every business owner to assist in the effort to clean up after severe weather events. We, as was said, we certainly want people to bring their carts in, their recycling carts, their garbage carts, if their streets start to flood. That is critical. Although our contractors are continuing to work as scheduled at this time, they cannot access streets that are flooded. They may be able to pick up if the waters recede, they may not. So it is really up to citizens to pay attention to what is going on. Do take those necessary steps to secure your trash and your recycling so that we are not clogging critical storm drains. Please listen to notices. If the weather gets to the point that we cannot continue to collect, we will notify citizens via the communications channels. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Cynthia. Ms. Ann McDonald.
Good afternoon. Parks and Parkways forestry crews and cross-trains ground maintenance crews have been working tree emergencies already this morning. Should you have a downed tree or a downed tree limb blocking a roadway or a sidewalk, please call 911. We ask that you be specific, whether it's a completely downed tree or if it's a branch, because we triage those things as needed. Of course, major corridors receive the most attention because we need to make sure safety vehicles have access. We work closely with Entergy Vegetation in the event there is a power line. I ask citizens, please do not go and try to move a tree limb or use your chainsaw at home to remove something. If it is a power line that has energy going to it, please stay away. As everyone has said, be safe, be smart as we get through this event together as a team. Thank you. Call 311 in an event of a downed tree. Thanks.
Thank you, Ann. And at this time, I would like to call on council members who would like to say a few words. Councilman Brissett.
Thank you, Mayor, for your leadership. We want everybody to be safe. There are many vulnerable areas throughout the city. These exit ramps, on-ramps, underpasses, they could flood again. We're hearing that severe weather could be more on tomorrow as it relates to rain. We want our citizens to report down lines, down trees. The New Orleans City Council meeting scheduled for tomorrow will be postponed, and a notice will be going out shortly. As I said, we want everybody to be safe. Please check on our elderly citizens, and thank you very much.
Thank
Mayor.
you, Councilman. Councilman Banks?
The one thing we cannot fool ourselves is that we are independent in this. We are all in this together, and we are independent on each other. Now, everybody who's on this side who has spoken this morning is committed to making sure that each and every one of the people listening to this is safe. But everybody hearing this, you got to commit too. None of this is about fun and giggles. This is very serious. So if you get a warning, if you get a directive, please take it very seriously, because there's nothing we're playing about. We wouldn't be here if this wasn't as serious as it is. A few weeks ago, I issued a fun and cute way of trying to get the storm drains cleared out, the Storm Drain Challenge. I received multiple nasty emails by saying it's not my responsibility, legally I don't have to do that. Well, the fact is, it's not your legal responsibility. You could even debate whether it's your moral responsibility. But I will question whether it is your practical responsibility. If you see trash in front of a storm drain, move it. Because the water can't get into the storm drain. there's a high probability or a higher probability it will get into your house or your car. So whether or not you feel legally obligated or not, the practicality of it is that we really need to make sure that the water can get to where it needs to get pumped out. Now, we had a convergence this morning of trash being picked up and a flood. Many trash containers were knocked over. Many items of trash have now jammed up in front of those drains. So please take it upon yourself, put your gloves on, go out there and bag that stuff up and get it out of the way. Because don't forget, if it can't get into the drain, it's going to get somewhere. And that somewhere might be your house or your car. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Palmer.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, I think the reoccurring theme here is personal responsibility. So please make sure that you sign up for NOLA Ready. The city already has over 200,000 people signed up. We need more. You need to keep educated and aware of everything that happens at real time. In addition, also, just like my fellow council member said, please check on elderly and on your neighbors and shut-ins and make sure that the special need registry, you can offer them assistance in any type of event. Again, I want to thank all the professionals around us. They've been working tirelessly. I'm very confident that we're going to get through this well. And again, please exert personal responsibility around your home and in your block and in your neighborhood, and that's how the city will come together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes all our speakers. We will take questions. LaTanya.
Yes, ma'am. Mike Pearlstein, WWL.
Question for DeSanto Bond. In an interview earlier today, you mentioned that there were some minor issues that always pop up in these types of events. Have you been able to identify those, and then going forward with the weather expected, any adjustments that need to be made? If you could talk about that.
Yeah, again, we started with 118 pumps. We had issues with 2 of them, and then throughout the morning we were able to manage those 2 situations, and we're back to 118. And that is always a possibility that one of those pumps could go down, could trip offline. That's why redundancy is so critical, and that's why I use the word optimum, because we are able to optimize the capacity at each and every pump station. So.
And again, my second part of my question, looking forward, some of the neighborhoods saw what they saw catch basins not draining. Was there something going on out there? One bowl, leads to the next as the water gets pumped out of the city. Were there issues, and are those possible issues going forward with the upcoming weather?
Again, couple things happening here. We are running at optimum capacity, so the water getting to me, I'm able to pump it, but it has to get to me. So if there is an issue with the catch basin and that's impeding flow into the collection system, that's slowing the water down, causing it to elevate and flood. So again, the theme here is if you see a clogged basin and you feel safe about clearing it, do so, because that will help the situation around your house. But we're running at optimum capacity, and our 118 pumps continue to be operational.
It's just the same kind of questions. I mean, just to piggyback what Michael said, I'm sure you've seen this. A lot of people are skeptical that the pumps did work at full capacity given the amount of water in areas like the French Quarter and downtown. If this is 118 of 120, is that a scary situation given the fact that areas, we talked to people today that didn't flood this badly in Hurricane Katrina in 2005.
Again, if you look at the numbers, in excess of 8 inches within 3 hours, that's a major storm, and I can challenge that any system anywhere in this country that can actually manage that amount of water. It inundates, it overpowers any drainage system anywhere. So ours is a little bit unique because you have to pump it. It's not gravity. But even if it's gravity, those pipes get surcharged and then water backs up. So it's just this two-way. Is it scary? Yes. 8 inches of water in 3 hours, it is very scary.
Kimberly Kerr, for Mr. Corvell as well, if you don't mind, just to follow up on that. The 118 pumps that you say were working today, does that mean that they were all on and working at, they were at their full efficiency?
I said they were available, and that brings redundancy to each and every station that we have. So take, for example, a station that has 4, let's say pump station 2, that has 4 pumps. we would never at any given time run all 4 pumps. We were over at optimum capacity as it's designed. It runs at 3 pumps. The 4th stands ready to replace one of the other 3 if it trips offline or whatever. It goes off, and then the 4th one brings that. That's optimum. So there's the word maximum number is 118 available, but the optimum is different based on how much we use and what the pump station is designed to use. So.
And was there any problems at pump station 3 by chance? I mean, were they all working at full efficiency as well?
I can answer that offline. We had 2 situations. One that had to do with an aerial line that was impacted by we think lightning that tripped one of the stations or the pumps offline. But then we got it back within a very short time. So again, the impact of that pump being down is minuscule in terms of, if the flooding is at 2 feet, maybe it would have been at, maybe half an inch less, or the time to drain that water may take 5 extra minutes or less. So it's insignificant in terms of the overall operation. That's why I use the word optimum.
Jessica Williams, the applicant.
In light of the disturbance in the Gulf, Mayor, that is expected to become a hurricane, can you say anything today about what will trigger a call for mandatory or voluntary evacuation, given the fact that the river is so high already?
Well, what would trigger that is, one, information as we're continuing to monitor that will come through the National Weather Service, and of course how our emergency preparedness office is working in collaboration even with state officials. So as we get more information, that will influence the call that we will make, whether or not that will be voluntary or mandatory. We have to keep in mind that as these events are fast, they come quick, and whether or not they're going to be slow moving once they get here. We're looking at all of this. And based on the information that we have, we will make those decisions. As we know right now, sheltering in place is what we're asking people to do. Stay off the street, stay in your home, particularly as we will experience heavy rainfall coming Thursday into Friday.
This is a question for Chief Ferguson. A lot of people were upset today in the downtown area, in the French Quarter, and really parts of Uptown that haven't flooded in a long time because motorists were driving down their street and they thought that was the biggest problem, not just the raining, but the fact that when people were trying to maneuver through it, it was causing water to get in their homes and cars. Is there anything that you all can do to police that or to possibly cite people? Not that your officers are out working, but could your officers cite people, or how do you police something like that?
Absolutely, we can cite them, but the main thing that I mentioned earlier is you have to remember that some of the places and the vehicles that our residents are in and they're going in these vehicles, we may not be able to get there too because we are in vehicles as well. So, but we are strategically placing our officers in areas in which we can possibly monitor this speeding, and we've encouraged over and over again, just stay off the streets, period, especially these next few days. Stay within your residence. We're asking our visitors to stay within their hotels. Stay wherever it is that you may be housed throughout these next few days so that we can get to you, whomever it may be, so it don't block the vehicle, the vehicles don't stall and don't block the streets or anything of that nature. So again, we will be monitoring that just as we will be monitoring the levees. No driving on the levees. So
are you going to put a curfew in place by chance? Did y'all mention that? Is there a possibility for a curfew?
There is a possibility. We have discussed that. As we get more information, we will determine if we will move forward or not.
WWNO.
Yeah, where are the, in terms of the lowest levees on the river, where are the most vulnerable locations that could be overtopped if the storm surge came up?
Sure. Levee flood protection? Come on, yeah.
The primary area that we are looking at is the Industrial Canal Lock on the river itself. And there's one other location actually at the Corps of Engineer headquarters. That area is already planned to be flood fought. The one location at the lock we are not as concerned about. Obviously, we're monitoring it because any overtopping there goes directly into the Industrial Canal Basin. We do not anticipate any flooding from that into the adjacent neighborhoods. It would just simply flow into the basin that already has its own system of flood walls to protect it.
But if it came through the core property, it would seep into the neighborhood? Or?
It could, but I mean, that's a area that area has been planned to be flood fought for a long time. They actually have a project plan to fix that down the road. That is a very minor area of concern for ours. We're confident that that will be handled, and we're prepared to assist them as well if needed.
Thank you, Derek. Derek Bays. That's what you asked for? Yeah. Who asked for name? Okay.
B-O-E-S-E.
Pronounce Bays.
Quick follow.
One second. Yes, ma'am.
Jambalaya News. Is there any information that you guys are sharing on social media that is translated into Spanish, or how can we get that information out? I want to congratulate you because I've seen the NOLA Ready flyers translated, but I want to know if there's any additional information or if the NOLA Ready alerts are also set in Spanish.
Yes, actually they are. And even when you're receiving these notices with your technological device, you can put it in whatever language and it will translate for you as well. That's accessible on the city's website as well, but we will continue to make sure that our residents who are speaking various languages, whether Spanish or Vietnamese, have accurate information and timely information as everyone else receives the same, level of communication. No intent, and if there's any need, I don't want you to hesitate, okay?
Yeah, just a quick follow-up for the mayor. So given the rain event from today, when many of the major thoroughfares were blocked and traffic was stalled, with this upcoming event that could stretch for several days, would you encourage people, if they can leave, to leave? Simply because, if we get as much rain as we did, people will not be able to leave at that point, possibly for several days on end. So I guess I'm just sort of wondering, A, would you start to recommend people who are able to leave, and then at what point would you announce either voluntary or mandatory?
And again, we will announce voluntary or mandatory based on information as we receive it. Staying in constant communication, meaning our Office of Homeland Security and Emergency Preparedness connected with the National Weather Service. We will make those calls once we feel that they need to be made. As it relates to residents leaving, people can make up their own mind based on the existing conditions now. That's something that we can always do. So I think based on the heavy rainfall that we experienced this morning, I think that we anticipate some of the same conditions as Thursday and Friday approach. But once we get more information, again, through our partners, I will make that determination of whether or not voluntary and or mandatory. That's why we're asking residents to stay tuned to communications coming from the city of New Orleans at every level. Take it serious, and we're going to do the best job possible of making sure that we're communicating not only effectively but regularly. Okay, thank you all so much. Stay safe, and we really do appreciate you.
Listening to Mayor LaToya Cantrell and other city officials talking about the situation that we just went through early this morning and through the afternoon about the severe flooding situation that many neighborhoods have seen, and also the rain event that many of us have seen.
And at this point saying they've already signed the state of emergency for the upcoming system that we will face later this week. In the meantime, while that press conference was going away, you may have seen in the lower left part of your screen, we had a tornado warning. For the latest on today's weather, let's check in on Alexandra Cranford, local weather expert, and tell us about this, because obviously, this is still a fluid situation.
Right, and it has changed now to a severe thunderstorm warning. And so this is now for Terrebonne Parish, and this is really very close to the coast, so out really close to Gulf waters at this point. But officially, a severe thunderstorm warning continues until 3:15, and there was rotation detected on radar, and you can still see a little bit of that. It's a little bit fainter, but where the greens interact with the reds here, green is toward the radar site, red is away. So this is kind of where the circulation is happening, just north of Dulac. This is no longer a tornado warned storm, but if you're around Dulac and outside of kind of the Chauvin area off to the west, or if you're just south of Homa toward kind of where this is happening, you may just want to kind of stay indoors, kind of just play it safe for now, as this is still some rotation, but not tornado warned anymore. So there is still rotation showing up on radar. You're also getting very heavy rain in this area at this point, and it is moving to the southwest near 20 miles per hour. There is lots of lightning with this as well. Many strikes with this one small cell that is continuing to move out. So this really won't be in the area much longer. In fact, in the next maybe 15 minutes or so, so it should be perhaps south of Dulac and continuing out over the Gulf waters. As you can see, that's really the only area that we're watching for really a strong thunderstorm action right now. New Orleans is dry, but north of the lake, we're beginning to see some thunderstorms moving back in. Hammond actually just now kind of beginning to see some very heavy rain in the Hammond area with plenty of lightning strikes with these small cells north toward Kentwood and Amite, and also just outside of Franklinton, we're beginning to see, as we said, some of these scattered downpours beginning to move into the area. This is still, you can see the kind of general trend with the movement from the northeast off to the south and southwest, and so this is kind of the next fringe that will probably be continuing over toward the southwest. So this is not heading into New Orleans or really for much of the North Shore at this point. I'm seeing a couple of these very small showers in Hancock County, Mississippi, so we'll see if those could bring some brief downpours around the Slidell area or Eden Isles as we head into the next hour or so, but those are light right now. So that's what's happening with radar at this point. Just one more time looking at that severe thunderstorm warning, and I believe that it actually perhaps may have expired. I'm not sure if Chris is seeing that on his chat with the National Weather Service, but it does look like through this afternoon and evening we will see our temperatures continuing in the 80s, and we will see our rain chance still about 40 to 50%. Nothing like what we had this morning are we expecting for this afternoon, but some of those downpours are going to be moving through, it looks like, at least for the next few hours. Overnight, we keep the rain chance near about 40%, and then tomorrow I have it near 70%. So a big break for New Orleans to let the waters recede at this point from street flooding from those earlier downpours through the afternoon. Hopefully we can hang on to a lull in many spots, but we are seeing just a bit of that scattered activity.
All right, thank you, Alexandra. And if you're just joining us right now, we've been covering the major events of the morning, which has included heavy rain, street flooding, and a possible tornado. We haven't had confirmation of that possible tornado, but at least one home that we saw nearby of St. John, it certainly seemed like there was high wind activity there for sure.
So much going on, and in addition to that, obviously we're waiting for what's up ahead. So a lot of storm preps going on the way, and at the same time we're going through cleanup in some areas.
Yeah, and you certainly sense that if you're just joining us, that we just saw the mayor and many of the city leaders talking about what happened early this morning, but you sensed a shift, kind of a lean forward to what may be coming with this system in the Gulf at this point. Our local weather experts certainly will kind of touch upon that and put a finer point of what may be coming, but you sense from the mayor, the police chief, the fire chief as well, everybody's kind of leaning forward to say this is the time to keep an eye on what might be approaching. Get your supplies in order, your emergency plans and your evacuation plans just in case.
And heed the alerts and say really stay tuned. They have filed that state of emergency and saying that they are prepared. You heard a number of questions posed to Ghassan Korban, the head of the Sewage and Water Board, for obvious reasons. And with respect to what happened today, said, listen, we're working at optimum capacity. We had 118 of the pumps working out of 120. 2 went down briefly. They were able to get them back online. So they're back up to 118 pumps, and they say they have enough power to handle the upcoming system. And, you know, when asked more about, hey, why did we see so many of these areas flooding, he did say at some point, you know, we can pump what gets to us, but if it doesn't get to us, sort of paraphrasing, that's on you. And I think he's referring to a lot of these catch basins that we saw that were clogged.
He certainly seemed to punt to the issue of the catch basins, and I think whether, regardless of how you feel about the response of the Sewage and Water Board and the issues that we've been covering over the last couple of years, if you do see trash or a clogged catch basin, something as simple as that can clog up the system, at least according to the Sewage and Water Board, that it behooves anybody that if you're living near a catch basin that has seen issues or is clogged, there is no excuse to, if you're able to do it safely, just to clear it, because it can ultimately save your car and possibly some damage to your property.
And he was also just saying, you know, 8 inches in some areas. I think the mayor said in Broadmoor and Tremay in a span of 3 hours. It was just too much for any pump system to catch up. He really said, really anywhere in the country, no one could have handled that much water in that short a period of time. You're looking now at some more of the video shared by our viewers. Jeffrey Wolf sharing this. We appreciate this at Lee Circle.
Yeah, and certainly this is sort of a rewind of what we saw earlier today, because it is a much different picture outside right now. The streets are draining. We are at a point where we can kind of assess what happened earlier today, but this is what happened earlier today. Many people waking up this morning seeing water on their street, and certainly here Danny Monteverdi from our own team of reporters out there that's near Chef and Dowman out in New Orleans East. It was really widespread today.
Now, when I woke up this morning, I had no power in my house. Apparently, neither did 10,000 other people around the city. That was at its height. The mayor was talking to the folks over at Entergy, Sandra Diggs Miller, saying that at this point, or at least as of maybe 15, 20 minutes ago, they were down to 6,600. But 6,600 homes and businesses still without power now. Yeah,
that was from the height of 10,000. And Branda there, kind of, as we always hear during this time, the calm before the storm. And you know, I'd hate to say, and we might have to disagree with her today, because it certainly wasn't a calm morning. But there might be a precursor to the storm of what we might be seeing. And to get more perspective and kind of see what the forecasting is going to be for this system, for what it looks like to be a potentially at least a tropical storm, let's head over to our local weather experts.
All right, guys, thank you. Take it from here. We're Alex and I kind of building all of our graphics, getting ready for the rest of the afternoon. Again, the rest of the day is not looking terrible. We've done away with the heavy flooding rain. Some storms are starting to pop up on the North Shore right now, so we are definitely leaving the mention of more storms in the forecast through the day today. But the good news is a lot of those flooding rains that we had to contend with early this morning are beginning to wrap up. And we were hoping today was going to be more of our prep day to get ready for what is going to be a very busy several days, but well, you know, sometimes Mother Nature doesn't let you have that planning day. Right now, we've been waiting for the hurricane hunters to start sending back a little bit more information. They are currently out investigating the storm, and will start reporting back hopefully rather soon as they continue to investigate what is a very broad center of circulation. Again, nothing very well organized at all, but they are flying out there. You can kind of see they're making another kind of parallel flight to along the Florida Panhandle. They'll go back in that center and kind of analyze a little bit more, take readings, and hopefully provide us with more information as to whether or not this is now an organized system. Based on satellite, doesn't look like that, but they're going to find out. But they can also collect data that will be put into computer models, and in later computer model runs, they should start to get a bit more accuracy. Not only will we have more accuracy from additional data from the hurricane hunters with the Air Force down in there, but as what will eventually become Barry gets more organized, computer model will have a far better idea of where this is going to go once you have a closed center of circulation, because at the moment there is no closed center of circulation. I've been pointing this out all morning long, or all day long. Now, what time is it now? 3 o'clock in the afternoon? Here is where the Hurricane Center is saying that that broad center is. When you look at the visible satellite, you can actually see some of those surface-based clouds down much, much farther at a lower elevation. You almost see a little spin right there. There's convection well off to the west, so you don't see, as of yet, really that convection trying to get going around the center. The last update I had, you could see some thunderstorms firing off on the eastern side, but it looks like those are struggling to do much. So the storm itself is struggling at the moment to do anything, and we are not going to see this as a named storm today. By tomorrow, maybe we'll start to see a bit better organization, but even tomorrow, we may not really have that clean-cut circulation, organized circulation that really the computer models need in order to provide a more accurate forecast. So we're going to be waiting for that to happen. But again, as it gets better organized and we get more information from the hurricane hunters, our computer models will begin doing a far better job. Right now, as I was pointing out on the satellite, you could see some storms kind of developing near the center, but not really doing much. Normally, when you see these developed organized tropical systems, all of or at least most of the convection is on the eastern side, and we really just don't have that. It's been kind of widespread across much of the Gulf Coast. So with that in mind, you kind of look at the forecasted track and take that with a grain of salt, because we will likely see additional changes to this forecast. But as of right now, notice we have just kind of a possible depression, or if nothing else, still kind of just 2 as we go through the rest of the night tonight and into early tomorrow. Even if it's a depression, it's still called 2, but it will start to get a little bit more organization with it. Now, that's by Thursday morning. During the day Thursday, Hurricane Center is saying that this will likely become Tropical Storm Barry. At that point, it's basically just south of the mouth of the river, continuing along a westerly track and then starting to make this little northwesterly jog. and there's still some question as to whether that happens and when that starts to happen. Keep in mind, there's also the possibility that the feature up to our north, and I'll point out in a second, and also a Bermuda High building in, might not really catch up with this system, and this feature just continues moving off toward the west. Some of the models, though, have been saying that it's going to be kind of a slow-moving system down to our south, which is what we don't want to see, because that just continues to pile up the water along our eastern-facing shorelines for much longer. And notice, even at a forecasted path somewhere in East Texas or southwestern Louisiana, that does keep us on the wet side through Sunday morning. Now, by the time it's up into Shreveport, you're going to get a lot of rainfall, but we should start finally clearing out from any of the heavy rains as we get into the day Sunday. So tomorrow, more so Friday and Saturday, are going to be our wettest days, with likely some lingering showers on into Sunday, but they should be tapering off. Because of the proximity of the storm right now, we are under, at least along the coast, a tropical storm watch, where tropical storm force winds are possible within the next 48 hours. Also a storm surge watch, mainly for all of our eastern-facing shoreline, also southern-facing, but only because of the position of the storm. Down to our south, you're going to get that eastern wind and eventually southeastern wind, which is going to start pushing water against the mouth of the river. We've been talking about river levels going up to maybe 20 feet for about 6 hours on Saturday. It was very interesting from the Corps of Engineers discussion earlier. That would not be salt water actually coming up the mouth of the river. What would happen is that surge being pushed up against the mouth of the river would prevent the water surging downriver from going anywhere. If it doesn't have that exit point, it starts backing up. So you have that strong current with nowhere to go, and the water level rises. Now, luckily and hopefully, the storm moves, because we don't want to see that southeasterly wind last for very long. We want to see that subside as fast as possible so the river water can continue to drain out of the mouth of the river. The longer that keeps piling up toward our the mouth of the river and all of our eastern-facing shorelines, the longer that potential of having that high water in the Mississippi River lasts. Up in the mid and upper levels of the atmosphere, we don't really have a very healthy environment at the moment for a tropical system. We have this kind of broad mid-level low. Now, the center again at the surface is about there. This is a broad upper level low. That's kind of the reason why we had so much convection, so many thunderstorms in the northeastern and northern Gulf Coast, the Gulf of Mexico. That's really what brought us our heavy rainfall early this morning. So it was very tropical in nature air mass. That's why we had so much rainfall. And we also didn't have a lot of steering current. So the storms themselves just kind of sat over the city. You know, unfortunately, it was over the city, which is why we saw 5 to 10 inches of rainfall. A lot going on with the steering currents. A couple of things to note. Big upper high out to our west. Also an upper trough trying to dig into parts of the plains and Midwest. And then also the Bermuda high off to the east. And then right in the middle of all of that is what will become Barry. Now, the reason that the models are kind of going with this little trek up to the north is that the upper trough might help to erode away our blocking high and begin that motion toward the north. If this high stays strong enough, it'll keep Barry down to our south and kind of maintain that westerly motion for even longer. Again, a lot of things have to come into play with the steering of Barry. Also, I pointed out the Bermuda high. That's going to start building in from the east and also help to push Barry up to the north. It'll eventually get picked up by an upper disturbance and move on out of here. But before that all happens, we're on the wetter side of the storm for the next several days, unfortunately. So the organization not quite there just yet with Barry, and until it gets better organized, it is still very much a very uncertain situation that we are dealing with. I know a lot of folks are watching. They're hoping for more of that, at least more confidence and a more certainty of what we're going to see, the impacts here. The way it looks right now, the impacts that we would see would be some strong winds probably starting late Thursday night through the day Friday and on into Saturday. Potential for some storm surge, again, higher river levels as well, mainly on Saturday, and also some excessive rainfall. We could see 10+ inches of rain across parts of the area over the course of the entire weekend. The worst of the rainfall looks to be more south central and southwestern Louisiana as it stands right now, but this is an ever-changing situation that we're trying to bring you as updated information as we possibly can, guys.
Well, we appreciate it because so many variables still unknown. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and as we look ahead to what may be coming our way, let's take a look at some of the issues, specifically the drainage issue, because if we couldn't handle, and you heard Ghassan Korban say earlier today that any drainage system can't handle the amount of rain that we did, but to give us more perspective on what Ghassan Korban was saying today at the press conference. Let's turn to our eyewitness investigator, Mike Perlstein, who is also part of our Down the Drain team investigating the issues at the Sewerage and Water Board. And Mike, what's your take on what Ghassan Korban and Mayor LaToya Cantrell were saying about the drainage system today?
Well, yes, Todd. So the mayor and Ghassan Korban were joined by all of the city directors, both federal, state, and other local emergency officials. And the message was, as far as the Sewerage and Water Board dealing with flood conditions, that the system was working at optimum levels. 118 out of 120 pumps operable. That doesn't mean that they are all on at the same time, but as needed. Throughout this event this morning, there were 2 minor events. One of them tripped and a working pump, so that was one issue. But otherwise, Korban's message was that this amount of rain was just too overwhelming for this system to handle. So that's what led to the very widespread street flooding that made many of the major thoroughfares impassable. Now, I will say this, that those events from this morning seem to color the prognosis for this upcoming storm. Very sober, very direct press conference about what to expect. Right now, the Emergency Operations Center up here on the 9th floor of City Hall is in full operation, all hands on deck. All of the major departments, fire, police, EMS, have upstaffed. So everyone is in preparation. The big question is, on the meteorology side, just what this storm is going to bring. More rain like we saw this morning, being on the wet side of this storm, has everybody on high alert.
We've been talking a lot about storm surge, the potential for a storm surge to put us at 20 feet. We know that the height of the levee and the Mississippi River at the Carrollton gauge is 20 feet. That has a lot of people on edge. Tell me, if I heard correctly, they were saying that the most vulnerable areas would be at the Industrial Canal Lock and, ironically, at the Corps headquarters, but they didn't seem tremendously concerned about either. Did you get that same read?
Yes, it is ironic that one of the weak links or vulnerable spots is right there along Leak Avenue on the river at the Army Corps of Engineers local headquarters. However, the head of the Flood Protection Authority East said that while those are the lowest spots of our levee protection system, they do not expect those to be compromised. Even if the river level rises to flood stage 19 to 20 feet, that the lock at the Industrial Canal, for example, has a spillover basin that should be able to absorb that. He did pose another, I guess, security measure being taken at the Army Corps of Engineer building, which is they already have flood fight measures in place, because that would be expected to experience, some topping of that levee, but there's some sort of flood fight measures that they've already kicked off at that location. But overall, you are correct. The concern was not that great. The bigger concern expressed by all of the officials was that basically we see a repeat of what we experienced this morning with the Sewerage and Water Board operating at close to optimal capacity. Clearly, 8 to 9 inches of rain in 3 hours is too much for the system to handle.
Mike, I think that we might be dealing with a different situation, because certainly we saw a good chunk and a good clip of rain. We're talking roughly 5 to 10 inches within a 2 to 3 hour span. But let's get back to what Ghassan Korban was talking about, and I think that we heard official after official coming up there urging people to clear the catch basins. The pumping system here, as Ghassan Korban said, it's unique because we don't rely on gravity here. The water actually has to get pumped into that area to actually pump it out. But if that water is impeded at the source of where it's sucking in that water, that's going to back up the system. Talk about what they're planning to do and what they're urging people to do when it comes to these catch basins.
And that's always a concern. The catch basins, when clogged, can't allow water to get off the street and into the drainage system. One additional problem was that today was a garbage pickup day. This sudden and somewhat unexpected storm toppled trash cans throughout the city, and lots of loose debris and garbage entered the street, and as the water tried to drain through the catch basins, has gotten caught. So all of the officials, and they put an extra emphasis on this, were urging people to take the initiative, go check the catch basins on your block, in your neighborhood, clear them, clear that garbage, clear the debris, as they would in any situation, but especially now. And one of the things we heard, and I drove throughout the Uptown, Broadmoor, Fontainebleau area, and I saw a lot of standing water that did not seem to be moving. I posed that question to Ghassan Korban. He said there was no problems as far as the pumps operating. So he, I guess, theorized that in many cases, catch basins were blocked that allowed the water to stand in streets, unable to get to the catch basins to drain. So that was a major point of emphasis, especially with some garbage being toppled and possibly blocking catch basins. Clean your catch basins. We even saw, going around this morning, people with rakes, other tools. I saw one gentleman had his child's beach toys cleaning out a catch basin. Exactly what people should be concerned about and doing prior to any more rain coming in.
Very much, and certainly Ghassan Korban also emphasized that there's a system of redundancy too, that even if something happens to one or two of the pumps, which it did today, it is operating at what he labeled it as an optimum capacity.
So in this case, redundancy is a good thing, for sure.
Thank you, Mike.
All right, let's, we talked a lot about Orleans Parish. Obviously, the rain wasn't confined to Orleans. Let's get over to Jefferson Parish now. We're going to joined on the phone by Jefferson Parish President Mike Yenny, and we thank you for joining us and ask you to give us, please, an update on your storm cleanup from today and your storm preps looking towards the end of the week.
Sure. Well, Karen, you know, we have 80,400 catch basins throughout all of Jefferson Parish. Since January 1, we have cleared 5,800 of those. In the last few days, we've now cleaned over 1,000 because we've had crews out all day today. Of the 187 pumps we have in Jefferson Parish, at our 69 pump stations, we have 186 functioning, so we're at 99.5. And the station that has one down for routine repair is our Elmwood pump station, and there are 9 other pumps at that station, so it causes a minor impact. Obviously, with the 4.5 inches of rain, and 3.5 inches of rain in Old Jefferson and River Ridge and the Harahan areas, we're very thankful that the pump to the river is there, the new pump station we have in Council District 2, because obviously that has certainly helped alleviate a lot of the stress over there. I can only imagine what it would have been like without that pump station. We're going to be working around the clock now with our pump operators fully engaged at all the pump stations. And yeah, like I've said earlier, in my 21 years of government, I say Jefferson Parish probably has one of the best standard operating procedures, but we've never seen a standard operating event. We have to adjust and adapt to whatever comes our way, and we do everything we can to recover as quickly as possible.
And Mr. Yenny, this is Tan Trung here. Thank you for joining us. I just wanted to ask you, as we're monitoring what's happening in the Gulf and as we look to what this is going to develop into and also where it's going to go, what's your biggest concern as we move ahead in the next 2 to 3 days, because we're expecting something to develop within the next 24 hours, and then in the next 48 hours to 72 hours we'll see what this is and where it's going to go. What's your biggest concern now for Jefferson Parish?
Obviously, the wind and the rains, is certainly going to impact us. We did get some good news today that Derek Bays, the CAO of the East Jeff Levy District, SIFLA East, they are going to, if necessary, they're prepared to close the floodgates at the end of the 17th Street Canal to engage that new super pump station that we cut a ribbon on earlier this year. That will alleviate stress off of the 17th Street Canal and not put the stress on those walls like it did during Katrina. So as long as the Station 6 keeps pumping that water out, we'll be able to now get it into the lake, because with the storm, we are concerned about the lake levels rising. The only good news with the lake levels rising is you can engage that station. That station cannot be engaged unless the lake level gets to +4. So based on what we think is going to happen with the winds, that it'll push that water inland toward Jefferson Parish, toward New Orleans, and cause the lake to rise. So that station will be engaged, which will help drain that water quicker. And not put stress on those flood walls. I mean, that's the key. Obviously, we have a lot of faith in the Army Corps of Engineers and all the construction that was done post-Katrina. But if we can get that water out so there's no stress on those walls, we certainly want that to happen.
In Orleans Parish, they still had several thousand people without power. Do you give us an update on your power status, and
Yes,
also do you have any standing water?
We had, standing water. I think all of our water is pumped down now, so we're pretty good there. Westwego today actually got about 7 inches of rain in an hour and a half. So that is a 100-year flood event. So that certainly caused some significant damage there. I was with Mayor Joe Peoples earlier today. He basically told me that every single street in Westwego was flooded. So that is obviously of grave concern to us when we have those types of events. Right now in Jefferson Parish, Entergy is still reporting about 14,000 customers still out. So we just drove through the Clearview area. I would encourage people to avoid that area because some street lights are completely out in the Clearview area at Clearview and West Metairie. So if they can take alternate routes on the drive home, that would certainly help. So we're just waiting for Entergy to restore that power, and they're working as diligently as they can to make that happen.
And Mr. Yenny, as we're speaking right now, I'm just reading a bulletin from the parish right now that Jefferson Parish offices will close tomorrow at 12 p.m. Obviously, the pump stations, they'll still be in operation as well, and Public Works will be available too.
Yeah, we'll have all of our public works crews will be engaged tomorrow. This is for basically non-essential personnel, just to make sure if we get some of those bans or some heavy rains, we won't have employees here at the building. Obviously, we were getting calls earlier today, are we shutting down? And one of the reasons I didn't was there's the surrounding roads around this building and the general government building in the West Bank were all gridlocked, and I didn't want to put more traffic there, and we knew we were going to get some breaks, so we felt it was safe for our employees to be able to get home in the evening. Tomorrow we don't want to take that chance, and that's why we're going to shut down for the non-essential employees at noon and all the way through Friday.
And we heard the Orleans Parish officials talking about the most vulnerable places along the Mississippi River levee in Orleans Parish. Where are the most vulnerable places along the river in Jefferson Parish?
Well, along the river, we feel very confident that the way the Corps has raised our levee protection along the river to the 25 feet that it needs to be, we feel very confident that those levees are going to be okay. The areas that we worry are not by the river; they're in lower-lying Lafitte, Barataria, Grand Isle. Those areas that water pushes, over the levees that they have. We have portable pumps dispatched to Lafitte to be able to try to offset and handle those issues there. And obviously, we hope we don't have any issues with the river levee because obviously that could cause some catastrophic damage. But the SIFLA East and SIFLA West have informed us that they're monitoring those levees constantly, and if they see any issues, they'll let us know at a moment's notice and let us know what their plan is.
And lastly, Mr. Yenny, after seeing all the havoc, and I don't want to blow it out of proportion, but I think enough people's lives are affected, especially with a lot of people moving around in the morning commute and then getting stuck because of the impassable roads and streets. Did this event this morning give you concern about how the metro area can handle an event like this while we're also monitoring what could be potentially a more major event that's brewing in the Gulf?
Well, of course it does. Now, again, speaking on just to Jefferson Parish, we have added 3 new pump stations, the pump to the river, the St. Peter's Ditch pump station, which is right near Clearview and Earhart to try to alleviate that issue, and of course the new airport pump station that's going to help drain the new runoff at the airport. And we're enhancing pump capacity at the west return wall up against St. Charles Parish, which should be done fairly shortly, so that station will engage with even more CFS. And so I feel very confident that with the pump capacity we have, we're able to pump it down as fast as possible. Now, give us 7 inches like Westwego got when we only have 1,500 CFS over there. That's certainly going to be a problem. But we have stronger levees, more pumps in Jefferson Parish, an outstanding drainage director in Mitch Terrio, and his boss, the Public Works Director, Jose Gonzalez. And I have a lot of faith in those guys and their employees to make sure we're cleaning out catch basins. We're doing what we need to do on a daily basis so that when these events come through, we can do it. I mean, I'm impressed that they've cleaned 6,800 catch basins, and that's just not the catch basin. That's usually catch basin to catch basin. It's all the lines in between. When we have to ramp up and clean quickly, we just clean the catch basins. So I think we do a good job in Jefferson Parish of maintaining our infrastructure and bringing new infrastructure online. In District 5, Councilwoman Van Rankin's district, we're adding mini pump stations along the 17th Street Canal to help alleviate the stress in Old Metairie, which will ultimately help in Councilman Johnson's district of Old Jefferson. So all of these projects together, we know we're trying to have a better, more resilient, drainable Jefferson Parish.
And, you know, as we were talking, Mayor David Carmodel down in Grand Isle issued a voluntary evacuation as Invest 92 or whatever it becomes, Barry, makes its way closer to us. Do you anticipate calling for any sort of evacuation, voluntary or otherwise?
You know, outside of Grand Isle and lower-lying Lafitte, I mean, I definitely consult with Mayor Carmodel and Mayor Kerner. Mayor Kerner, you know, he kind of also watches out for not just incorporated Lafitte, but unincorporated Lafitte and Barataria, and he kind of gives us those updates. So we certainly yield to his expertise of being a mayor for many years to kind of give us advice on making sure we get those people out. Should we? You know, I would like to say I hope not, but depending upon how the wind pushes that water up, that's certainly a concern. Mayor Carmodel is absolutely right, because when those lower-lying areas, before you hit LA1, the elevated section of LA1, if that goes underwater, you're now trapped in your camps. So if people have a place to go, I would definitely heed the mayor's warning and take refuge somewhere else.
All right, Mr. Mike Yanni, thank you very much for your time this evening.
Thank you.
Joining us now is Derek Bays. He's with the Levee Protection Authority East. I hope I'm getting the title correct.
You did, thank you. Flood Protection Authority East.
And Derek, we just saw you earlier at City Hall talking about some of the kind of pressure points and the lower points of the levee system that are concerning to you. But overall, let's just kind of start at the beginning and what you saw today with the events of just having that much rain. What's concerning to you regarding the levees after seeing the rain that we saw today?
Well, we're confident in the levee system for the entire region, whether it's the hurricane system or the river system. We know the system will perform as designed. Whilst things are certainly saturated from not only the rain, but we've been dealing with a high river situation for 8 months plus now. But we're still confident that things will perform, and especially under the stress that we're looking at right now.
Walk us through this, because we keep hearing that the surge could take us to 20 feet, but the Corps has us protected to 25 feet, and yet we know the whole during the it goes up and down during the course of the river. So why should we feel comfortable?
Well, so it depends on where you are in the system. The Jefferson levees are higher than they are in Orleans and St. Bernard. Jefferson goes 25 plus. The Orleans and St. Bernard are 20 for the most part. We are evaluating some low spots in. Well, we're always evaluating low spots, let me put it that way. The lowest spot right now is the Industrial Canal Lock in Orleans Parish. That is of a less concern. While obviously we monitor it, the water there that any would overtop would actually go straight into the Industrial Canal Basin, which is protected by its own series of flood walls. So that one we're watching, but we're not as concerned about. There's a low spot at the Corps headquarters up near Carrollton. They have their own floodplain plan going into place right now. In fact, I spoke to their emergency management director, and they're putting HESCOs into place now. We continue to evaluate any other low spots in the system, particularly in St. Bernard, and we have flood fight plans going into effect as needed. We're working with the Corps and the state as information becomes available and the surge modeling becomes more up to date.
And Mr. Bays, let's talk about the stress level that's been put on the levee system at this point. I know that the Corps has been monitoring the health of the levees throughout this flooded stage of the river. But is there a concern for you at this point with the amount of rain that might come with the system, and it's hard to gauge how much we'll actually get? But is there any concern or danger of overtopping at certain points of the levees here? Are we in that situation?
I think that is a possibility. I mean, you can never eliminate risk. Mm-hmm. There is no 100% level of guarantee. Based on the models we know right now, there could be some overtopping in some places, but that's why we're monitoring and looking at what the models show. This is a very difficult thing for the engineers at the Corps and the National Weather Service to evaluate. They're dealing with both the, one modeling system that deals with the river, one that deals with hurricane storm surge, and they have to put them together. Obviously, we're in a very unusual circumstance. We've been in high river now for 8 months, and now we're into storm season. It's definitely not the norm. And so as we put it all together, working with everybody and all the experts, where are the places we have to focus on? And we're in the middle of that right now, talking to the state about if we need to take any precautionary measures, whether that would be flood fight, sandbags and so on, working with either internal assets or assets such as the National Guard could provide. That's all underway right at this time. You asked about the long term and the rain and everything. We're not really worried about that. The levee system is very, very stable and in good condition. So even with the most recent rain, 8 inches or so this morning that we got, we're still feeling good about everything.
But is there a concern because of the surge? And I think that some of the modeling had that some of the surge would be pushing it to the mouth of the river. And it's not necessarily the water that's being shoved into the river, it's just the backup. The river has nowhere to flow, so it starts backing up. Is that a major concern for you? Is that where the flooding would come from?
That's where that is where the flooding would come from. You're seeing a combination of a 16-foot river at the Carrollton Gauge right now, plus predictions of 3 to 4 feet of surge coming up the river, essentially stacking on top of each other. So it would be a combination of the two that could lead to any potential overtopping.
And what would be, you hate to go to the worst case scenario, and yet you want to know what you're up against. If that were to happen, then what sort of overtopping are we talking about? It's not obviously we're not talking about any sort of a breach, but if you had an overtopping, what can people expect?
I mean, you have to look at the specific circumstances and the specific location, and right now we're evaluating all the models, so I can't, speculate too much on that. I can say, though, that any water that did overtop would be taken out by the interior drainage pump station system, whatever parish you're in. So it would just simply, you might have some that lands, on the other side of the wall or the levee in that particular location, but then it would drain into the regular drainage system.
Well, that is very reassuring.
Yeah, like most of us, we have 2 days to prepare then.
That's right. We start closing the rest of the river gates tonight. In both St. Bernard and Orleans Parish at 6 p.m. That's a 24-hour-long operation straight for us. And we're also closing gates on the Industrial Canal tonight, starting at 6, and then continuing to evaluate, based on surge, what else we have to do. We're still not sure if we'll have to close any of the large sector gates. That would probably be early Friday morning, depending on wind conditions and tidal conditions. But it's an ever-evolving situation for us.
All right, so your advice to the viewers tonight?
Tonight is you listen to your local officials, take your precautions. There is something coming. What magnitude, obviously we're not 100% sure of right now, but people need to take responsibility for themselves and their pets and their families and everything. That is the normal things that you hear. But also I would offer for our operations along the river in particular, please stay away. We're going to be working all night with heavy equipment. We don't want anybody, in the vicinity. It's just not, it's a safety concern.
What about barge traffic, now that you brought that up?
The Coast Guard manages that. We have no impact on the barge traffic, although obviously once we close all the gates, the port and the railroad will be shut down completely, along with the aquarium and whatever else is on the outside of the flood protection system.
All right, Derek Bays with the Levee Protection Authority East, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back.
Reggie, say hi to Morris Bart.
Thanks, Morris Bart. I couldn't have done it without you. I'm so glad I called after my car wreck.
We're really going to put that money to good use.
Reggie hurt his hip and called me. We got him $200,000. Injured in a car wreck? Do what the people of New Orleans have been doing for over 30 years. Call 525-8000 or go to morrisbart.com. One call, that's all.
The Aspen Clinic wants this year to be your year.
The year you wear cool clothes.
The year you look good on the beach. The year you try new things. Do more with your kids.
This is the year that you lose weight.
Get started today and see why we're more than just weight loss.
Today was the day that I put everything in perspective. I fell asleep when I woke up.
Hi, do you want to share my sandwich?
Good feeds our connections. Good feeds us all. Hormel Natural Choice Lunch Meats.
We get a lot of calls from injured people, but we also get a lot of calls from other injury attorneys asking for advice. When you're hurt in a wreck, call the attorneys that the other attorneys call for help. Call Mike Brandon Injury Attorneys.
Heard correct, Mike Brett is the one. Call 345-1111.
Attention patients taking Truvada. Truvada has been associated with kidney damage or failure. If you've developed kidney damage or failure after taking Truvada, you may be entitled to significant compensation. Call attorney Morris Bart now at 1-800-222-0922.
Enjoy the good life in a Blue Haven pool. A new pool is easy and affordable with high-tech features that automate care to save you time and money. Blue Haven Pools, top warranties and value since 1954. Call today, 504-455-2445.
I was very sad when I couldn't work anymore. I felt very helpless. When I first applied for disability benefits, I was denied.
So you got turned down for Social Security disability. What should you do next?
Our firm has been helping people get their disability benefits for over 25 years.
He answered all my questions. He made it very easy for me, and then I felt blessed.
For someone to fight for your disability, call the law offices of Matt Greenbaum, 504-613-0881 or mattgreenbaum.com.
If you're injured, you can hire us right now from your phone. That's right. You can be signed up in just under 30 minutes. It's never been easier to hire us. Just Google and call me. I'm attorney Morris Bart. One call or click. That's it.
Trust your local weather experts. Only on Channel 4.
All right, the hurricane hunters working on their reconnaissance mission did not find closed circulation, could only find winds of 23 miles an hour, so it is still just potential tropical cyclone number 2. Still not yet an organized system. Convection not really developing around that center just yet, and I've been pointing out what looks to be almost a secondary, and the hurricane hunters even kind of confirmed that, almost like a little meso low, in other words, just like a smaller scale low, where maybe this is trying to redevelop, and it's possible. And again, without it being an organized system, we are not going to see this center very clearly defined at all, and thus computer models really can't grab a hold of any kind of a center. We may see several locations where a center tries to form. If it's farther south from where it is currently, that will alter the forecasted track and future of the storm. Right now, again, the very latest, it's still just a potential tropical cyclone. These are the latest coordinates. Now, they're saying winds of 30 miles an hour. Looking at their recon, they had only a surface wind of 23 miles an hour, so maybe they're kind of estimating a little bit higher than that. Motion still toward the west-southwest at 8 miles an hour, so they're not quite thinking that that new little feature that I was pointing out earlier is the new low, or new center, again, broad center. They're going to keep it right there, but as we get more and more data, more flight from the hurricane hunters, and more organization with this system, which probably won't happen today, but as we get more organization with it, we will get a far better idea of the impacts of what we could see here in southeast Louisiana. Now, I apologize, I didn't have time to kind of fix my graphic here, so all of our numbers are kind of bunched up there, but basically the same thinking. By tomorrow afternoon, this becomes a tropical storm, Barry, and then as we get into Friday through the day, it is still a tropical storm. And then notice they have actually kind of brought down the intensity to just making landfall as a, well, actually 85 mile an hour winds. That's where they were thinking it before, but almost just before making landfall, strengthening to a Category 1 storm before moving inland. Their forecasted track really has not changed all that much. Again, this is brand new information, still looking at kind of south central to southwestern Louisiana, but that does still include southeast Louisiana all the way to Houston in that margin of error. So there is still a lot that could happen. What we would personally like to see, of course, you don't wish this on anyone, but after the flooding rains from just a summertime tropical thunderstorm today, we don't need to deal with any of this. We would like to see this continuing farther west and keep us out of the wet side of the storm, because even with this track, we are still on the wet side of the storm. It would have to start moving northward now for us to stay on any kind of a dry side, and that just doesn't look like it's going to be happening. Again, big thing that we've been talking about is not only the rainfall, but also the river levels. And it was explained to me earlier today by the Corps of Engineers that what they're looking at with this 20-foot forecast, basically the levees for much of southeast Louisiana and kind of much of the New Orleans metro area were actually protected 20 to 25 feet. The levee height is not 20 feet all the way across the entire metro area. It fluctuates, so we're really from 20 to 25 feet. So even right at 20, that is not necessarily the tip top of the levee. There's going to be a little bit of a range there. So even at 20 feet, the Corps of Engineers has kind of reassured us that we're still okay. But what they're looking at which is very interesting, is that they're not looking at seawater, not Gulf water moving up the river. What they're looking at is the fact that the water is actually going to kind of put a stopper at the mouth of the river, and the river water, as it is flowing very fast, is not going to have anywhere to go, so it's going to start backing up, and it could back up to about 20 feet. Notice, for a very brief period of time on Saturday, that might last about 6 hours before it quickly starts dropping off after that, and then go right back to below flood stage, and with a slow decrease as we get into more next week. So if we do see that 20-foot height, it is not going to last for very long. With the new information from the Hurricane Center, they have also now issued hurricane watches. In other words, we could see hurricane force winds primarily along the coast. And notice, basically, from the mouth of the river all the way to the Louisiana-Texas line is under this watch, where we may see in the next 48 hours hurricane force winds primarily again along the coastline. That does not include the city of New Orleans. Tropical storm watch is for primarily the coastline, but they have now included eastern St. Bernard Parish. This is a look at the percent probability of actually experiencing tropical storm force winds. And notice, much of southeast Louisiana is under the kind of 40 to 50 percentile of actually seeing tropical storm force winds. The greater threat of seeing those, south central to southwestern Louisiana. You have a far greater potential from seeing those stronger winds. And as we've been talking about the fact that winds were never really going to be a huge factor for us, it was always going to be the excessive rainfall, and just today's storm has proven it doesn't take much to get some major issues, and then also maybe some river flooding, especially in the lower part of the Mississippi. As you get closer to the mouth of the river, some of those locations could see the river levees maybe overtop. That's a possibility. Again, we're not talking about in the city of New Orleans. We're not talking about Reserve. We're not talking about Baton Rouge. We're talking about everything in the lower part of the Mississippi River. Storm surge watches are also up, but notice it does now include the metro area, because we are anticipating water levels in Lake Pontchartrain to get higher. And keep in mind, they're already on the higher side because of the excess water coming in from Bonnie Carey. So the storm surge watch is because we're going to have such a prolonged period of those easterly and southeasterly winds over the course of several days. Right now in the upper atmosphere, it's not exactly a hospitable environment for any further strengthening, which is why the Hurricane Center is saying that certainly through the night tonight and into early tomorrow, it's either still going to be potential tropical cyclone, so thus not really a named storm, or just a tropical depression number 2. After that, we might start to see a bit better environment, because right now you have the surface low, very broad, right about here, and then you also have this mid-level low right at about here. This is actually kind of creating some wind shear on the eastern side of it, which is why we don't have any convection, and all the convection has been on the western side of that storm. It is not getting any better organized right now. It'll be interesting to see what happens come tomorrow and certainly by Friday, but right now and in the near future, it is not looking any better organized. Steering currents, we have this big upper high off to our west, and also an upper trough that's going to be deepening. Models have been indicating it might be that upper trough that kind of weakens this upper high and allows for this little window of opportunity for the storm to begin turning northward. These steering currents are based on the GFS model. The GFS has been kind of consistently calling for more south central Louisiana, whereas the Euro, and I'm going to show you those in just a second, has more consistently been calling for southwestern Louisiana as a potential landfall. Again, the impacts to us, really all we can do at this point is give you our best estimate. Until we know more for certain what eventually will become Barry is going to do and where it is going to go, we'll have a far better idea. But at the moment, anticipate 6 to 12 or more inches of rainfall through the course of this entire event. 2 to 4 feet storm surge along the coast, and also some of that water getting into the lake. Winds 20, 60 may be a bit excessive, but if we do see any of those type of winds, it's going to be more near the coastline. Tornadoes are always possible, especially on the eastern side, the eastern quadrant of the storm, because that's where you're going to get most of the rotation. And it is likely going to become a depression, if not later today, then definitely by tomorrow. So the GFS model, again, forecast initialization is okay. That's calling for the rotation, the center right about there. Again, there is no center. Now, the GFS has been kind of consistently forecasting this to start intensifying south of the Louisiana coast. Keep in mind, we're on the wet side the entire time and then moving northward. By 10 a.m. on Sunday, still dealing with some rainfall, but not the heaviest of the rains. The European model, initialization, let's see if the winds come in here, has been okay. It looks like it's right about in through here. And as we put this into motion, this is a little bit more of a southwesterly pass, so it kind of keeps a little bit farther south. Well, now it's looking like it's a little bit closer to our coastline. But again, kind of a landfall more south central, southwestern. It's kind of changed now. It's getting a little bit closer to us. Again, there are so many variables out there right now with the structure and intensity of the storm that there is going to be quite a bit of uncertainty. But what was very interesting is the incredible gradient of rainfall totals that we could see anywhere from 22 plus inches of rain over the Baton Rouge area. And again, this is assuming that the center of the storm, this is based on the Euro, goes more to south central Louisiana, whereas here in the city, 6 to 7, 8 inches of rainfall. And again, that's the course of tomorrow, but more so Friday, Saturday, and into early Sunday, and then, 2¼ inches of rain at Gulfport. Based on wherever this makes landfall, you are going to see an incredible gradient of rainfall from maybe several feet to just a couple of inches of rainfall once all is said and done. I know a lot of folks are hoping for that more certainty. We just can't give you that right now. Again, if there is any positive news, we're still not dealing with a storm out there right now. It's still very unorganized, and at the moment, at least in the near future, it doesn't look like it's going to be doing any kind of strengthening through the night tonight.
All right, Chris. Catching some certainty here is something that we're not used to, especially during hurricane season.
All right, but that's true. Just a reminder that we've got a voluntary evacuation in effect on Grand Isle. That just as a precaution. Yeah, and this we got a little while ago as well. There's a voluntary starting at 4 p.m. today. There's a voluntary evacuation for the entire east bank of Plaquemines Parish. That includes the communities of Braithwaite, Davie, and Phoenix as well. And also there's a voluntary evacuation for the west bank of Plaquemines starting at Oakville, south to Venice as well. All right now let's take a look at some of the video we've shot throughout the day and some of the pictures that you've shared with us. This is the devastation of a home in Bayou St. John. It is believed that a tornado likely touched down and just caused that horrific damage there. But fortunately, the couple that lives there, is doing fine. Yeah, they're safe, but there's a lot of cleanup there as well. And as Meg Ferris reported earlier today, there's a lot of people helping them clear out the debris. But it looks like there's going to be a long road ahead, especially for that couple there. But everyone is safe after what was a very horrifying and scary morning for the folks there at that home. What was so bizarre was looking at the house next to it, which was perfectly fine. This, I believe, is the Jung. I believe this is the Jung Hotel. Yes, it is. Erica Ferrando shot that video earlier for us, and quite a bit of water in the lobby. She had interviewed a couple there for their 23rd wedding anniversary. It is one they will undoubtedly never forget. Yeah, and the hotel staff today doing extra duty here on top of what they were doing normally. They're now clearing out water from that area. But again, you see the sandbags right there, and I think that's a good indication for a lot of folks, businesses, homes as well. Not necessary to grab sandbags, but this is a good time to prepare and to understand what your evacuation plans may be. No evacuations have been ordered here yet in Jefferson and Orleans Parish, but to make sure that you have your medical supplies, food and water, and batteries, because as we heard Entergy talk about this earlier today, they are anticipating whatever may come from this system that's brewing in the Gulf, there will be likely widespread power outages. Speaking of Entergy, they took on some water today too. At last check, we were down to about 6,000 people, but I'm assuming that his number has gone down. At its height today, we had about 10,000 people without power. This is Palmetto. Yeah, this is the Palmetto Canal, and this is from earlier today. We anticipate that this may have gone down a bit because, again, this is something that we've been monitoring all morning, afternoon, and now we're approaching the evening hours in a couple hours as well. Most of the streets have drained, at least from what we saw from the several live shots from our reporting crews out there. The city has addressed what's been going on with the drainage and the catch basins as well. But this is something that I think in the buildup of what might come with this approaching system or storm, this is something that we might be revisiting again if those catch basins aren't addressed. It's likely constantly going back to the Sewage and Water Board. They were saying earlier today 118 out of 120 pumps operating today in Jefferson Parish, 186 out of 187 pumps. No reports of any problems in Jefferson Parish that I'm aware of. And we will continue to monitor the situation. Again, you're sort of dealing at the same time with a cleanup effort from today and a storm preparation effort as we look to what's coming ahead.
Yeah, there's definitely a leaning forward kind of position, especially for the city of New Orleans. In Jefferson Parish, we heard from Jefferson Parish President Mike Yenny as well. They're now kind of shifting their focus, anticipating what might come from the system that we're seeing. But I think that's also a good indication for everybody at home to understand what they might do and need to have supplies in order to anticipate what's going to happen with this.
Hopefully we'll learn some more information from those hurricane hunters who were flying into that cyclone earlier this afternoon. We want to let you know that we are going to continue our coverage in just a few minutes. We're going to have a special edition of the Eyewitness News at 4 o'clock, so we hope you will join us. We're just going to take a quick break, and we will be back in just about 3 minutes from now. So thank you for joining us, and we hope you'll continue to do so on the other end of the break.
Attention patients taking Truvada. Truvada has been associated with kidney damage or failure. If you've developed kidney damage or failure after taking Truvada, you may be entitled to significant compensation. Call attorney Morris Bart now at 1-800-222-0922.
When I first applied for disability benefits, I was denied.
Why would somebody deny you if you're disabled and you can't work?
When they get their denial, it can be really dispiriting and disheartening.
So you got turned down for Social Security disability. What should you do next? For someone to fight for your disability, call the law offices of Matt Greenbaum, 504-613-0881 or mattgreenbaum.com.
Over the years, we've helped tens of thousands of clients get their disability benefits.
Injured in a car wreck?
Call Morris Bart.
One call, that's all.
Call 525-8000.
Just Google Morris Bart and call. He's on your side.
Car wreck? You need a car wreck attorney.
Do what the people of New Orleans have been doing for over 30 years. One call, that's all.
This is Robert. He lives in New Orleans. A distracted driver hit him while changing lanes. Robert ended up in the hospital. He didn't hesitate. He called Morris Bart.
Robert hurt his ankle and needed surgery. He called me and we got him $141,000. Injured in a car wreck? Do what the people of New Orleans have been doing for over 30 years. Call 525-8000 or go to morrisbart.com. One call, that's all.
Tired of jumping from one job to the next? If you want a rewarding career that can make you happy, get started with healthcare career training at Blue Cliff College. With a variety of paths to choose from, Blue Cliff College's hands-on training can get you where you want to be. You could be off the couch, in class, and on your way to a new career quicker than you may think. So don't wait.
Call 888-853-3349 or visit us online at www.bluecliffcollege.edu.
Okay, have fun at your dad's. Okay, love you, Mom. Hi.
What do you think?
I like it. Come on, got him!
Yes. You hungry?
Yeah.
All right.
Bye,
buddy.
How was it? Dad's internet is amazing. Well, Mom's cookies are also amazing. That's what I thought.
Get up to 1 gig speeds on the day you move in. Cox Internet starting at $19.99 per month for up to 10 megs.
It's not the size of the wreck that matters, it's the size of the check.
Hurt in the wreck, Mike Brenner's the one. Call 345-1111.
Trust your local weather experts, only on Channel 4.
They're not finding any kind of close circulation right now, so what that means is this is still not a named tropical system. It is not number 2. It is not Barry yet. It is a potential tropical cyclone. And again, that terminology might confuse folks. This started just a couple of years ago. What the Hurricane Center does is they use that designation of potential tropical cyclone with the idea being it will be a named storm, and because it will likely be impacting land within the next 48 hours, giving it that designation allows them to start issuing forecasts, so we start getting that track, the cone, and also being able to issue watches and warnings, which is what we have seen along the Louisiana coastline. So the hurricane hunters have been flying out and around the storm. As a matter of fact, a guy I graduated with from the University of South Alabama is also one of the hurricane hunters. He's going to be taking a flight out at 5:30 on Friday morning from Biloxi. So they're going to be doing several days of these flights. And we have to give it to them because this is how we get the more accurate information to, one, know if there is indeed a storm. They did not find a closed center of circulation, so there is no storm right now. And two, they can gather much more information down over the storm itself, and they get very low, at a very low elevation just above the surface of the Gulf, to give us more information that can then be put into computer models so we get more accurate forecasts. And again, with that center still in a very hostile environment, again, you don't really have a clear-cut center. I've been pointing this out all day long, and I've been watching several other folks kind of picking up on the same little thing. There almost look to be a little other center down to the south of where the hurricane center is initializing the storm. So it may be that a new center is trying to form, or a center at all is trying to form around where there's been a little bit more convection. There is no convection on the eastern side. There certainly is on the western side, but it has not quite gotten better organized. So you, one, don't have that closed circulation, and two, you don't have any storms trying to develop around that closed circulation. Once that starts to happen, we then have an organizing storm. And until that happens, it is still just a potential tropical cyclone, winds of 30 miles an hour. Now, if it gets to 35, then you have tropical depression number 2, and we will likely be there maybe by tonight or more likely tomorrow. And then after that, as we get into the day on Thursday, it becomes Tropical Storm Barry. So for right now, it is still not a depression, nor is it a tropical storm. The forecast really hasn't changed all that much either from the Hurricane Center, keeping it kind of on that southwesterly path, eventually making more of a westerly track, and then whenever, if it happens, makes this northwesterly turn, will eventually determine where it makes landfall. And when exactly that turn happens is going to be huge for us, because if it makes a turn early, as it's forecasted here to do maybe sometime late Thursday and on into Friday, that does keep us closer to the wet side. If it doesn't make that turn until maybe late in the day Friday, or even better, Saturday, then it's going to put it farther away from us and really keep us out of any of the heavy rainfall that we are anticipating right now. Again, our forecasts for the impacts here are based on what we're looking at now, but that can dramatically change over the course of the, especially 24 hours. Once we get more detailed information on the storm, and once we see more organization with the storm, we'll have a far better idea of what it's going to do to us by tomorrow, and then definitely by Friday and on into Saturday. Storm becoming a Category 1 hurricane just before landfall, and then quickly moving up, kind of continuing northward across North Louisiana, Arkansas, and moving away from us. Big story though, and a lot of folks have been very concerned about this, is the river levels. And we have been talking about what the river could potentially do based on the storm surge. And what is very interesting is that it is not that the water from the Gulf of Mexico is actually going to be fighting the current of the Mississippi River and coming into the river. It's that the piling up that water at the mouth of the river is going to act as a stopper and kind of block the flow of the river from coming out of the mouth. And so all of that water gets backed up, and that's why you see that little surge. So it's not necessarily a storm surge coming up the river, it's that the river water has nowhere to go, and it's going to start backing up and could reach somewhere around 20 feet. Levees, though, overall, the entire metro area really protect us from not only 20 feet, but even up to 25 feet, because the river level levees are not at the same height all across the board. They do fluctuate. And so it's relatively speaking about a near 20 to 25 feet. So that's why the Corps is even saying at 20 feet, we should still be okay. Hurricane watches are now in effect from the mouth of the river all the way to the Louisiana-Texas line. That means we could see hurricane-force winds mainly along the coastline and just a bit inland in the next 48 hours. Tropical storm watches are in effect for the not only coastal areas, but also eastern St. Bernard. And then as we get into the next couple of days, we will start to see those winds increasing. Notice, for much of southeast Louisiana, this is the probability of actually experiencing tropical storm force winds. The greater potential, the kind of 70 plus, is right along the coastline. Inland and even Mississippi, you're looking at kind of the 30 to 40, maybe 50% chance. That's as if it really started to make a westerly and northwesterly turn much, much sooner, which that doesn't look to be the case. However, south central, southwestern Louisiana has a far greater opportunity to see the tropical storm force and then potentially hurricane force winds once it does strengthen, if it does strengthen at all. Storm surge watches, this has changed from earlier advisories because now they're including not only the coastal areas but also Jefferson, St. Charles Parish, all of St. Bernard Parish, all of Orleans Parish and St. Bernard Parish, because now with that water possibly getting into Lake Pontchartrain, lake waters are higher than normal because of the outflow or the inundation from the Bonnie Carey. In the upper atmosphere, not much is going on in terms of any kind of rapid intensification. You have an upper level or mid-level low that is just to the southwest of there. That's actually the culprit for all of our storms. It's kind of an elongated trough down to our south, and that was really the culprit for all of our inland storms during the morning hours. It really not necessarily associated with our tropical system because these are two separate features. Now, as they get better in line with each other, we may start to see some strengthening, but that's going to be slow, which is why the Hurricane Center kind of has it maintaining as a tropical depression even through the afternoon hours for tomorrow. A lot of steering currents going on with this. We're going to see the Bermuda High begin building in and possibly a weakening of this big upper trough over Texas. That's the reason why we may start to see this little turn northward. When that happens is going to be really at the moment kind of anyone's guess as to when that starts happening. If it happens at all, I tell you what, if this upper high kind of stays in place, it may prevent this storm from ever making a northward turn and just continuing toward the west. That is certainly a possibility. Now, none of the models are really indicating that, but there are a few outliers that kind of make more of a Louisiana, Texas landfall or even Houston. So that is not right now out of the realm of possibilities. And I just want to kind of bring you up to all the scenarios that are certainly possible with this storm. The GFS model has really been consistently kind of going with a landfall a little bit closer to southeast Louisiana. So in other words, making that turn much, much sooner and then arriving into maybe near the Morgan City area and certainly keeping New Orleans and southeast Louisiana, even South Mississippi on the very wet side of it. The Euro kind of trending a little bit closer to us as well. But again, I'm going to start to really focus on those computer models once we get a more closed circulation and far more organization with this storm than what we're seeing right now. The Euro does have it a little bit more west of where the GFS is indicating, but still bringing some heavy rainfall over parts of South Louisiana. There is going to be a huge rainfall total gradient, depending on where this storm makes landfall. Again, this rainfall graphic is from the Euro. 22.83 inches of rainfall in Baton Rouge. That's almost 2 feet of rain over the course of the entire weekend. If it stays on that path, keep in mind, as storms start to organize and strengthen, they tend to take all that heavy rainfall and consolidate it toward the center. So you don't really see the abundant rain over a huge area. It tends to kind of concentrate itself right near the center. Sure, you get little feeder bands, but the heaviest of it is much, much closer to the center. So if the center of the storm is more well west of us, then Baton Rouge gets on the heavy rainfall, whereas our metro area, 6.5, 7, 8 inches of rainfall, maybe some spots over 13 inches. Now, over the course of several days, we can kind of handle that to an extent. You get 6 and 7 in a few hours. Well, obviously, you're going to get some significant flooding. But over the course of the weekend, it's not terrible and really not bad at all. 2¼ inch of rainfall possible at Gulfport. So again, the rainfall amounts are really going to depend on where exactly that storm makes landfall and at what intensity. So again, these are just the possible impacts based on the information we have right now. 6 to 12 inches of rain, certainly possible. That's kind of based on the both GFS and the Euro. We're going to see some coastal flooding with water levels about 2 to 4 feet above normal, and certainly some storm surge to contend with. Winds 20. That 60 is going to be more near the coastline. And also on the eastern side of a storm, you get the potential for usually short-lived, weak tornadoes. But if you remember back, anytime we have a landfalling hurricane or tropical storm, you start to see several tornado warnings being issued, and that could certainly be something that we're contending with on Saturday. Again, it could be a depression later tonight. If not tonight, then as we get into Friday, or Thursday, excuse me, I forget what day of the week it is. Next couple of days, though, we're looking at the heavy rain potential. Good news is by Sunday, really going into Monday, Tuesday, we finally start drying out. If there is anything that we can look forward to, it's the fact that we're probably not going to see too many 90-degree afternoons for the next 5 days.
Let me ask you this. I know this is a real long shot, but we've been saying we're waiting for the system to develop before we learn more.
Right.
Is there any chance it won't develop? It'll somehow fizzle out?
There is still that potential. I'm just kind of flipping through my graphics to go back to what's happening now. There is that potential. It seems to be very low at this point. Right now, there is certainly nothing getting organized at the moment. It's possible that that upper low that is down to its southwest continues with a fairly decent amount of wind shear, where this really is never able to get very well organized. The only thing that not concerns us, but you keep in mind, is it's going to be out over the Gulf waters for the next several days. So it's got plenty of time. There isn't a very hostile environment in the Gulf right now, but it's certainly not hospitable for development, which is why really the next kind of 12 to 24 hours, we're not going to see any rapid intensification or organization of the storm. It'll be after that we start to see the potential of this becoming a tropical storm or even a hurricane. I mean, there is a slim chance. I mean, you can't say there's no chance at all with weather, because there's always some unforeseen factor that we just cannot observe, and that can sometimes play into the future of these storms. There's always that chance, but I think we're kind of grasping at straws if we're hoping that this doesn't do anything. Really, all we can hope for is it goes farther south, continues along a westerly path, and really keeps the worst of that area of rainfall away from us. That would be our best bet right now.
Thank you very much.
Some of us have been grasping at straws all our life. All right, thank you, Chris. Okay, this afternoon, Grand Isle Mayor David Carmidel called for a voluntary evacuation because of that tropical system. Again, this is a voluntary evacuation because of the threat of flooding, high tides, and wind gusts that usually center around the LA1 area. That road always floods on a good day. Okay, the already high river level on the Mississippi is creating a major area of concern with the tropical system in the Gulf.
The current forecast calls for the river to potentially rise 4 feet during the weather event, and that would put the water dangerously close to the top of the levees. Paul Murphy spoke with the Army Corps of Engineers and joins us now with an update on that. A lot of people talking about that today.
Karen, Ton, if the forecast holds, and as you heard Chris say, it's still a big if at this point, the Mississippi River here in New Orleans could reach its highest level in nearly 70 years. The National Weather Service predicts the river will spike to 20 feet Saturday afternoon due to the storm surge from this tropical disturbance. Right now, the river level is hovering around 16 feet above sea level at the Carrollton Gauge in the city. The flood stage here is 17 feet. Historically, we've been told that our levees can protect up to 20 feet, but the Army Corps of Engineers now says the system is actually designed to defend between 20 and 25 feet in elevation. Army Corps spokesman Ricky Boyette said they remain confident in the integrity of the levee system and that the Corps is now working with the local levee authority to identify low spots where they may need to add height to the structure. They're already installing HESCO baskets at the Corps headquarters in Uptown, ironically, one of the lower spots along the levee system.
Throughout the entire New Orleans area, when we're looking at an elevation of 20, that's what they're designed to defend against. So we are not expecting to see a continual overtopping of a levee. You may get a little wave overtopping, but not an overflowing of the top of the levee with this forecast. The areas where you may see overtopping or a flow over the levee system would be more outside the perimeters of the hurricane system down in Plaquemines area.
The Levee Authority plans to start closing floodgates on the river and Industrial Canal at 6 tonight. Crews plan to work throughout the night to complete the closure. And as we said, as we speak, the Army Corps is installing HESCO baskets at their headquarters on Leak Avenue.
It was a reassuring update. And also when we talk about, if the water were to overtop the levees, it's not necessarily a crisis.
Well, from what the Army Corps tells us, we're actually looking in some spots perhaps some wave action over the levees, not a constant flow, an overtopping as we saw during Katrina, for example. And from what Derek Bays tells us, he expects that if there is some water that makes it to the other side of the levee, that the city's interior drainage system and the parish interior drainage system would be able to drain that water off.
All right, thank you, Paul. Okay, earlier this afternoon, New Orleans Mayor LaToya Cantrell discussed the city's preparations for Invest 92.
The biggest point she wanted to get across to the city was for everyone to be prepared.
Now is absolutely the time to pay attention. Heed every single warning that comes from the city of New Orleans, and as you listen to media outlets, pay attention to all tornado as well as flash flood warnings. Be prepared for the impacts. We know that we took on a lot of water this morning, up to 8 inches within 3 hours in some areas. Like Broadmoor took on about 7.5, Treme took on about 8.42. Please continue to execute precaution. We ask that you begin to clean up post-flooding from this morning if possible, with more rain in store for the city of New Orleans. This is the time to help us clear debris in front of catch basins. In some areas, we knew that they were prepared for trash pickup this morning, for example, that did not get picked up. However, it ended up, of course, in drains as well. So we're asking residents at this time to help us remove that debris. We are monitoring levels of the Mississippi River. We're monitoring the potential threat of a tropical cyclone 2. It is still too soon to tell what the impact will be, but we believe there will be an impact. You will hear from the National Weather Service during this press conference, who will give us more detailed information. But it is never too early to prepare. Gather supplies, protect and clean your property as well as your street, working with your neighbors. Stay connected to NOLA Ready and city updates. ready.nola@nola.gov. As you'll hear, our agencies that come after me, we will continue to keep residents updated through alerts, again, from the city of New Orleans. I have formally declared a state of emergency as it relates to this storm. It has been signed, the declaration has been signed and also filed with the courts this afternoon. While it is uncertain what the impact will be, we will be affected and we must be prepared. We are to respond effectively. As we saw this morning, water can rise very quickly and impede traffic and travel. Be safe, be smart, take care of your neighbors, take care of yourself.
Okay, and we do want to point out that press conference took place a couple of hours ago. And take a look, this is one of the impacts of what happened today. This is a live look at the energy outage map. Right now there are more than 23,000 people without power, over 14,000 in Jefferson Parish, 13,000 in Jefferson, and 4,500 in Orleans Parish, and more than 3,000 in Terrebonne Parish. And with the threat of a tropical system hitting Louisiana, Governor John Bel Edwards detailed the state's plans.
We know that this is going to be a Louisiana event now in all probability, based upon a confluence of various models and what information we're getting out of the National Weather Center. This is going to be a heavy rainfall event across South Louisiana, and I want everyone to be mindful that heavy rains could be experienced anywhere across the state. And the entire coastal area of Louisiana is at play in this storm. And we're talking about as much as 10 to 15 inches of rain over a 24-hour period that will start sometime Friday in all likelihood and go through Saturday. So that is a short time period for such intense rain. Obviously, we're not sure yet of the exact track of the storm or the strength of the potential tropical system once it makes landfall. However, we are confident that there will be widespread heavy rainfall and coastal flooding. We also know that the Gulf of Mexico, because it is so warm, that the longer the storm system lingers over the Gulf, the more organized and the stronger it is likely to become before it makes landfall. At this time, it appears it's going to be a very slow-moving storm, possibly as low as 3 to 5 miles per hour, which means that there could be significant problems with some rain bands. It will seem in all likelihood that the storm is stationary and it just will keep dumping rains in certain areas. It also means that we could have heavy rain not just over the weekend but into next week. I want to remind everyone that this is day 257 of the Mississippi River flood fight, and that will exacerbate many of the issues that we're going to face in Louisiana, especially if the brunt of the storm hits in the southeast part of the state, as many of the tracking models suggest that it will. Potential storm surge near the mouth of the Mississippi River will be up to 3 to 4 feet on Friday or early Saturday. And the storm surge in the Mississippi River in the New Orleans area, we're expecting to be at 3 feet. So the Mississippi River level at New Orleans is expected to reach 20 feet. There could be a considerable amount of overtopping of the Mississippi River levees in Plaquemines Parish on both the east bank and the west bank. And we're targeting areas south of Oakville on the west bank and south of Carnarvon on the east bank as being most likely to be at risk for flooding due to overtopping of the levees. Right now, we believe that any overtopping of the levees would be relatively short duration of about 12 hours, but that is still a very, very significant hazard, and so we're asking everyone to take this very seriously.
Okay, you've been listening to Governor John Bel Edwards there. We've seen a lot of pictures from this morning of water in hotels, including the Roosevelt and the Jung Hotel.
Erica Ferrando joins us after visiting both of those sites. Erica?
Well, we saw some videos earlier this morning from inside the Roosevelt Hotel, and you could see that there was water inside that lobby. But as of a few hours ago, it looked like all of the water was out and there was thankfully no damage. Now, the Jung Hotel on Canal had a lot more of a mess to deal with. We had some video from inside the lobby that a guest shared with us. They took it earlier this morning, and it just showed how that water, you can see it right here. This is from inside. You can see all that water outside. Some of that water did creep inside of the hotel. They did have some sandbags out, which I do believe helped a little bit, but from what I was told, the water creeped all the way up to nearly their knees. The hotel staff put sandbags out to keep out as much as they could, and when I stopped by, they were rolling out buckets of water to empty out the lobby. I spoke with one couple who is actually in town for their 23rd wedding anniversary.
It was scary. It actually was, because I'd never seen anything like that. I'm from North Carolina, and I haven't seen water like that since 1989 when Hurricane Hugo came to Charlotte. The lobby was completely flooded. It was almost up to our knees and everything. The kitchen was closed. We had to come down 7 flights of stairs, but they really tried to accommodate and do the best of a bad situation.
It looks like the hotel staff spent most of the afternoon cleaning up this mess. They didn't have to close, and luckily I didn't hear about any damage, just a lot of water that thankfully should hopefully be about cleared out by now.
All right, Erica, thank you so much. And, you know, we were talking about what is coming our way. You heard that woman say she hadn't seen that kind of water since Hurricane Hugo hit North Carolina. We don't even have a named system. What hit us today was not even part of what's headed our way. Let's talk to Chris Franklin now. So today's was separate and apart from what's coming, and we won't know more about what's coming until probably tomorrow, right?
Right. Once the storm gets better, we're trying to figure out what to call it, because it's potential tropical cyclone. It's the system that will eventually become Barry. We were talking about that slim possibility of maybe it doesn't do anything, but it probably will. And yeah, the rainfall that we had to contend with today was from a more upper disturbance that triggered quite a bit of rain across much of the northern Gulf Coast. Still have some rainfall out there, so just kind of wanted to update you, because we sometimes get so focused on what is headed our way, we tend not to even look out the window. We've got some heavy storms moving away from Hammond now. Actually looks like kind of building back over Hammond and Manchac, over Lake Maurepas down to the south and parts of the river parishes. Some thunderstorm activity there. On the north shore, we also have a bit more activity, and look at this little outflow from those storms. So pretty active weather there. Nothing severe at the moment, but certainly a lot of lightning and very heavy rainfall. Few storms crossing the Mississippi-Louisiana line right now. And speaking of Mississippi, we do have a few storms that are kind of along lower Mississippi Mississippi, but also producing a few little outflows here and there. You see a little outflow there. Stronger storm kind of approaching Picayune from along I-59 and around just the south of Pearl River. We have some thunderstorms there as well. Nothing in the city at the moment. Still have an aerial flood advisory for the next 5 minutes. And after that, I think we should see most, if not all, of the streets having already subsided with the standing water. Still some heavy thunderstorms and lightning around the Hahnville area. LaPlace is where the heavy rainfall is at the moment. A computer model really not initializing well. However, it did pick up on those storms developing on the North Shore, and it's kind of anticipating maybe more development through the rest of the afternoon and into the early evening hours. So we're not done with the rain, unfortunately. But fortunately, it's not going to be the types of flooding rains that we had to contend with early this morning. Finally start maybe a few isolated showers overnight tonight, and it does look like a fairly dry start to the morning, with maybe a few storms starting to roll in from east to west as we start the morning commute tomorrow, but not as intense as they were earlier. So we're going to keep that mention of rainfall with temperatures in the 80s throughout the next several hours. If there was one positive, is it wasn't a hot day today. We're still watching what will likely become Barry possibly later in the day tomorrow, certainly not tonight, as it is not getting any better organized. That broad area of circulation has not really started to get better organized and started to kind of compact. We don't really see any convection developing around that center. And as I've been pointing out, there almost looks to be at least one, if not several other little small vortices, small little spins in the atmosphere, and maybe one of those will eventually become what is the center of the storm. And it's possible that this is not going to be the final center. It may be trying to redevelop farther south. Certainly looks like there's convection developing down farther south. And if that's the case, then that kind of adjusts the forecasted track to maybe a little bit more south, keeping it farther away from us. Hey, that would be great. Right now, the forecasted track, though, continues along that southwesterly path through the night tonight and into early tomorrow. Then sometime during the day as a tropical storm, beginning more of a westerly path. And then on into Friday, it begins a turn, if it makes the turn at all, more toward the northwest. Again, it's still possible that it kind of continues moving west and then eventually starts making some kind of a turn, maybe more toward Lake Charles or Houston. Right now, it could be anywhere from really Morgan City or even the Houma Thibodaux area all the way to Houston as we get into Saturday and Sunday. So there is still a very large area of the north and northwestern Gulf of Mexico coast that is going to be impacted by a landfalling likely hurricane. It could even be stronger than that. We've talked about it many seasons that the intensity forecast is still very poor. The forecasted path is far more accurate, so we have a far better picture of where it is going to go. In terms of the intensity, that is still a big up in the air. Levees protect us up to 20 feet. However, I'm going to bring you some information a little bit later on to tell you the actual heights of the levees at various locations along the Mississippi River in Metro New Orleans, because in many locations, it's actually over 20 feet. So a river height of 20 is okay. You heard Paul Murphy after speaking with the Corps of Engineers that they're not too concerned about that height. I know a lot of folks got worried when they heard that height, and also the fact that we've never been there for the last the last 70 years. So it's a very rare occurrence, but something that we'll have to contend with that water kind of blocking the mouth of the river and preventing that flow from exiting the mouth. Hurricane watches are up from basically Plaquemines Parish all the way to the Louisiana-Texas line, and tropical storm watches in effect for down toward the coast. In terms of the wind probability of us actually experiencing tropical storm force winds, that chance is far greater along the coastline, about a 40 to 50% chance in much of southeast Louisiana, even lower as you get into Mississippi with the greater chance. Obviously, this follows the center line of the forecasted track of the storm, so your greater opportunity to see those would be more in the south central and southwestern Louisiana. Storm surge watches are also up as this system is going to try and get better organized, but at the moment not doing so. You have kind of a broad upper level low at the same time that broad surface level low. So you've got kind of competing systems in the lower and upper parts of the atmosphere. The steering currents are also going to play a big factor. Models are indicating an upper trough is going to kind of force this upper high to retreat, which is why this should start making that turn. But if this upper high, I tell you what, if it stays strong enough and that wind shear coming out of the northwest, it may keep what will eventually become Barry moving toward the west and maybe more toward Texas. That is still very much a possibility. possibility. Both models, though, have quite a bit of rainfall moving our way, and much of central Louisiana. The GFS and the Euro, somewhat agreement in at least some kind of central Louisiana. The Euro is a little bit farther off to the east, which is why when I show you the Euro forecast for rainfall, it has far more, almost 2 feet of rain at Baton Rouge, whereas in our viewing area you've got anywhere from just over a foot to a little more than a half a foot to even just 2 inches of rain in Gulfport. So our viewing area is going to see a wide range of rainfall totals once the storm makes landfall. Again, our best estimates are about 6 to 12 inches of rain, 3 to 5 foot increase in water levels along our coastline, as well as winds 20, maybe 50 miles an hour, especially near the coast, and also the possibility and likelihood of some small, weak, short-lived tornadoes as the storm is making landfall, probably on into Saturday.
All right, Chris, thank you very much.
And stay with us. We'll have much more on the tropical system after this break.
This is Robert. A distracted driver hit him while changing lanes and he ended up in the hospital. Robert didn't hesitate. He called Morris Bart.
Robert hurt his ankle and needed surgery. He called me and we got him $141,000. One call, that's all.
4 years ago, Bobby Jindal left Louisiana in crisis.
We have a major budget crisis in Louisiana.
$2 billion shortfall.
Drastic cuts are feared. Higher ed and healthcare are facing deep cuts.
But under Governor Edwards' leadership, we've turned that deficit into a surplus.
This year's surplus. Saving safety net hospitals, nursing homes.
TOPS is fully funded.
Teacher pay raises.
Higher ed is fully funded.
And while there's still work to do, Governor Edwards is leading Louisiana in the right direction.
Get ready for Posigen's biggest ever Dog Days of Summer Sale. Just $19.99 a month for the first 6 months. Sale includes a custom solar rooftop system, a home energy audit, and a custom package of energy efficiency upgrades.
Call Posigen today.
We're celebrating 31 years of remarkable journeys and incredible outcomes at the Aspen Clinic.
I was nervous to call the Aspen Clinic, but I was so glad I did.
The staff went out of their way to make me feel comfortable.
And to design a program that was realistic for me.
They not only taught me how to lose weight, but how to keep it off.
I learned the importance of real food and the benefits of all natural supplements and injections.
Save $1 for every pound you lose.
Results guaranteed.
I love the Aspen Clinic.
Celebrate Independence Day in your own style. Create a home you'll love by taking advantage of 30 to 50% off select interior and exterior home furnishings throughout the store during Georgia Furnishing and Berger Homes Independence Day sale. We're celebrating Independence Day all month long. Shop today and save.
Okay, everyone, our mission is to provide complete balanced nutrition for strength and energy.
Great tasting Ensure with 9 grams of protein and 26 vitamins and minerals. Ensure for strength and energy.
I'm Greg DeLeo with Your Legal 30. Here's a question I hear a lot. How much time do I have to file a lawsuit for injuries? Usually, it's only 1 year from the date of the injury. So if your accident happens today, you have only till this date next year in which to file suit against the right parties in the right court. And if you don't, you forfeit all of your legal rights. Call me at 522-3456. I'm Greg DeLeo, your personal injury specialist.
During this morning storm, there was a water spout spotted on Lake Pontchartrain near the UNO campus. This is video that was shot from the causeway. And that same system left behind some damage to a house in Bayou St. John.
Our Meg Ferris spoke with one of the homeowners earlier today.
In fact, it looks like this possible tornado just hit this one house, and I'm here with the homeowner. He is a neon artist and a collector of gorgeous glass artwork, Eric Ellenberger, and you're here soaking wet trying to salvage your art, your creations, and saw your wife, of course, with tears in her eyes. This is tough.
Yeah, she's not handling it real well right now. She'll bounce back.
Yeah. Eric, you told me, thank goodness, that everybody's okay. Yep. Tell me what happened. Y'all were sleeping when it happened?
No, we were awake. We were sitting in the bed and we heard the sound of hail real hard down downfall of hail, and the front door alarm went off. So I got up to walk down the hallway to check the front door, and as I was walking down the hallway, I heard a big explosion-like sound, just instantaneous. No, I didn't hear any wind or anything, just this explosion. And truthfully, I didn't really grasp what it was because the hallway was relatively protected. But when I opened the door, no ceiling. And then I went back to the bedroom, and the whole bedroom was blown out, and my wife and dog were kind of, they were under the rubble, but they were fine.
Your wife and dog were under the rubble. They were okay.
They did fine.
It probably took seconds, but it felt like an eternity.
They were surprised, but they did fine. Yeah, yeah. It was just so instantaneous, you know.
Y'all are already looking for a place to live. You're trying to salvage everything, to get everything that's salvageable out of here. And then I saw a building inspector from the city already out there, so then you start to, you look and you rebuild.
That's right. When we bought the building, it was a shell because it was hurricane damage. So we bought it post-hurricane. So we'll do it again. It's a little bit more damage than it was, but we'll do it again.
Yeah. Those first moments, I saw the tears in your eyes in those moments when you saw your wife and your dog alive and safe, but underneath the rubble, and you realized, y'all looked at each other and realized you were all okay. Tell me about that moment when you first saw each other, that you were okay.
Again, it all happened so quickly. It was just over and done. Everything was fine, and we just counted our blessings.
Yeah. People are on one side of the bayou taking pictures and looking. There are people coming up Bancroft looking and very concerned, making sure that you're okay.
An amazing turnout of people we've never met.
Doing what?
Helping.
Coming in and trying to help load.
Cleaning up, whatever, you know, they just offered to do whatever we asked them to do. And it's mostly just trying to clean pathways so that we can move stuff around. But yeah, they've been very kind.
Well, Eric, after 37 years, you should know that is New Orleans.
That is New Orleans.
Thank you so much.
Our hearts go out to him and to his wife. Another area that was hit hard this morning by the heavy rain was Mid-City.
Danny Monteverdi joins us live with the latest and what's happening out there. Danny?
Well, Ton, what a difference a few hours makes. If you joined us around the midday show when we were live out here, Jeff Davis and canal was just underwater. Take a live look right now. You can see that water is all gone. Everywhere there was water, it's basically cleared. You can see over here a little bit as well, that debris line along the neutral ground over there shows you about the extent of how far the water had come up here. But again, right now it looks like basically just any other afternoon here in New Orleans. But let's take a look at some video we shot earlier today when that water was still here. Again, at the water here at the corner of Canal and Jeff Davis was very high. I'd say in some places probably 2 to 3 feet maybe. People really, the only way they could get around was walking through that water as best they could. Several cars here flooded, unfortunately. Again, because you couldn't really drive, it was just walking was the best way to get around. There was water that unfortunately appeared to get into some houses, and for the people who were here, it was, we spoke to one person who was a visitor to New Orleans from Australia. We spoke to another who was from New Orleans, and they both had similar things to say, even though they had different experiences with this. Have you ever experienced anything like this before?
Not so quick, man. We got a bit of flash flooding in Australia, but it's nothing like this. Yeah. It's just happened like in a couple of hours, so pretty crazy. So I think I might book the next flight back to Australia.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
how bad is it in the car right now?
Take a look for yourself. It's like,
oh God,
not good. Yeah,
up to the seat.
It's pretty bad. So yeah, I think.
So what do you do from here? You try to save your gear or what?
Who knows? Yeah, I don't know. I'm just trying to scavenge as much stuff as I can. I told the hostel owner he can just sell my car if it starts working again.
About 30 years ago, I lived on Jeff Davis Parkway. It was a May 3rd, and it flooded just like this, so nothing has changed.
And so that car that you saw just a short time ago with that man from Australia, you can see he's left it there, and there's a little American flag sitting up there on top of that car right now. And the other gentleman you heard back in that May flood of '95, he said it was pretty much the same thing he had seen. So again, the good news is that finally this area is dry. It unfortunately took a lot of time, but people are kind of getting back to normal as best as they can right now in this area, at least. People out here riding bicycles. Actually, the bar across the street is back in operation. There are tables outside and people out there enjoying a drink for the evening. So again, the good news is this part of the city finally is dry. Reporting live in Mid-City, Danny Monteverdi, Eyewitness News.
That is good news. We need all the time we can get to dry out. Thank you.
All right, joining us now is your local weather expert.